how this is going to happen. We understand that it can't, happen while the war is going on, but concrete steps by moving closer to, steps like having this constant review, seeing that the systems are interoperable, all the things that we can do, and when the opportunity window opens, then we can do this in order to stop this. Because I'm of the belief that the only security guarantee that is the cheapest and that really works is NATO's membership. Our countries are a living example of it. Now, coming to the question that was directly addressed to me, then of course we have our stocks, we have enough to defend our countries. We all do. We give what we can give so that we are not left defenseless. And this is all the talk, because it is all the talk about what we can give so that we don't let our guard down, because the threat is still real. And having, that we have given so much, then it also has to come from somewhere. And then it comes to the production that hasn't really doubled or tripled while we are giving everything away and ordering new things, and the production or the procurement deadlines are way too long. So how can we really shorten those? And I totally agree, it's not about the money, but what we do with the money and where we invest the money. The collective defense, thinking about defense regionally, not every country, their own, but like we do with Latvians. We have agreed that, our threat can come through Latvia. So that means that our forces can also be protecting and defending Latvia, and that's why one thing is helping Ukraine, and the other thing is also boosting our own defense.
Absolutely. Admiral Bauer, I'm going to provoke and say, honestly, there's 4 regional defense plans. Ukraine, in many ways, is NATO's regional defense plan as we strengthen their military capabilities, as we train them, as we create and help support their quest to liberate their territory. How do you, moving from this day forward, with those regional defense plans in place, all the work that you have to do, how much are you adapting to Russia's reconstitution? And they are learning on the battlefield as well. How much are these regional defense plans living in response to Russia's adaptation of its military?
Yeah, it's a living document, these plans. And I think everybody needs to understand that if the threat changes, then we will adapt those plans. And then we will have to respond to the change, and that is what we will continue to do. As I said, and that is important, the plans are now based on the threat that was Russia before they started the war, the full-fledged war in Ukraine on 24th of February 2022. So I think we are, for now, we're good if we do what we have agreed in the plans. So it is now to all the nations that they have to implement the changes, invest in the capabilities, get more people, be readier, because otherwise it still doesn't work. If the Russians will reconstitute and in certain areas will become bigger, better than they were, then we will respond to that.
As I said, this is the most important part of the NATO summit you may not hear as much about, but this is where we defend every inch of NATO territory. With your applause, would you please kindly thank our wonderful panelists for a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this engaging session, and thanks for the audience engagement. Now we are having a 15-minute break. 15-minute break, and after that we will have more for you to come. public forum here in Vilnius, Lithuania. The next section will be in the spotlight with another distinguished NATO guest, the NATO Deputy Secretary General. So now I give the floor to Benedikt Fanke, the Vice Chairman and CEO of Munich Security Conference, the moderator of the session.
And not only a proud co-host of this meeting, but also the number 2 at our institution. And who better to interview on stage than the number 2 at NATO? Great to have my good friend, the Deputy Secretary General, with us today. I've been given 2 pieces of instructions. A, use the whooping 20 minutes that we get to talk about everything that the Secretary General didn't talk about. And make sure that you understand one thing, and it seems to be very important. Please don't line up behind the microphone. Go to the microphone once I point at you directly. We'll practice this in a minute. Because we're such good friends...
But it's good to be number 2.
It is brilliant to be number 2. Yeah. The number 1 sits there,
NATO.
So I'm a happy number 2.
And thank you for lending Boris Rutte to us. He will be our new Assistant Secretary General for Public for Policy and Security, replacing Bettina, and also we have our new ASG for PDD. Bonjour, madame. Bien sûr, la bienvenue. So it's good to be number 2, indeed.
Excellent. Yeah, and please give Boris back when you're done with him. So, you know, some of the things that the Secretary General didn't talk about: China, climate change, cooperation between the European Union and NATO. But for some reason, he also missed talking about Greek and Roman goddesses. And I have a couple to go through. Amongst many other things, you're responsible for innovation at NATO. And let's talk about Diana. Diana, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and the Roman goddess not only of hunting, childbirth, but most importantly, of crossroads. Did you know that? So we at NATO, we in the Alliance, are certainly at crossroads when it comes to innovation. And I'm wondering, are we taking the right turn? Are we going in the right direction? Are we learning the right lessons on innovation from the war in Ukraine?
Oh, thank you so much. You know, I chair the Innovation Board in NATO. I'm very happy that with the Munich Sicherheit Conference we have this partnership between our advisory groups. There's nothing more fundamental for our alliance and for the free world than to maintain our technological edge. It's the essence of who we are, the essence of our economies, of our militaries, and in the end, this is something that NATO is doing. So, to be honest, I'm also pleasantly surprised how fast allies have moved, and we moved on this one. So we discussed about Diana just 2 years back, I think. Now it's up and running. The first challenge is up for startups and innovators that would like to work with us. More than 100 test centers and accelerators across our great alliance in Europe and North America. Universities, research centers, the best and the finest. Because if you look to what NATO countries do possess, we are basically in an ecosystem of innovation that has absolutely no rival. And this is why we are working on Diana. And it goes hand in hand with the other total innovation. We have launched the NATO Innovation Fund, which is the first ever multinational sovereign venture capital fund. Sounds like a contradiction in terms? No, because we also feel the need to put a little bit of seed money into the startups that are using Diana. Smart idea. We help the young innovators from all over the alliance to cross the valley of death until and unless, of course, they will go to the real markets and the real venture capital world. So yes, we are doing good. We're working with our partners. I remember inviting an Australian cyber/quantum company to brief us. We are talking to Korea, to South Korea, to Japan, to many of our partners. So yeah, technological edge is the underpinning of everything we do in defense, in economy, in society, in democracy. So I would like everyone to know that we are really doing our best to move forward on that one too. So Diana, as a goddess, I think should be pleased with NATO today.
Excellent. You mentioned money first. Let's turn to another god, Plutus, the god of wealth and abundance and defense investment, I have you know. As we pointed out in our wonderful report that came out last week, sorry for the advertising here, defense sitters. We make the point that a lot of us in Europe are still sitting on defense when it comes to defense, particularly when it comes to investment. So how do we get more Plutos, particularly in Europe? How do we increase investment in innovation? You did mention that we put a little money into the innovation fund. How do we get more money in there?
Listen, we don't want NATO to be a substitute for what national governments and private sector are doing or academia are doing. We think and we are acting as a catalyst for harnessing the innovation ecosystem across our great alliance. So in a way, we are sending a demand signal. As we are sending a demand signal to our defense industrial base, through the NATO planning processes, through the new regional plans that our leaders will be adopting in a few hours from now. We're also sending a demand signal to the technological world when it comes to NATO. As you know, we have Allied Command Operations in shape, led by General Cavoli, and also have Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, led by General Lavigne, who is also working on DDA, defense planning, but also the capstone concept, which is the technological angle from NATO. So what we are also doing to governments, and this is also we are trying to help allies avoid a false dilemma. Because until the war in Ukraine that Russia started so brutally and aggressively, there was lots of people thinking that the next generation of warfare and technology should be only high-end. High-end, and less, let's say, more substantive forces. So now we have basically a situation you have back in Europe, high-intensity warfare, so you need to invest more to have conventional and multi-domain forces, and also to invest in high-end technologies. So what NATO does is making sure that we avoid, for allies, the false dilemma of saying I should do either technology, high-end, or conventional deterrence and defense. No, it's one thing, it's multi-dimensional, it's multi-domain as we call it, and again NATO is an aggregator and an organization that sends a demand signal to our governments, to our private sector. So we don't see any fracture, which would be, I think, artificial and counterproductive between having strong conventional deterrence and defense forces and high-end space, cyber, sensors, integrated issues. So that's the beauty of NATO, that we are the great aggregator. And I think also Greek mythology is helping us with finding the role for NATO. We are doing this actively, and this summit in Vilnius will be nothing short of exceptional. We expect our leaders to reconfirm and to confirm the new defense investment pledge, the Vilnius pledge we had in Wales, 2% minimum and 20% of the 2% as a minimum also for higher end new equipment, new technologies. So we hope that this will be very positive for all our allies and also for our citizens, because in fact the business of NATO is to keep 1 billion citizens safe. Security is the foundation of prosperity. Security is the foundation of democracy. Security is the foundation of normal life for our citizens. And also with the Swedish new allies, we are looking forward to having them too.
Perfect. Thank you so much. From the god of wealth and defense investment to the goddess of victory, Nike. When we had the previous panel, one of the prime ministers said, today we are training the Ukrainians, tomorrow they will be training us. Can you maybe shed some light on how we are already interacting with the Ukrainians on innovation and what innovation has proved helpful and how to roll it out to the troops?
I would say we are in a very interesting cycle of what I would call circular lessons learned. They learn a lot from us. We've been training Ukrainian troops after 2014, after the illegal occupation of Crimea by Russia, in large numbers. I've seen Prime Minister Trudeau here just before us, and Canada only has trained since 2014 tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops. So Ukrainians are learning a lot from us. Command and control, NATO doctrine, how to use smart equipments, and they're moving away from the Soviet era, not only equipments, but also doctrine, which is so obsolete and so underperforming. But they're also learning from them. It's not only us, our militaries, but also our private sector. Lots of things we do for Ukraine are coming from governments, but also from private sector, for cyber, for space, for smart apps. And I think also NGOs working embedded in the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, like we do not do in NATO. So I think it's a circular lessons learned process, and we are looking forward to making these things even more structured. So they learn from us, we learn from them, and together we are stronger.
Perfect. Many thanks. Now that I have warmed you up, let's turn to you and let's begin to grill the DSG. Can I see a hand?
This is for number twos? Too?
That's for number twos, yes.
Okay. That's advertisement for the job.
Can I warn you, my staff has printed out a 5-page list of Greek and Roman goddesses, major and minor. If you don't ask questions, I'll just continue with the god of war, the goddess of wilderness, and some others. So okay, you better raise your hands now. Please, sir, come to the microphone.
Hello, Tomasz Smura, Kazimierz Puławski Foundation from Poland. I've got a question which was not asked in previous panel. I mean the question about, of course we are in the Vilnius, but we have still some homework to do from Madrid. I mean especially new NATO force structure. So we decided that we increase our number of the troops in high readiness status to 300,000. And actually we also heard some rumors that there are still significant problems to deliver on this promise. So I'd like to ask where we are in the process of implementing decision from the Madrid in this particular dimension. Thank you.
No, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, our leaders will be approving over the summit the most transformative change in defense planning and defense command and control and force structure in generations. Because, as I mentioned before, high-intensity warfare is back in Europe, and technology is also part of this issue. And, of course, as we have seen over the last 20, 25 years, many allies, especially European allies, have been collecting the peace dividend. And there was not so much need to invest in industrial base, in our militaries. Now we need to do that. So against the regional plans that will be approved by our leaders, and I don't want to prejudge what leaders will do, but we're expecting them to approve this. The consequences of this new generation of defense plans, Northern region, Central European region, and Southern European region, the South is Black Sea and Mediterranean as a continuum, will be starting to implement the plans. We'll be starting to appropriate resources and troops and equipment to higher readiness, to higher numbers, with more training, with more prepositioning equipment, according to the plans. It doesn't mean that we have everything today that the plans will be indicating to us. We had the first fourth generation conference just a few weeks back, and we have done a lot. We have still things to do. So the implementation of the plans will take some time. But once we decide politically in NATO, that standard will become reality. And I'm confident, and we are confident in NATO, that all allies will be investing in the plans that our leaders will approve, that our military leaders have been working. I have to thank General Cavoli and his team, because they've been delivering the plans for us. I think it's, Carmen helped me, I think 20 months ahead of schedule, Carlo? 20 months ahead of schedule. So I can give you with full confidence that the targets, force structure, command and control will be met in time, in iterations by all allies.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Over there, please. And thank you for not lining up behind the microphone. Full points on that?
Cécile Maisonneuve from Montaigne Institute and French Institute for International. I'm going to bring another god, Hermes, god of traders and merchants. Innovation is also related with free trade, and we see more and more the return of industrial policy, subsidies. So how can NATO ensure that this new return of sovereignty, of industrial policy, doesn't challenge innovation and free trade, which is also a basic of our multilateral order? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. There is a new geopolitical and geoeconomic reality around the world, not only in Europe, around the world. And we've seen this with the pandemic, we've seen this with the financial crisis, we are seeing now with war in Europe, we are seeing a different landscape in geopolitics and geoeconomics. So what we can say, and what I can say, and I think everyone would agree, that all of us will have to pay a premium for economic security. Economic security doesn't mean not to do business and not to do trade and not to basically hamper international commerce. That needs to continue. But we have to make sure that we are not basically just by negligence or just by not recognizing the new reality in the world that we are now becoming vulnerable economically. In supply chain, we do not want to replace the hyper-dependency on Russian gas with hyper-dependency on rare earth and materials from other players. So how to find a balance between continuing to do business, we need to do business, business is good, it's growing the economies, it's creating jobs, but in a way that will be making sure that we are not importing risks, because the geopolitics and geoeconomics of the world are intertwined like never before. And this is why that's what we do in NATO, that's what the European Union is doing, and I see Charles Fries, my good friend here in the audience. That's what we do, the G7 is doing, just to find the right balance between doing trade, legitimate trade, good trade, and also making sure that we put ourselves at bay from becoming over-dependent. And God forbid, in time of crisis, you could have bad surprises, and this is something that NATO is also making all allies and partners aware of.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Depending on the length of the next question, we have time for 1 or 2 questions and goddesses.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Eugenia from the Atlantic Council of Albania. I guess that this is the panel of goddess, so I've got the war of goddess here tattooed, but my question is, will it be the Vilnius summit a missed opportunity for Ukraine as the Bucharest summit was years ago? And the main question that we all think about, are we ready to trigger Article 5? Thank you.
An easy one.
Yeah, that tattoo I think is dangerous. Listen, I cannot prejudge what our leaders will decide in a few hours and in the next 2 days here in Vilnius. I can say something that I know, and I also feel it. This will be a landmark, successful summit for this alliance. This will be building upon what we have decided in Madrid, which was also historical and transformative, and also will be also a bridge towards the Washington summit of July 2024, when our great alliance will be celebrating our 75th anniversary. I don't want to prejudge what allies will decide on Ukraine. I think Ukraine is moving closer to us. Secretary General has said it in the morning in his very forum. I'm confident that on all the big pieces that we have been preparing for 1 year in NATO, and our leaders will decide, good news for Ukraine, good news for Sweden, good news for defense investment, good news for technology, good news for our partnerships. We've been meeting, the Prime Minister of New Zealand will be meeting all our Indo-Pacific partners in a minute with the Secretary General. So I would say, without declaring victory before the curtain falls on this beautiful summit, that the Vilnius summit will be remembered as one of the most successful summits we had in some time, and this is why we're here. And I want to thank also our Lithuanian hosts for the impeccable organization of this summit.
Speaking of the curtain falling, we have 1 minute and 1 second for a very brief question and an even briefer answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Charlie Salonis, Pasternak, Finnish Institute of International Affairs. We heard earlier that the plans are based on two threats, Russia and terrorist organizations. Culture, language plays a lot in how deterrence is perceived. How is NATO now going to change or changing the way it communicates deterrence and Stratcom more broadly to these adversaries?
Let me say just very briefly that it's not only the geopolitics and geoeconomics are changing dramatically, but also the very definition of security is changing dramatically. We have cyber, we have space, we have climate change and security. We have so many resilience that we are doing a lot in NATO about. And we're doing a lot with the Munich Security Conference and also with the GMF and Atlantic Council on many, many fronts together. So what I'm just saying that is not only Stratcom, which is important, but is also substance. So nothing that relates to security in the broadest definition of terms is stranger to NATO. We have the obligation to do the bread and butter, deterrence and defense, making sure that we resist these aggressions from all over directions, but also the business of NATO is to make sure that we are always adapting to a changing definition of security and a changing world. And that's why NATO has been labeled until now, and that's not Stratcom or marketing, not even for number twos, the most successful alliance in history. Why? Because we showed unity in times of difficulty, and we have a gene of adaptation inside NATO. And before closing, because it's last second, I would like to thank also the audience, not in this room. I'm very happy to see my friends from Aspen, Romania, and others. I know that this public forum is a great success, and I want to thank my colleagues, the organizers. Carmen, you're coming here. I think we should give you a round of applause too.
Let's give a round of applause to Carmen. And like in every good action movie, our timer stopped with 1 second to go. Thank you for joining us. A great number two you are. Good luck for the summit, and thanks for being such a loyal guest and friend. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Dear participants, we will immediately start the next conversation, and I'm proud to say that we have President of Czechia, Petr Pavel, sitting with us today. Actually, this is the second time I've met President of Czechia. I've once had a selfie with him at the Munich Security Conference. We were trying to get into the room, and I've managed to, get this photo. It got a lot of likes, so thank you very much, because I think this is going to be even better. President, we have a topic, standing up for our values. We'll continue in the following way. The President will make a brief introduction, then we'll continue with the follow-up questions from my side, and then obviously we're going to invite you to come to the microphone and ask some questions. So, Mr. President, thanks again for being here. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I have to admit that I feel a little bit embarrassed to talk about values to such a distinguished audience. It's like preaching to the converted. So I will limit myself to a couple of introductory remarks before we get into a discussion. First, I see the issue of values today probably more important than ever, because with regard to the security situation, both regional and global values matter probably the most. What we see ongoing in Ukraine is not just a regional conflict between two countries having a territorial dispute. It's about what and how we see the world working. If we see the world working along respect to the rules, the norms, if we see the world based on some common values, or if we see it as a world where bigger stick matters more. Ukraine is in a similar situation that my country experienced many years ago. Ukraine just wanted to be free in their decision to where do they want to go, where do they want to belong, which way of life they want to live. If anyone told me and my compatriots 30 years ago that we are not allowed to join NATO or join the EU, we would get offended, because we thought at that time it was our right to take a choice. Of course, with respect to the organizations of which we wanted to become members, but of course we wanted to have a sovereign right to decide on our own future. And now when Ukraine wants to do the same, many people say, well, let's look at the security interests of Russia, because they have justified arguments to protect their close neighborhood. I think we have to look at the problem in Ukraine from the position of these universal values. We may not like Ukraine, we may not like Ukrainians, we may have a number of concerns about corruption, about oligarchs, whatever, but if we just accept that they have the same rights as we want to have, then it becomes a matter of principle. And that's why I think it's our obligation to assist Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. Because if we allow Russia to prevail in this conflict, we would corrupt all the foundations on which our societies are built. One more comment. This issue is not only linked to the conflict in Ukraine. It is much broader, because what we see globally, unlike in the past when we saw the confrontation, ideological confrontation between East and West, today what we see is a global competition of the systems. On one hand, democratic countries, wherever they are. On the other hand, different types of autocratic regimes, being it China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and many other countries in Africa that are closer to autocracy than to democracy. All these countries follow a different set of values. And their argument is that the West, the democracies, have developed the existing world order to fit their interests. And now the time has come to change the world order to fit more to this multipolar vision of the world. The argument goes especially from Russia that Western, mainly liberal democracies, are rotten, are in fact beyond horizon, and now they are the true protectors and the saviors of Christian values. Or, like Chinese put it, they suggest that their civilization, being much older than Christian civilization, is in fact superior, and their system is much more efficient, resilient, and thus designed to dominate the world in the future. If we don't like that approach, the only way how we can prevent it from being superior is to protect and promote our values, not only against our opponents, but also against our own internal problems that we have. Sometimes we can call it populism, sometimes extremism, but there are also some internal enemies that erode our system of values. If I stay with my own country, when we got rid of communist rule 30 years ago, there was a lot of enthusiasm, excitement about freedoms, but as some cynical political observers put it, many people at that time actually didn't care too much about democracy because they didn't know what democracy was about. They didn't experience it in their lifetimes. They only wanted to have more freedoms and to have better lives. And one of the things that we have omitted to some extent was the education towards values. So that whatever we do it well based in the understanding of balance between freedoms and responsibility that goes beyond our own country, also to develop a sense of solidarity with other like-minded countries based on the same system of values. And that is bringing us back to the situation that we will probably be discussing most these 2 days, and that is that we are all responsible for how our region, Europe, will look like, what will be a European contribution to global security. That's why I think we should promote the idea of a strong NATO, strong EU, but also strong links to all other democratic countries. I welcome very much that we have invited for this summit our Asian Pacific partners. I would also encourage all of us to cooperate with other democratic countries and with all countries that are willing to put negotiations above confrontation to make a world a safer place. So this is all for the introduction, and now I believe I'll be happy to get some questions.
Mr. President, thank you. Thanks a lot. I would like to ask about the Western reaction to Russia's brutal aggression. So you talked about it. We're standing up for our values. Are we still standing strong, or are we, feeling the sense of fatigue, of, energy prices rising, of war in general as a topic, as if we're facing it directly? Do you sense that in Czechia and in the broader context of NATO countries?
Well, war fatigue is a normal phenomenon that we observe in all the conflicts that I remember. Not just on the sides of two fighting countries, but also on the side of all supporting countries. From the very beginning, the pictures of the horrors of war are so terrifying that everyone is excited and to do something to help all those in need. But over time, own problems related to mostly socio-economic issues take again the precedence over those distant pictures of war to which we are getting used somehow. So it's a natural phenomenon, and even when we realize that, we have to do much more in putting forward the message that the war is not a...
There are no agreements. The agreement is
still to a country that is
Mr. Kister
that leaving Ukraine alone will only mean letting the problem getting closer to us sooner or later. So it is in our direct interest to continue supporting Ukraine and not to let Russia prevail in this conflict. It is more and more difficult. There are obviously some voices that are fed by Russian propaganda that once we stop providing Ukraine military assistance, the war will be over and we can go back to normal, restoring economic relations with Russia and getting back cheap gas and oil. Obviously, this is a nonsense, but many people like to listen to this argument. That's why we have to keep repeating the basics and also offering our people alternatives that are always worse than the one to continue support and bring situation back to normal by achieving Ukrainian goals and restoring their sovereignty.
But is there enough political momentum still, I mean, to provide the support at the levels comparable to what we've had over the last year and a half? Is there enough, support in terms of the economy? Because Ukraine is being destroyed every day also in terms of infrastructure, and it will need, obviously, to recover. So do you sense that there is enough, again, political momentum to continue with the policies that the West is implementing at the moment in the foreseeable future as well? Or is it like dwindling down?
When you just look at the sheer scope of the assistance, I think there is a steady growth. So from the very beginning, when we saw just a handful of countries providing assistance from the very first days, now we see quite a massive support almost from those countries who were reluctant, let's say, at the beginning. Now we see a massive financial support in macro finances to keep country running. We see a steady flow of military equipment, of ammunition, material support. We see also a number of initiatives leading to reconstruction, not only post-war reconstruction, but interim reconstruction of energy sector, transportation, and many other areas. I believe that the scope of the support is still growing, but of course, keeping also public support becomes more and more difficult.
I must ask the question which is related to the counteroffensive of Ukraine, knowing your military background. So, of course, there are a lot of voices saying that it's not maybe as successful as some predicted. Others argue it's still, too early to make the conclusion. So how do you assess the current state of Ukrainian counteroffensive, and what would you anticipate to happen in the next couple of weeks and months?
Well, simply from a military point of view, if you look at the situation, how it was developing over the last couple of months, it was more or less positional warfare, where Russia got enough time to prepare defensive positions. Over hundreds of kilometers of a front line. They built in some regions 3 defense lines full of obstacles, full of minefields. They were bringing closer equipment to be used for very effective defense. They still have more air power than Ukraine, which can support units in defense. Despite all the problems that Russia has, preparing for defense and leading successful defense is always a little bit easier than to conduct successful offensive operations. On the other side, Ukraine is definitely much more motivated. They are better equipped with more modern equipment. Unfortunately, with far too many types of equipment, which creates a lot of logistical challenges, they do not have enough air power. They do not have enough ammunition to be really effective and pushing through. They don't have enough mine-breaching equipment. We can ask the question ourselves: have we provided enough resources to Ukraine to run a counteroffensive that would be more successful? That's obviously the question. But what we see now is that Ukraine is slowly getting ground. They are probably still looking for weak points in Russian defenses. they still haven't committed major forces that they prepared for the counteroffensive. So we will see more over summer. But at the same time, we also have to see realistically the window of opportunity that will more or less close by the end of this year. Not only because of winter conditions, but also because of upcoming elections in Ukraine, Russia, United States, and we'll also we'll see another decline of willingness to massively support Ukraine with more weapons. So all these conditions will probably lead to a conclusion that whatever is achieved by the end of this year will be the baseline for negotiation.
And how would you see the negotiation even starting? Because, of course, Ukraine is certainly trying to push the occupiers from their territory, and it's hard to imagine that, real political negotiations could take place unless significant breakthrough is achieved. But from what you are saying, you're not expecting a significant breakthrough until the end of the year. Is that right?
Well, obviously, I would wish to our Ukrainian friends the best possible solution. That means full restoration of their territory occupied even in 2014. But reality will most probably look different. And when I just quote some comments of President Zelensky from his last interview to the American media, he suggests that they would be able to get control of a territory up to the border of Crimea, which would create condition for possible negotiations. Because once...
Is that achievable until the end of the year?
Well, it might be achievable under some conditions, and we'll see what will be the reality.
And in terms of NATO and Ukraine relationship, of course, this summit is very important with regards to that. So what would you see as, the most important aspects of what could be decided here in Vilnius to make this relationship a pathway towards a full membership of Ukraine in the foreseeable future, in the nearest future, actually?
I think what Ukraine needs beyond equipment, ammunition, money, is encouragement and assurance. Because this will maintain high morale of Ukrainian forces. They need to see the light at the end of the tunnel. They need to see and feel motivation. And they also have to feel that one day they would be welcome in a family. And we can give them such an assurance by simply saying, once the war is over, we will start accession process. This is what they would like to hear, and this is what I would wish them they would hear.
Do you sense there is a consensus among NATO countries on this here in Vilnius?
I've seen some reservations from several countries, even up to recently. We'll see what will come up in these 2 days.
Thank you for a very diplomatic answer. Let's bring the audience questions, please. Yeah. Yeah.
Marius Vashchega, European Commission representative to Lithuania. Mr. President, you are from the military and NATO background, and now, of course, in the civil background, and you mentioned in your introductory remarks the link between stronger EU and stronger NATO. So what do you see the biggest synergies, in fact, between the EU and the NATO? What should we do at the EU level to make NATO stronger?
Okay, I was struggling with this question for all of the 3 years that I spent in the position of chairman of NATO Military Committee in an effort to bring EU and NATO closer together, at least in the issues of defense. We know all the difficulties, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that we should stop trying to bring these two institutions closer. We talk about complementarity for a long time, We have set, I think, 74 areas of cooperation, and some of them are already obsolete. We are talking about modernization of this plan. But what really matters is that we don't look at these two institutions as competitive rivals, but as institutions of a different kind. EU never expressed any ambition to provide collective defense. That's the task for NATO. At the same time, we talk about a lack of European capacity to run substantial military operations. So the way ahead would be let's strengthen European pillar of NATO. Let's make it probably more institutional to be used for European operations, probably even without Americans, wherever Americans wouldn't like to be part of it, because there might be a time when the United States will be much more concerned about Indo-Pacific than Europe. And if Europe is not capable enough to come up with strategic enablers to run a bigger operation, then we simply wouldn't be able to do it. And that's why I think there is no contradiction in division of labor between EU and NATO. They can be truly supportive each other, focusing on their respective strength. So NATO would be strong enough and effective, focusing on collective defense. EU on all other soft tools that are necessary for achieving security and stability. Even now, with the situation in Ukraine, NATO can provide military assistance in terms of equipment, even though by individual countries, but EU can provide all those aspects of assistance that NATO is not capable of. I mean, all the economic, humanitarian, and financial, and any other assistance. And if it is well coordinated, it will, in the end, provide necessary support. So I think we have to be pragmatic and always keep trying, bridging these gaps that exist in EU-NATO cooperation.
Thank you. Let's have the lady and then the gentleman.
Thank you. Yulia Smolovska, Director of GlobSec Kyiv office. I just wanted to ask, when you're talking about the defending of values and international rule of order in particular, it's always important how do you set the punishment system for those who break these rules. And in this case, you know pretty well that Ukrainians are arguing for the case of setting up a special tribunal for Russian political leadership for crime of aggression. What is your assessment? Do you see the resolution of the member states to pursue with this case, and how do you plan to extend this advocacy campaign to get more democratic countries on board in wider global sense? Thank you.
This was one of the major topics of Council of Europe recently in Iceland, where we all agreed on a necessity to support International Criminal Tribunal and to punish all of the war crimes committed in Ukraine by Russia, as well as to brought all those perpetrating crime of aggression to justice. Because without that, there will be no justice, but also no deterrence against committing another aggressions. So we have to be very consistent and press on bringing all those responsible for war crimes to the court.
Thank you. Let's maybe try to pick two questions in a row, if you don't mind, President, because we're running out of time. So please.
Thank you. Alexei Goncharenko, Member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Dear President, my question is to you, both as a President, as General. Two, Russia is continuing its nuclear blackmail, and we see these nuclear threats and deploying nuclear weaponry, maybe already has deployed nuclear weaponry in Belarus, means just tens of kilometers from where we are here now. So what should be the answer of NATO to this? Isn't it the time to for deployment of nuclear weaponry in the Eastern Europe? Thank you.
Can we just pick the second question as well, please?
Mr. President, my also question will be related to your previous position.
Please introduce yourself briefly.
Vaidotas Malinionis, Colonels Association, Lithuania. So my question is, as a President of the Czech Republic, what are your priorities for the security building I mean, anyway, change is needed. Every country is understanding because security environment is changing. So what are your priorities and the vision?
2 minutes, perfect.
Okay, okay, it will be short answers. When it comes to nuclear blackmailing, I don't think that we have to always apply the same answer to the action of our opponent. We base all our efforts into deterrence. I think nuclear capability of NATO is a significant deterrent effect, and there is no need to deploy it closer to the border, because that would only escalate the situation. What I would rather argue, let's be more outspoken in declaring that we have the same capability. When we heard from President Putin threats of using nuclear weapons, our answer should have been, but we all have nuclear weapons. We have them at a state of readiness, and we are ready to use them if we will have to. But of course, nobody sane wants to use these weapons. So we hope that you are sane as well, and you will not do it. So we don't have to escalate, but just remind that we do have the same capability and the same willingness to use it as the last resort. And as for the priorities of strengthening security, I think clearly we have to fulfill all our commitments that we have made with regard to collective defense in NATO, to meet criteria of at minimum 2%, meet criteria of spending at least 20% on modernization and main equipment, to provide all necessary forces within the fourth generation to meet requirements of new plants, to commit our forces to exercises, because it is also a deterrent factor, and to be a credible partner meeting all our commitments. That is all what we can do for effective defense.
Mr. President, I don't know how to ask this, but can we have a second selfie together, because our time is up. Please, the round of applause for the President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
And maybe let's have a selfie if that's possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the discussion with the President of Czech Republic. We will resume our sessions in 15 minutes with conversations with a diversity of speakers, from high-level officials to civil society representatives. 15 minutes.
after the Cold War, we started to focus on out-of-area operations for crisis management. Very different requirements from the military force, and Allied command operations optimized, and many national militaries optimized for that sort of cyclical out-of-area deployment, usually on a schedule, very anticipatable. Collective defense is much different. So there's been a need to modernize our collective defense system, rebuild some of it and modernize some of it. And that's what the regional plans are about. They're geographically specific plans that describe how we're going to deter and, if necessary, to defend all of the territory of the alliance. And these, therefore, give us the ability to have a force structure requirement so that nations can direct their investments in a fashion that serves the alliance as well as their national needs. It will give us a new readiness system, new readiness expectations. There's a new force model, as you know. We'll adapt the command and control arrangements of the alliance. We'll have a new exercise program. So this is really the foundation of a very, very important rebuild of our collective defense system. And it's a very exciting time. It's very good that we've got the plans in place now, and there's going to be plenty of work to do going forward.
Absolutely. So good news, really good news for NATO. Last year, as you've mentioned, in Madrid, we were talking about the new force model. We were talking about 300,000 of troops that are in high state of readiness. That gives you, as the SACER, an overview of what is available to NATO at a given moment. How does that fall into what's happening here in Vilnius? So where are we with the preparations when it comes to the new force model? Because 2023 was the year of implementing the model.
Right. So the new force model is implemented, and now it's being elaborated and detailed through the force sourcing process, which is where you actually line units and organizations up against the conceptual parts of the model. The Deputy SACER, General Tim Radford, just concluded a couple of weeks ago the first official force sourcing conference, and the results have been fantastic. In fact, there's more than a 700% increase in the number of troops available to me as SACER based on the new force model and the new force sourcing. So we're very excited. There's some work left to be done. We have specific areas that we want to build up more forces in. But overall, I think it's a great reorganization of the way we had been doing business.
Mm-hmm. Is there any area you feel there's still challenges or things to do here?
Sure, there are always challenges, things that we have to do better. One would be our logistics systems. We probably have to optimize our logistics for large-scale, simultaneous maneuvers. That's not the sort of logistics system we needed during Afghanistan, for example. So things like that will have to be updated.
Fantastic. So let's now move to the question of Ukraine, and specifically, what are the lessons that we have learned watching on the one side the war itself unfold? What are the lessons for NATO? What are the lessons for the West? What are your lessons for you personally that you take away from this year and a half of the war?
You said we only have 15 minutes.
Let's try and free.
The conflict in Ukraine is a tremendous, tremendous fountain of lessons, both positive and negative lessons for us to learn. We study it very, very closely. I think one of the biggest ones that jumps out when I think about it, and it's appropriate for our setting here at the summit, cohesion. Mm-hmm. So the way Ukraine came together, almost surprisingly, right?
On every level.
Right.
From society to army to
politics, all the way, everything
absolutely
came together, and their cohesion has fostered bravery on the battlefield. It's fostered commitment in industry. It's fantastic. For us, the alliance, and even the broader world, the cohesion has been remarkable. And it gives us a huge amount of strength that we would not have as individual nations. So I don't mean to begin with something too ethereal, but nevertheless, at this setting, in the summit, as we prepare to bring another ally in, I really think that the most salient lesson we see from this conflict is that of cohesion, the importance of cohesion.
Because you've brought up this topic yourself, I have to ask, how do we build cohesion within NATO? Where do we start? I mean, on a national level, that's obvious, but what would you recommend the countries?
I think the first step is for all allies to have a sense of teamwork, right? Allies have to have a sense of teamwork and understand that the cohesion of the alliance and our strength together exceeds the sum of our parts. But also the collective has to understand that each member nation has specific national interests. And those always have to be the most important thing for that nation. So achieving that balance requires transparency, requires constant dialogue, requires personal contact, and I think most of the leaders in the alliance spend a great deal of time communicating with each other and traveling back and forth to see each other, as well as at big common venues like this. So maintaining the cohesion is an ongoing daily thing that really gets stronger and stronger as you do more and more together.
Absolutely. So going back still to the lessons learned from Ukraine, how is the war changing the way we think about war in general within the military command, not only NATO, but our general staffs?
Yeah. It might not be changing the way we think about war. It's reminding us that there are various types of war. So we had the experience of crisis management through the 90s and the 2000s, Afghanistan, Balkans, peacekeeping, and things like that. And this is just a different type of war. This is a large-scale war of force on force and maneuver. And it reminds us some very important things. First of all, the unbelievable destructive power of modern militaries is something we have to take into deep consideration. It should make us reluctant to go to war and eager to find ways to deter war, which is one of my principal jobs, of course. We discovered that the scale of the conflict requires an industrial base that is robust and responds with elasticity to surges in demand. That is a real lesson from this war. We see that a war like this requires highly trained people. As complex maneuvers are attempted and as complex modern warfare is waged in high-pressure, high-tempo operations, you really need professionals. And here, I think we see one of the big advantages of the military forces of our alliance. Our people are of the highest caliber, and the level of their training is spectacular.
Absolutely. Do you feel Russia is deterred?
Do I feel Russia is deterred? Yes. I believe that we have accomplished so far our mission of deterring Russia from laying a finger on any part of this alliance, to include right here in Lithuania.
Excellent. Thank you. And before we wrap up, because we have a few more minutes left, I wanted to ask you, what does also yesterday's announcement of Sweden and the previous Finnish accession mean for NATO? How would you comment these enlargements?
I think they're terrific news. I was extremely gratified last night to receive the news about Sweden. I'm very, very excited about that. From a military perspective, first of all, both countries bring very capable militaries into the alliance immediately. There is not a development program that's necessary or an institutional reform program. These militaries have been interoperating with alliance forces on operations, in training for years. So first of all, they bring ready-to-serve military capability and capacity. The second thing they bring is a new geography to the northern part of our area of responsibility. The Baltic Sea is now a very different place because it's surrounded by NATO nations with strong navies and strong militaries. So I think those two things right there are just enormous advantages that come in right away.
Yeah. And I can confirm I've just returned from Visby, and the feeling that the control over the Baltic Sea now lies in NATO hands is a very optimistic feeling in Sweden and in Finland.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And my last question would be, of course, about the 360-degree idea. What does that mean in an era of systematic rivalry? We also have here a number of countries, partner countries, coming from the Indo-Pacific. We have Australia and New Zealand that we welcome. What does it mean for NATO, really, in this new system?
Yeah. So first of all, I think you can look at it in layers, this question of 360 degrees. For each nation, each member state in the alliance, there are a variety of different threat vectors. It's not just geographical. There's informational problems. There's critical infrastructure. There is information environment. So the threats come at us from all different directions, not just geographically from east to west, first of all. Second, for us as an alliance, the threats are both, or the challenges, I should say, are not only from east to west, but rather also from the south. We have serious concerns about transnational issues from our southern tier. As you know, Allied Command Operations has geographic bands down there that we keep an eye on. Of course, we have two named adversaries in our strategic concept. Terror groups are also very important to us, and one of our regional plans is very heavily focused on terror groups. So that's another aspect. And then finally, of course, there's the fact that we're in an interconnected world. It's very hard to think of a problem that will be located only in Europe for us to solve only in Europe, but rather all of our problems are going to be global. So we very much welcome the partners from the Indo-Pacific region who come to visit, because there is going to be a natural interconnectedness of security challenges there and security challenges here.
Absolutely. And as I am told, I have my last minute. Darrell, what would be your message, not only to today's here audience, experts, people really knowing NATO, but most importantly, the general public that's listening us online right now, about the state of NATO alliance and how we will move forward, but also our support to Ukraine, which we cannot forget is fighting a war of attrition, an aggressive war against Russia?
Well, our support for Ukraine is unquestioned, and it's ironclad, and we will be here to help them as long as it takes. For the alliance itself, I think my message would be very short and very simple. This is the most successful alliance in the history of humankind, and it is stronger today than it has been in all the years I've been associated with it. And it's we are very lucky to be at this point in history with such a collection of like-minded nations working together.
Thank you very much, General. On this very optimistic note, let's give a big round of applause to General Cavalli.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to be with you. I'm Vivian Salama of the Wall Street Journal, and we are obviously continuing the very important discussions that we've been having here today. We're here talking about Voice of Change, a talk for civil society leaders. Obviously, as someone who has covered wars for years, I can tell you that wars obviously have the greatest impact on civilians, on civil society. And one of the things that's very interesting, and perhaps, something we need to constantly consider, is that one of the hardest hit societies in this war, this invasion of Ukraine, is also the Russian civil society, and we have to remember that there are other people on the other side of the border who are also impacted. And so joining me is someone who needs no introduction, not only because he is a renowned chess grandmaster, but also a leading voice in Russian civil society and activism. Garry Kasparov, nice to be with you. So, as we say, the elephant in the room is what happened in the last couple of weeks in Russia with regard to perhaps what was the biggest challenge to President Putin's authority. And so I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit about what that means, not only for Putin, but for the civil society and what comes next for Russia.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's unavoidable, just not to mention Prigozhin and whatever name you use for his performance, mutiny, rebellion. I'm not so sure what's the correct term, because I've been saying for a long time that analyzing Putin's Russia, we have to, look for Godfather, Maria Puza. It's a mafia state, and that's why I think the Prigozhin's challenge should be viewed, from this angle. It's not a ability to challenge Putin as a president. I think it's a fight within inner circle, because Prigozhin's statements just prior to his challenge, they were concentrated on criticism of the war. It's not about, fight the war to the last soldier, but to the opposite, the war went in the wrong directions, and I'm not sure why Prigozhin said, why we attacked Ukraine at the first place. I think what we saw there was a clear message to Putin from some of his inner circle. And don't forget, Prigozhin served food to Putin. Knowing Putin's paranoia, you should understand how close Prigozhin was to Putin. It's a St. Petersburg mafia, and I think many of them, or some of them, are very much concerned now about losing business. So they don't care killing Ukrainians, Syrians, Africans, whoever, even Russians, but they do care about losing businesses. And I think there was nothing personal. So we are on the losing end of this war. And it's still a fight within Putin's inner circle, because some of them believe that they can win the war of attrition. And the reason I think Putin and some of his close supporters believe they can win the war by out-suffering Ukraine and waiting until there's a fatigue, grows in the West, it's indecisiveness of Americans and NATO. And hopefully this summit actually will send the right message to those who, like Prigozhin, believe that, they had to find a way out of this. I don't think Putin can accept it, but clearly, what's happened then it was demonstration that all these talks about escalation, it's a hot air. Because how can you expect Putin to start a nuclear war if he found no soldiers willing to die for him when 5,000 mercenaries marched to Moscow? Prigozhin had no intention of taking over Moscow. That's why the whole story about overwhelming force waiting for him at River Oka, nonsense. I think it was a message sent to Putin, and that's why I was puzzled to see that so many experts talked about Prigozhin's future. I mean, he's met Putin now because they continue negotiations about preserving their business, and it seems to me that more and more people within Putin's inner circle getting really concerned about Putin's failed policies.
We could probably spend the entire day just talking about this. It was a very fascinating series of events. But I do want to ask you in general about the flow of information taking place right now in Russia. Obviously, this is something that's very relevant to me personally. My friend and colleague, Evan Gershkovich, is sitting in a Russian prison wrongfully detained on charges of espionage. But Russian media is also no stranger to this, and the Russian regime has been so intent to to control the messaging going forward. And so how then does civil society know what's true, manage to thrive, and continue from here?
There is no civil society. Russia today is, if you're an analog, in history, it's Germany 1943, 1944. So this is the agony of the regime that spent decades taking control of the public space. So one of the first attacks of Putin when he was elected president, was to destroy independent media. So just to understand, the mood of people in Russia is just, remember that, the Germans fought to the last bunker, last soldier, after 12 years of Hitler in power. Putin is in power twice as long. And of course, the modern propaganda, the tools, they're far more sophisticated than Dr. Goebbels had at his disposal. And we have probably some Russians who are not, not willing to support the war. I don't think that the percentage of people who oppose war on moral ground was more than 10, maybe 10, 15%. The support for the war, I don't think is overwhelming, but majority just doesn't care and try to sit on the fence waiting for the outcome. The problem is the longer the war goes on, so this is the mood is hardening. And I'm not surprised to feel from, I say feel because I don't trust any polls, feel from Russian social media that the mood is hardening. So just because it's a war, we are, by the way, Putin's propaganda made it very clear. It's not a war against Ukraine. It's a war against NATO. So it's every day they say, we're fighting NATO, we're fighting NATO, we're fighting NATO. That's why all the cautious voices from the other side think we have to avoid confrontation with Russia. It's a wishful thinking. Putin is fighting with you.
But that's a really extraordinary statement you just made, saying there's no civil society, and it's pretty extraordinary. I mean, even when my repeated trips to Ukraine, people who had relatives across the border in Russia, they would tell me that we would call them, we would tell them what's happening here, and they don't believe us. They don't believe their own relatives. And so,
yes,
short of maybe a regime change, what will bring about a shift in Russia?
It's psychological. I think this is the beginning of liberation of Russia from Putin's fascism will not start before Ukrainian flag is raised in Sevastopol, period. Anything else is wishful thinking. You have to kill the idea of the empire in the minds of Russians. They have to understand the war is lost. If Russian history is any guide, is the changes in Russia started with the lost wars and lost geopolitical battles. You can go back to the Crimean War, mid-19th century, Russo-Japanese War, and of course 1917, and even 1989, Afghanistan. So the moment Russian people understand that the regime is losing, and that could be the ultimate loss, the last war of Russian empire. Ukraine liberates all these territories, Sevastopol included. That's a message that we have to look elsewhere. Before it happens, this nothing can change it. Even if you give me now 30 minutes uninterrupted on Russian television at 9 p.m. Prime time, I don't think I can tell anything before the map of the front line is still stable.
But is there no group, organization, or even individuals out there that are starting to raise questions when these young boys have one-way tickets to the front lines in Ukraine?
Look, people who marched with me peacefully on Russian streets, either in exile, most of us, or in jail, like Alexei Navalny and Karamurza and others, or killed like Boris Nemtsov. So, again, public, yes, they are unhappy, but it's now a war that, again, we have no choice. If you live in Russia now, and again, I follow the social media, I could see that even pro-Western people, they say, we have no other choice. So again, it's only decisive Ukrainian victory, and sooner better will give us a chance to actually say, you know what, we have to start thinking otherwise. And also, it's very important to start, splitting Russian elite. And it's not going to happen unless, there's a very clear message about the end of the war. And I'm expecting here to hear the statement: Ukraine must win. And it's people I represent, the Russian Action Committee, the group I founded with Michael Khodorkovsky last May. We clearly say Ukrainian victory includes three things: liberation, reparation, and justice. Full liberation of Ukrainian territories, reparation, and justice. Justice is very important because that's the way to split Russian elite, to send a very clear message that all war criminals will be brought to justice. Because all Russian elite, they are thieves and thugs, but very few of them are murderers. So you have to make sure that governors, who are just not the most pleasant persons on this planet, again, thieves and thugs, they will have a chance to see their future separate from Putin and his military commanders and inner circle that are responsible for this horrible war.
What role is the Russian diaspora playing in all of this? There are powerful voices like yourself who have been calling for change, who are not based in Russia and immediately subject to the dangers.
Yes, and that's another problem. So I have to say that, unfortunately, I represent minority in Russian diaspora, in Russian political opposition, and the big debate here is whether it's Russia's war or Putin's war. Unfortunately, it's a Russia's war now, and we have many people who are trying just to undermine the sufferings of Ukrainians. It's a casualties of the war. We saw recently this debate about the shark, and the attacks on Estonian Prime Minister and others, who, I found it's despicable because I believe that every Russian, myself included, just have a collective responsibility for the crimes committed in Ukraine. Though my first article about Vladimir Putin was published, about his threat coming from Putin, was published in the Wall Street Journal on January 4, 2001. So, but I still understand, we have this responsibility, and we just, we have no rights, moral rights, to criticize Ukrainians, whatever they do. And unfortunately, we're facing the dramatic challenge for the future of Russia, because people will have this view of Russians as criminals, as they had against Germans, a grudge against Germans for many years. Unfortunately, majority of Russian political opposition and many groups who are, by the way, being generously funded by European Union or Americans, they just don't see it. And this is a big debate coming within us. And again, we're trying to make sure that people who are willing, what we say in half-jokingly, people who are willing to leave Putin's North Korea and to move to our, let's say, virtual South Korea, they have to say three things. As I say, 5 seconds without stuttering. War is criminal, regime legitimate, Crimea is Ukraine. If you can say that, so you should be given a chance to be adopted in the free world. And we have, by the way, unique opportunity now with millions of Russians who left Russia. So they should be given a chance not to stay in a no man's land in the middle, just stuck in the middle. They should be given a chance to make this statement, to separate or to sever their ties with Putin's Russia and start building something outside of Russia, hoping that the moment comes, maybe sooner rather than later, we'll try to go back and just to rebuild our kind of from scratch. The problem is there's an irrational fear of Russia's collapse after Ukrainian victory. And let's be honest, that's the main reason why Americans are not willing to give all the weapons, because they see Ukraine wins, Russia loses, Russia collapses, China getting stronger, and that's geopolitical nightmare. Without having a comprehensive vision about what comes next in Russia, how we can play, using all these cards, including these millions of Russians in exile now. So we're not going to finish the war and also to offer some future for the whole region, not only for Ukraine.
I mean, we have an extraordinary collection of global influencers in the room and here at the summit. What's your message to them? What can they do to kick the can down the road for Russian civil society and help them to be free?
Again, I said it's mandatory. Ukraine wins. So sooner Ukraine wins, better chances for Russia to not to collapse completely. So it's a very good chance, and I think it's a tragedy that some of the Russian regions may decide to go on their own. Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Chechnya, not a big deal. So it happens, it happens. We have to make sure that Russian transformation will be a peaceful one from an empire into the confederation and parliamentary republic. Is it possible? Yes. Because if Russia loses the war soon and Putin regime collapses, and it's inevitable, you have many Russians looking, east and west and recognizing the dilemma is simple. Either you become the subordinate to China, and let's not forget, China is the only country that has a massive territorial claim to Russia. Just the size of territorial claim is 1.5 million square kilometers. The entire piece from Vladivostok, which is called on Chinese maps now Han-Shenli, to Irkutsk. So, and it's based on the old maps and old treaties between Russian kingdom and Chinese empire. So, if China is one choice, Europe another one, majority of Russians will move in this direction. I say, don't expect my compatriots, unfortunately, to accept values of the free world by heart, but they do it by stomach. So this is a way to be cynical about it. So and also the war. This war is a war about values. So that's why it is good that we talk about civil society. You see the difference between the war being conducted on two sides. Ukrainians are trying to avoid casualties. Russians deliberately attack civilian population. So that's why the whole idea that you can negotiate peace is impossible. Not every war ends at negotiating table. War on values cannot end at negotiating tables, whether it was a World War II or American Civil War. Thanks God it was not negotiated. So this is because there's no negotiated outcome if you have two very opposite set of values. Putin wants to bring the world back to the might is right. Ukrainians fighting, just the only war NATO was built for, which is defending free Europe. And that's why I think, again, this recognizing that, you have to find the right algorithm to kill this irrational fear about collapse of Russia and helping Ukraine win as soon as possible is the only way forward.
We have only about 30 seconds left, but I want to quickly ask about sanctions and its impact on Russian society. Do you feel like it's it's penetrated at all, or if it's had a negative impact?
Sanctions are biting, but again, Russia knows how to evade them, and it's unfortunately, while we have 11 packages of sanctions in Europe, so the mechanism of forcing them is not there. You have to start showing teeth and punishing companies that are helping Russia to survive. Yeah, it's nice to read, that business is flourishing, that Raiffeisen Bank quadrupled its profit in 2023, but that's how Putin regime gets, gets their hopes alive. They believe that somehow they can win this war of attrition, psychological, financial, and then maybe a miracle happens. Trump wins, something else happens. We have to kill these hopes by demonstrating that the West is united, free world is united, by helping Ukraine to win, and it also means forcing sanctions to work.
A very short but informative conversation. Thank you so much, Garry Kasparov. Thank you so much, everyone. Everybody, I'm Hadley Gamble, senior international journalist and television presenter, and it's a great pleasure to me to welcome you guys once again to this conversation in the spotlight with the Deputy Prime Minister of Italy, as well as the Foreign Minister, Mr. Antonio Majani. It's great to have you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for hosting me today.
My first question would have to be off the back of a meeting that you had earlier today with the head of the IAEA. You were discussing what could potentially be a catastrophe for Ukraine, and that would be Russia's targeting of their nuclear facilities at Zaporizhia.
For the Italian government, it is very important to protect Zaporizhia, because it's very dangerous to fight against Zaporizhia, because we risk a disaster, not as Chernobyl, but more and more complicated. For this, we are supporting the strategy of Mr. Grossi. I send a clear message: count on Italy. We are pushing also in front of the United Nations in favor of a free zone around Zaporizhia. It's not easy, but we need to talk on this. We need to push in this direction, because it's a good step also for starting for a new season, for talking on peace clearly in this zone, because I think it's very dangerous.
Do you believe that a nuclear catastrophe is imminent?
Exactly. Also this idea to use nuclear weapons by Russia is a big mistake, because we need to push in the corner the nuclear weapons if you want to work for peace, because we are defending Ukraine because we want peace. Peace is injustice. Peace with justice is the freedom of Ukraine. This is very clear, but we want peace. All together with NATO, with the European Union, all together working for peace. Peace is to push out the Russians and to achieve an agreement, and then to have absolutely the freedom of Ukraine.
Peace comes at a cost. And we've just heard from the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe about modernizing collective defense. Now, that is expensive. Do you believe that we should see an increase in the floor of NATO spending beyond the 2%?
Italy is strongly engaged in NATO actions everywhere with a lot of soldiers, and also close to here in Riga there are a lot of Italian soldiers. There are Italian soldiers everywhere, also in Western Balkans, not only close to the border with Ukraine. We are spending a lot of money, but we are ready for doing more. We are ready for doing more, for spending more. But we need to look also at Italian engagement. When we talk on money, of course, we are ready for doing more, but please look at the Italian engagement everywhere, because the Italian engagement is very, very, very important. There are, as I said, a lot of soldiers, not only close to the border with Ukraine, but also in the Western Balkans, also in Africa. Pay attention at Africa, Middle East, because the security is the only one security. We want to protect Europe, we want to protect Ukraine, but we need to protect, in the same time, the Mediterranean region, because Wagner is working hard in sub-Saharan region, and there are Wagner soldiers, but also Daesh close to the Wagner soldiers. There is Boko Haram. There are a lot of problems. Horn of Africa is a very dangerous situation. Middle East is a dangerous situation. Iran, nuclear. We need to look at this. The security is not only, security is everywhere. For NATO, it's important to work also in Indo-Pacific region. We need to look at Indo-Pacific region. My idea, the idea of Italy, the strategy of Italian foreign policy is to work more with India. India is very, very, very important for a good, positive, with more security Indo-Pacific strategy.
So India versus China. Is India the preferred partner?
China is a counterpart. China is not a democracy. We need to talk with China, of course. It's possible to explore more the Chinese market, but we need a level playing field. The competition is the competition. We want a competition without dumping, social dumping, environmental dumping. There are a lot of children working in China.
Do you believe that NATO and its allies are doing enough to combat the problem of China?
We need to be more present in the Pacific region. On Taiwan, we want the status quo. Our policy is one China policy, of course, but as I said, level playing field is very clear position. We want a level playing field. To be part of the public procurement in China is difficult for an Italian or European company. For the Chinese, it's easier in Europe or in Italy. This is the level playing field. We want to talk with China. It's okay. Also, the trip of Mrs. Yellen to Beijing is a positive. The dialogue is very important.
Do you think that China should be brokering a peace between Russia and Ukraine?
I think
as has been suggested by Beijing?
China is very important. If China decides to push in the right direction, we will achieve good results. The peace project of China is not good because we don't have a clear position on the Russian army. If we want to achieve an agreement on peace, we need to have Russian army out of Russia. We need to push out the Russian army. This is the only one solution if you want. For this China, there are, for me, good points, but the key point is no mention of the withdrawal of Russian army.
Walk me through this one. We talked a little bit about military spending, and I understand that your government does not anticipate heeding that 2% target until 2028. But given the fact that throughout this morning we've been talking about as the Secretary General calls it, a war of attrition, one that he sees no sign of ending, does it not then make sense that it would be a good idea for Italy to accelerate that timeline to getting to 2%? Would your government be open to doing that?
But as I said,
because your economy is doing a lot better than it has been.
The economy now is going up, but unfortunately, in Italy and Europe, there is an inflection, but not an internal inflection. It's coming from abroad. We are living a difficult moment. The economy is going up, but the inflection is stopping this growth. For this, we need to be prudent. Of course, we are strongly engaged in NATO. We are ready for doing more. But please, we need to look at Italian engagement, because to have a lot of Italian soldiers everywhere, this is not easy. We pay a lot of money. There are, for example, the Italian Navy, the Italian Guardia di Finanza, the Italian Coast Guard, strongly involved in the Mediterranean Sea. This is an action in favor of security. For example, there are a lot of Guardia di Finanza soldiers in Albania, working against drug traffickers, human traffickers. This is a military engagement or not? For us, it's a military engagement because they are working for the security. The first idea is a police action, but really it's a military action because it is in favor of security. Because if we want to stop the human traffickers, the drug traffickers, the weapons traffickers, this is for our security, for security of the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean Sea, we need the Mediterranean Sea as a market, a free market, without Russian invasion. Why we are supporting Tunisia in this difficult moment? Why we want to achieve an agreement in Libya? Because we want to push out the Russians and to have a good link between us and North African countries. Of course, Morocco and Jordan are very good friends of us. Also, Egypt is a good friend of us. But we need to do more because the danger is Russia is, as a condor, ready for...
Well, frankly, I mean, you're at the front lines of NATO's southern defense, and you say we're in danger as an alliance of not doing enough to combat those threats. What do you see, though, is the greatest danger? Is it the migrant flows?
It's a cocktail of dangers. Migrants, terrorism, climate change, health problems, poverty. For this, we need a strong European engagement in Africa. I think the Marshall Plan, European Marshall Plan, in favor of growth. Because, as you know, the farmers leaving agriculture because climate change, they are the new soldiers of Al-Qaeda or Daesh. This is the danger. For this, we need to look at the Mediterranean Sea, looking at the security.
Yeah.
Also, the climate change is a problem because the desert is eating agriculture. In Niger, for example, Niger is a good country. They want to stay with us. But there are problems also in Horn of Africa. Terrorism, piracy, everything is a problem for our security. NATO is a political organization, not only an organization for defense. Oh. Before there is the political decision, then the defense. For this, we need to study a strategy, European and NATO together, also with the Americans, of course, with the United, for Italy. The two most important points of our policy is transatlantic relations and the European Union. For this is clear, the American engagement for us is very, very important to work with the Americans for strengthening the security in the Mediterranean Sea. But the Mediterranean Sea is part of our strategy for security. Of course, Ukraine, Middle East too, Iran also on nuclear.
Your government's been very positive in the sense of bringing Ukraine or fast-tracking Ukraine into the NATO alliance. But we've seen hesitancy. We see it from U.S. President Joe Biden. Do you believe that's a mistake?
But I think it's important to protect Ukraine, to strengthen Ukraine. But I believe the American position is a good position. We need to work step by step. The first step for having Ukraine part of NATO after the end of the war is NATO-Ukraine Council. Is a political council, military also council, for working together, not only on Ukraine, but talking with the Ukrainians on our security in the world. This is an involvement, Ukrainian involvement, very important, is a very important step. And then after the end of this war, there is another important step for having Ukraine inside NATO. This is, for me, is a good message to Ukraine. We believe in Ukraine. We want to strengthen Ukraine. We are ready for doing more for the defense, not only for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Our engagement is not only a military engagement, it's a political engagement, because Ukraine will be part of the European Union. Ukraine will be part of our internal market. For this is crucial for us to work for the construction. I organized with the Italian government a big event in Rome with 1,000 companies, Italians and Ukrainians, for paving the way for the first reconstruction. Starting today, reconstruction is crucial for sending a strong message by NATO, Europe, by us to Ukraine. For this, we believe in Ukraine. They are our best friends. We are working hard at European level, at the national level with Ukraine. The position of Italy is very clear. I think in Europe, Italy is a key point in defense of Ukraine because we are engaged, because we are defending our values.
So you don't believe the American position is that they're slow-rolling NATO membership for Ukraine? You think that timeline and the hesitancy that we're seeing coming from the White House is okay?
There is a good result today. Sweden is part of NATO. For this, I want to thank Turkey because they decided to vote in favor. This is important message. Europe,
but they got F-16s.
Yes, but but I think we want to.
They got a take-home gift.
Yes, I think it's important to work step by step. I am pragmatic, and I want to be optimistic. This to have Finland and Sweden today in NATO, not as guests today in Vilnius, but as part of our political and military organization, also with the agreement of Ankara. This is a political point, very, very important. After a long debate on this, finally the conclusion has been very, very, very positive. Then we need to move on, all together for the security, but security is a strong instrument for living in peace. We want to live in peace, but as the Roman Empire said, si vis pacem para bellum, we need to have a strong defense if we want to protect peace. Our goal is peace. We are not engaged against Russia. This is very clear. We are engaged in defense of Ukraine, in defense of the international rules, in defense of democracy. Because at this moment the problem is between democracies and the different regimes in the world. We are part of democracy. We are part of freedom. This is a point very important. Values is very, very important. It's not an engagement for power. It's an engagement in defense of our values.
Two questions on that one. Would your government then be open to extending military authorization for weapons to Ukraine beyond 2023? Do you believe that that's going to happen? Because as of right now, that stops at the end of the year.
We are ready for doing what we need to do. We are supporting in every sector Ukraine. Of course, our weapons are weapons for the defense of Ukraine, because I underline another time, we are not anywhere against Russia. We are engaged in defense of Ukraine. We want to push out the Russians, but our engagement is not against Russia. Our weapons are for the defense of the freedom of Ukraine. It's completely different.
I noticed that you're hesitant to call out Russia in terms of, you call them other forms of government. You hesitate to call them a dictatorship. The West and NATO's response to this conflict has raised a lot of eyebrows beyond the West, and I'm talking about in the Middle East, where you have other forms of government. Should they be worried about the West's attitude? Because they are.
Yes, the situation in the West, I think, is positive. We are working in defense of the freedom. But we need to do more, probably. We need to talk more among us. We need to, for example, to do more in the Western Balkans. Italy is strongly engaged in this region because without a strong European but also NATO engagement in this region, we will lose many important countries because Russia and other non-European countries want to be present and to put the umbrella for the protection of these countries in the Western Balkans. Our engagement is to talk and to work for peace, for example, between Serbia and Kosovo. The Italian soldiers are in the middle between Serbians and Kosovo, working for peace. Also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are strongly engaged for peace. There are the Italian soldiers in Republika Srpska working for peace. Also Albania is very important, Montenegro, North Macedonia. I will organize in Italy before the end of this month a very important meeting between Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria and Italy for talking on growth, on transport, for building the new European corridor from Europe to the Western Balkans. This is, I think, an important engagement. We need to invest. We need to be present. We need to do business with these countries. For this, to lose Serbia and other countries should be a big mistake. It's important to have these countries with us and not against us under Russian control. This is very, very important. For this, we need to work hard in this region, as we need to work hard in Africa. But the strategy is the same. The border, more or less, is the same. We start from here, and we go through Ukraine to the Western Balkans to the Mediterranean region. Also in the Pacific, so through Suez, there is the Pacific Ocean. This is very in the Indian Ocean. This is very, very important to be present also in this region. For this, I underline the importance of India. India is crucial. We need to strengthen the cooperation between us and India because India is the most important democracy in this region. And then there are a lot of Indian people. This is very, very important.
Foreign Minister, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Our next session is about to start, and I'm very happy to say we're joined by Wendy Gilmore, who is the Assistant Secretary General for Defence Investment at NATO. We're also joined by Paul Johnson, who's Sweden's Defence Minister, Antti Häkkinen, who is Finland's Defence Minister, and last but not least, Boris Pistorius, who is the German Defence Minister. And Mr. Johnson, you probably guessed that I was going to ask you this question first. How are you feeling this morning?
I feel very glad, I can assure you. No,
Why is that?
No, but very grateful for Secretary General's hard work on this issue. Very grateful also to Turkey's hard work on this. And I think the message that came out yesterday was good for Sweden, and it was good for NATO. I think it gives a strong message to the whole Vilnius summit about the importance of cohesion and unity at a crucial time for Euro-Atlantic security. So we stand ready as soon as possible to join NATO as full-fledged members of the alliance. In addition, I think it's also very helpful for the Swedish-Finnish cooperation as well, that we will have the same kind of security arrangement, and we can all be based on NATO's common defense planning.
And can I ask, of course, being a reporter, I want to know, when you say as soon as possible, what does that mean? Do you have a date that you would like?
I think that's for our Turkish friends to decide. As far as I understand, there will be consultations this coming week and so forth, but we have respect. Of course, this is a sovereign matter for Turkey to make that process, a parliamentary process.
But the NATO, obviously, the NATO flag is already waiting for you to put that flag in there.
We'll have to wave it as soon as possible. I think it's very good also for NATO's regional plans that we can be fully integrated into those as well. I think that's good for the deterrence and defense agenda.
And Mr. Häkkinen, you went through that process too. Obviously, you started together at one point, it got separated, and now it seems that you are reunited. What does it mean for you?
Well, this is a big historical day, and steps from the Swedish side towards the membership. I think Sweden joining NATO will fulfill the Finland's NATO membership also. Like our president has said, it will intensify the security in Nordic countries and in whole NATO. That's a higher stake. What comes to the future steps, I think the Nordic cooperation will go deepen, and also the regional defense planning and all these things are going smoothly onwards. That's why this is a big day.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. And Mr. Pistorius, just briefly on the news, and then I promise we'll go back to the topic of our panel. Today you announced a mega package again for Ukraine. Why did you want to do this today? What's the message? What's behind it?
Well, I think going to friends, it's always a good sign to take some presents along. And therefore it was on short time made decision of the German government to make that package again, about almost 700 million euros, which means Marder's and Leopards and ammunition and Patriots and so on. So it's another really huge package altogether. We will have spent until the next, until 27, more than 17 billion euros. So we are proceeding because we are convinced that it is necessary and the only right way to support Ukraine as long as it takes.
And some say you're the Leopard band. I remember when you went on the tank and you were there when the first ones were sent. So there's more coming. That's basically what you say.
Yes.
And Wendy, of course, thank you for joining us. From the NATO perspective, and this is a question for all of you. When I say 2% defense spending, what does that mean? But also, what's behind the number?
So we're really encouraged today by, I think, the conversation that our leaders will have about renewing what are the 3 C's in the NATO context. The amount of cash, which is the 2% of gross national product, which will be established as the floor of our level of ambition, the contributions that NATO members make to the commitment that NATO members make to NATO operations, and frankly, the capabilities that cash will buy, which is now established as 20% of the overall amount spent on defense. And these 3 elements together are really important as we renew the deterrence and defense agenda, which is crucial. And we're also really looking forward today to their leaders considering a defense production action plan, which is all about the action of how it is that we're going to work together as an alliance to address the capabilities that are needed and to get those capabilities into service as commitments.
And that's a crucial point too, the production, but also even replenish the stocks here, because the war is very active, but you also need to have a strong army yourselves. So in terms of that 2%, what does it mean for you, gentlemen? Mr. Johnson, everyone start with you.
As Wendy said, this is a floor, but not the ceiling. Sweden is going up.
What's the ceiling for you?
Well, as high as it takes. But what we said is in order to
You're getting a lot of applause from
making Europe secure. I mean, if we don't get it now, this is the worst time in European security since the end of the Second World War, whenever we're going to be doing the defense investment. So by next year, Sweden is going to increase defense expenditures 1 year about 2 billion. So we're going to go up to 2.1% of GDP. And then we have a trajectory up to 2.2, 2.3, in line with the principle, to be significantly over 2%. I think it's absolutely necessary in order to make the credible investments that you need for the defense and deterrence agenda.
And for you, Mr. Häkkinen, what's the 2%, and what do you feed into it behind it? Because it's not just a number. There's also an idea behind it. There's a system, perhaps some models. We talk about the European defense industry, how to build more, produce more. What's behind it for you?
I think the big philosophy is here that Europe is taking much more at their own higher responsibility of their own security matters, and that's why we have to invest more in security and do it fast. But we have to do it properly with quality, and that's the challenge now. And in Finland, we are now investing a lot more in defense. It's over 2% now, 2.3, and of course we have this conscription system, which is still quite cheap and effective, and that is also taken into account. And in future years, we are investing much more. But we are still looking quite strictly that the quality is the matter, not the spending only. And that's why we have to have the quality which brings the capabilities. You have to use the euros wisely.
And value for money. And Mr. Pistorius, Germany, the 2%, at times complicated. When I say 2%, what does it mean for you now?
2%.
The 2% defense spending.
2%. It means 2%.
It means 2%?
Well, I come from Lower Saxony, which is a quite flat region in the northern part of Germany. And people in Lower Saxony are said to be very firmly and strongly standing on the ground, on the base. So I rather prefer to say we are standing on a firm base of 2%, everybody of us. And then we have to try to reach any ceiling we don't even see. I don't believe that we should, to say it the other way around, I would rather prefer not to talk too much about a ceiling. We should talk about the base, a really strongly committed base, because that is a serious problem. We have to be honest. In Germany, 2% pledge would mean at the moment more than 75 billion euros. In fact, actually, I have a budget of 52. So together with a special fund I got about 100 billion euros last year, I will be able during the last years to reach a 2% pledge by spending that 100 billion special fund. No problem about that. But the years afterwards, we have to reflect and to think about how are we going to achieve the money of 20 billion. We have to be honest about that. Therefore, I really don't want to talk about 3% or 4%, because we have to tell the people in Germany, in Sweden, in Finland, in France, and everywhere else, what is the price of security? What is the price of what we are doing here? What is the price of deterrence and defense? Because 30 years, for decades, we were not used to spend money for deterrence and defense because we thought there is no enemy outside any longer. So now it's necessary to do that again, and it's not a process of just a couple of weeks or months to explain that to the people. It is a totally change of the mindset.
It's a shift in the public opinion, and no need for a follow-up question because I could see you both nodding. Do you want to add any extra comments on this?
I think it's not, and I agree completely, it's not so much talking about a ceiling, it's talking about spending what we need to spend in order to assure ourselves of the deterrence and defense of the whole Euro-Atlantic area. And one of the things that this leaders will do today in Vilnius is consider a new family of plans that NATO is putting together to deliver what it is that's needed. And that family of plans has commitments attached to it. It has capability targets. And again, one of the things that we need to do, bringing it to the subject of this this particular panel is figure out what is the defense industrial base in the Euro-Atlantic area that we need to deliver to those plans, and then to make sure that we have our industry partners and our government partners working together to do that. And if I can just, one more little thing now, is that one of the ways we do that is by helping, as NATO, helping nations work together to spend the money as wisely as possible. And we do that through understanding the defense industrial base. We do that through applying NATO standards so that we are interoperable with one another. Yeah. And we do that by working together, by aggregating demand and making sure that we have the economies of scale and the efficiency so that we're getting best value for our taxpayers.
And Mr. Johnson, do you want to add on that?
Well, I think the mood has fundamentally changed, just as Boris said. You know, the power of example of a war going on, and I used to say that security is a bit like air. When you have it, you don't really miss it, but when it disappears, there's nothing is as important as getting back like that. So I feel there's a completely different mood. People are willing to invest, and we're gonna have to invest because many of us are starting from a low level of underspending for decades. So it's gonna take time. Now, money is going to be good, but it's not going to be enough. What we have to do is to build capabilities, and that takes a little bit of time. It demands interoperability, it means training, it means stocking up on our warehouses and so forth. Just last point, which I think is very important also, what Wendy was talking about, our defense industrial base, and a strong defense industrial base is actually part of credible deterrence. I mean, that's a lesson learned from the war in Ukraine. This is a war of warehouses. You have to have an industrial base, not just for peacetime situation, but you have to be able to ramp up production now when we have a large-scale war going on in Europe. And that has been quite challenging. I spent a lot of time with industry myself doing this, and that's why I'm happy also that NATO is launching an initiative on it, and we've been working during the Swedish EU presidency with this, something called ASAP and EDIRPA as well. And I think this is something where I would like to see EU and NATO working very closely together as well.
And you mentioned the industry. I work for Bloomberg, so we talk to a lot of CEOs, and one of the things they say is, we can do it, we can get to work, but we want to have visibility and we want to have long-term contracts, and this is not a story of 1 or 2 years. Is that an area where you're willing to go? You're willing to say, yes, we're ready to sign 10-year contracts. We're ready to do it now. Have a relationship with those CEOs, because they still say that they don't have that clarity.
Well, they should be able to have it because they know it. Well, they don't have, of course, all the contracts they would love to have, but they know there is a security that we will spend the money because we are obliged, that we are forced to spend the money. There is no alternative for us to do that. So they can, of course, increase the capacities of production. And they could have done that already a couple of months ago. But anyway, now they get the contracts they need. And of course, you are right, we need contracts of framework contracts of 5, 10, 15 years. And there we are again at the 2% pledge. We can only give that security, that planning security for the companies of the defense industry, if we have the 2% pledge, if we have a budget which is reliable for the next decade. Otherwise, we are not able to make contracts, framework contracts, for example, for ammunition, for aircraft, for tanks, or whatever else. And by the way, another very important point is not only the capacity of production, it's also what you mentioned, the interoperability, the interchangeability. What we learn now is quite unbelievable, at least for me, being in office only for a couple of months. But I learned we have at least like 120 different kinds of 155 ammunition, which is quite ridiculous.
Is that something that you say that is useless? We have to just look at what we have and become more compatible between us. Absolutely. It's a waste of money when we can't use what we have, essentially.
Exactly.
So you say it's not so much maybe the contracts, but it's actually get better contracts that apply to both.
It's both. It's a matter of contracts, of course, but the contracts has to have, or needs, a base, which means reliable budgets for the next years. Otherwise, we are not able to close the contracts.
Mm-hmm. You want to? You both.
Yeah, just a couple of notes. We are doing in Finland kind of long perspective defense planning earlier, before NATO, and now at the NATO time, and it's at about 10 year, 15 years planning what kind of capabilities we need and where we are going to get those, and the procurement processes are just about 7 years, 10 years. And this is the problem now. If you're lifting or ramping up your defense now, it will take several years, or either it will be very expensive, or even though you have the money, you don't get the equipment now. And that's why we have to do the right decisions now, fast, but the results are coming afterwards.
Yes.
And like Boris said, it's highly important to message this to the people. We are living in democracies. The people, why we are changing this European mode of our own security now. It is changing now. Long perspective, but decisive conclusions now. And cooperation between the European Union is highly important. And of course, there's 3 layers that the national decisions, everyone needs security of supply. For example, in Finland, we live kind of back there at the Baltic Sea, and we have, of course, the Nordic land road, but that's why the security of supply in military things is the highly important thing for us. It's crucial. We have to live in a crisis, and that's why we have to have an industrial base at the Nordic countries. But the cooperation in EU, NATO, that there's a smooth cooperation, that's the key point.
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, one of the critical elements, first of all, as a member of the armaments community, it's music to my ears to hear 3 very influential defense ministers saying we have to spend more time thinking about procurement and making it faster and making it more conscious decisions that prioritize capability and prioritize, frankly, at this point, schedule, in that we need those capabilities delivered quickly. The other piece that is so terribly important is making sure that we are planning these procurements from a perspective that is agile, that, you know, it's not we're buying one platform and we're going to keep it for the next 40 years, but we've got to buy these platforms consciously, collectively as NATO allies, working from the family of plans, so we know where we're working together. The nations that are working together should be sitting together and thinking about what are the capabilities we need to field, but also making sure that we can continue to update these capabilities over time, because the innovation agenda is so important. And that's, frankly, why doing things multinationally, why the European Sky Shield initiative is so terribly important. For the Nordic countries to work together as Nordevco, you know that you will be working together in the family of plans, so fielding these capabilities is just crucial.
And how does the EU, I wonder, feed into this? Because obviously you talked about we need to know what we're doing. NATO is obviously a perfect way to handle this, but obviously at an EU level, you meet very regularly all the time, and we talk about also that aspect of this. I'm not saying you have to go in separate lanes where this is a contradiction or one competes with the other, but is there a European-specific element that would have to feed into NATO for this to work?
Well, the EU is a different body because it has supranational structure. It has a commission to start off. So the EU had 2 things which is different from NATO. One thing is, of course, more of a regulatory power. You know, we have defense procurement directives, things like that are not established. The other one is a matter of funding, of course, with the EDF and the European Defence Fund and the Commission and so forth. But what I think we really need to ensure is also, I don't want to come in a situation where a single European market with a single supplier. What I think Europe has always been based on diversity and competition in order to have excellence. As a consumer, I still want to have alternatives to push the prices, to make the defense industry raise to the challenge as well. So this is a balance. But in the trajectory we're moving, of course, we need to have more consolidation and more cooperation, more common acquisition across country. The last point also then on, once again, the lesson learned from the war in Ukraine. I was in Ukraine 4 weeks ago, and what we're doing in Europe right now is really exporting our fragmented industrial base to Ukraine. Ukraine now has 600 different types of weapon systems to maintain, and that, you know, that's hard work if to do logistics and training on different kind of platforms and systems. And we might be able to have CV-90s and Bradleys and various force of tanks, but it's at least the minimum that we can have some kind of common standards when it comes to communication, interoperability, security of supply, that we can use the same kind of ammunition. And that's why I think NATO's work on standardization, but also requirements of demands in early phases are extremely important as well.
The reason why I mentioned the EU and maybe the European aspect of this is that we know there's some European countries, however, that do say we still buy a lot that is made in America. But perhaps to make this fair, we should have the French defense minister here, and she's obviously not here. So let's go back into our point of debate. I wonder, Wendy, for you, and maybe also for the three of you, if you assume this is a war that may be long-lasting, that is going to require this constant, non-stop of weapons for Ukraine to be able to defend itself. At the same time, you have to prepare what you say will be the army of the future also for NATO. How concerned are you? I mean, is there a point where you say it could get to a point where we have to decide and we're not ready yet to do both?
I honestly think that we are all capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time.
Both?
If I could use that expression. We have three main tasks in front of us. We, as all of the nations of the alliance and outside of the alliance, are helping Ukraine to win its war, to address the illegal and unprovoked invasion of its sovereign territory. At the same time, as we are assisting Ukraine, we have to replenish our own stockpiles and make sure that we continue to have what is a credible deterrence and defense for our own areas. And at the third time, we need to make sure that we are planning for our military capabilities that are agile, that are integrating innovation into the overall mix. And that's absolutely doable. And it's doable.
Is it all of it doable? Or is there an element of wishful thinking? Ultimately, there's a lot of pressure.
I think there are really intelligent planners at the NATO level. There are very capable planners at each of our national levels. I think we're working within the supranational bloc, which is the European Union, which is the North American defense industrial base. We buy from Canada, not just the United States. But we also buy from outside of the Euro-Atlantic area. So we are working very closely with trusted partners to make sure that we have industrial base that is fit for purpose. It's possible. It just means, frankly, prioritizing certain choices, making difficult public choices that my colleagues here on the panel have to deal with each and every day.
The public opinion shift in the Nordics has been enormous, but I wonder, Mr. Pistorius, how do you see it in Germany? Has the German psyche changed in the past year? How do you view it?
Much faster than I ever could expect. Much faster. If you had told me 2 years ago that a German government with a social democratic chancellor would give permission to deliver weapons in a huge amount to a country involved in a war, I would never believe that. Nobody would have believed that. Impossible, unimaginable. And now we are doing it, and nobody is not true, but the majority does not complain in any way. They still support. They are, well, many of them would rather prefer to spend more money for other purposes, like I would do. But still, they see the necessity, they see the urge, and they see the support we have to achieve to Ukraine, and they see that we have to rediscover deterrence and defense, which at least a third of our population never heard before because they were born after 1989.
And can I ask you, before I put questions to the floor, just out of personal curiosity, and we talked about this at the Munich Security Conference, the two of us, the Russian almost Kremlin propaganda machine has a fixation with you. And they say, here's the worst German defense minister. And yet, when you look at the German public opinion, you're one of the most liked. But here's the thing, if they say you're terrible, but the Germans say you're one of the most liked politicians in Germany, is that the best compliment we could give you?
Well, when I started in this job in the 19th of February, I never planned to become the most beloved minister in Germany. I didn't either plan to become the most hated man in Russia. So this is not what I came in office for. I came in office for to organize a Zeitenwende and to rebuild the Bundeswehr and to do what is to do. And which is, it's nice to be the most beloved, and it's not so nice to be the most hated in Russia. But anyway, some of those guys offered me the lips of elk some weeks ago to eat because as a punishment. Well, I never tried it, and I won't try it.
Well, on that note, we have questions from the audience, many, in fact. If we could have a microphone, and then if you could stand up and introduce yourself, that would be great. And address the question to the person that you prefer.
Olena Halushka, International Center for Ukrainian Victory. This panel was dedicated to speaking about investing in defense and security, and I would like to twist the topic a little bit and ask about the security of investment, because international partners are very interested and speak a lot about the reconstruction, recovery of Ukraine. We've seen a lot of conferences, with one held in Berlin in October by the Chancellor Scholz, but the elephant in the room remains how to basically convince those private investors to go and put their money into Ukrainian economy if they do not have the guarantee about the sustainable and not a temporary peace. And inviting Ukraine into NATO would basically send the best signal to Germany and to all of the other Western companies, businesses, to get prepared and to be ready to invest in the reconstruction and recovery. And I have the question to Minister Pistorius. Will Germany today send the signal to their businesses by making the decision on the invitation of Ukraine into NATO?
Well, the easiest answer would be, please ask my Chancellor. Because they negotiate that at the moment, or had been negotiating during the weekend. Well, I think it is not really, to be honest, a matter of concrete and like that expressed invitation, because everybody already said and emphasized several times during the last 1.5 years, the future of Ukraine is in NATO. There is no doubt about it. It's only it's only a matter of an issue of the way to go there, and not the time to go there, the way to go there. There are certain preconditions to be refilled. There are certain circumstances we need to make that step. And of course, I'm, at least from my point of view, I'm convinced this track for Ukraine might be faster than for others, but still there is a track. So the future of Ukraine is in NATO, there is no doubt about it.
But Mr. Pistorius, she makes a very good point, because some could suggest this mega package on Ukraine, aid for Ukraine today, has been presented today because this formal invitation may not come, and this is a way of saying, okay, the invitation formally is not ready yet, but you also have this. Is there a connection, or there isn't?
I didn't understand the question.
So some say this mega package that Germany has announced today, it's a way of saying maybe you don't get the formal invitation, but you do walk away from the summit with a huge package. Is there a connection?
No, there's no connection.
Okay.
The one point has nothing to do with the other. Okay. One point is to support Ukraine as long as it takes and with whatever it is necessary. Because this is our task, our responsibility, our way of solidarity and our understanding or what the free world has to do regarding autocrats like and criminals like Putin. So this is one point. And the other point is, we just had the discussions about Sweden with some members of NATO. And we have to convince every member of the NATO at the point when the decision has to be made. And I'm quite sure the way or the track of the time which will pass is very short until Ukraine will be member of NATO, but it has to take that time. And of course you're right, all enterprises, all companies in the world, all private investors will only start to invest after the war, not during a ceasefire or whatever else. They will start investing when the war is over and they can rely on peace. And relying on peace means clear front, clear borders, means strength of Ukraine in military and other regards, and it means, of course, being embedded in an alliance. And of course, it will come. But it is not a matter to invite, to make an invitation today. That would nothing change for Ukraine, from my point of view.
Thank you for clarifying that on the package, but that was important to just precise the timing and the content. Assistant Secretary General, do you want to, before we move to questions?
Very quickly, I mean, I think one of the things we are learning right now from Ukraine is how our industries can adapt to be more innovative, how we can bring new innovations into service much more quickly. And that's something that the private investment and public investment communities need to understand as well. Ukrainian industry is stepping up in a way to address exactly what we have given them, all of these orphan capabilities. How do they support them? How do they sustain them? And so that's innovation which is driving interest, and it's frankly helping us to learn better as well.
I really think we also, because our stocks are not unlimited when it comes to the transfer of bilaterally military equipment, we really need to get our defense industrial base going, working for us, also supporting Ukraine. So the Ukraine has the possibility to procure new defense equipment as well. And we have the European Peace Facility, and we have the International Fund for Ukraine, which I think are helpful, and NATO cap and things like that. And I think one of it is also sorting out the issue of export credit as well, so the Ukrainians are able also to get access to new defense equipment. I think that's absolutely crucial for having a sustainable support for the Ukrainians.
Oh, and obviously they would say they are probably at this point the most combat ready in Europe. Do you want to go ahead?
Sergei Sidorenko, European Pravda, Ukraine. I'd like to reflect what Minister Pistorius said, that not everyone is happy with huge investments that allies have to do in their military capacities, which is quite obvious. How do you see is there a real possibility that due to that, pressure of some part of the society, Germany and maybe other allies would see that they have to decrease their military spending and spendings to Ukraine? And if you see that this possibility is there, what can we do in Ukraine, and what can other allies do to prevent that? Thank you.
Well, I would rather suggest to make a special panel for that question, because it's a very complex question. Of course, we have parts of our society in Germany, and I'm sure in Sweden or in Finland or in France or in Great Britain too, which are not happy with that. For example, the far right-wing parties in France and in Germany, they oppose against it every day. They say Russia is not guilty and Ukraine is not to be supported by us. It's not other war, or like Twitter memes, we are not in war against Russia, or whatever else. It's going on, of course, but it's not yet a majority, and I don't see it getting a majority. But I cannot swear it, because the longer it takes, the more dangerous the public opinion might be, because in the same moment we approach to elections, it's getting even more difficult and more difficult to make the
stamina.
Yes, that's very, very, very problematic for us. For example, in Germany, in the eastern part of Germany, the far right-wing party AfD is now in the polls more than 25% or even 30%. It's the strongest party in the eastern countries of Germany. And they are against the war. So what we have to do, what we have to achieve, is that the democratic parties in Germany do stand with Ukraine and commit with Ukraine and with the support, which is very important. Expensive too, of course, but not defending freedom and security in Europe by supporting Ukraine would be even more expensive afterwards. So that we have to convince the people about, and that is our task as politicians in Germany and other countries.
So let's continue. The ministers do have to leave, so I will ask you two very quick questions, and then they will have to go to their meetings, respectively. So go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you. Charlie Salonius, Pasternak, Finnish Institute of International Affairs. I actually would like to challenge the ministers about the industry having gotten demand signals. I mean, political ones, yes, but not signed contracts. Finland has increased its production of 155mm shells. The actual amounts are secret, but let's just say unless God gives us more hours in the day, there really aren't going to be too many more from those factories. Why was this possible? Because the Finnish government made a multi-year commitment and signed contracts to this. So I'd like to challenge the three ministers. When you go back, you clearly understand the need for long-term contracts. What are you going to tell your governments and parliaments that they invest and commit to the future over many government periods, so industry can actually build the capacity? Thank you.
So hold that question there, and we will take the final, and hopefully we can bundle and answer all the questions at the same time.
Thank you very much. Alexei Goncharenko, member of Ukrainian Parliament representing Odessa. And that's important because my question is about the Black Sea. You are representing Baltic Sea. But there is one more sea which is also very important, which is Black Sea. And we are often saying that Putin failed to achieve his goals in Ukraine. That's true, thanks to Ukrainian resilience and your support. But unfortunately, he achieved some goals in the Black Sea. He stopped commercial navigation in the Black Sea, which is a very bad signal to the whole world. When a tyrant can stop it, tomorrow he will decide to do it in Baltic Sea, somebody else will decide to do it in South Chinese Sea, and we know that the grain deal is expiring next week. So my question is, are you ready as NATO to make a military convoys in order to restore commercial navigations in Ukraine and to save millions of people in the world from starving if Putin will again blackmail with the world with the grain deal? Thank you very much.
So Black Sea and those long-term contracts, which, again, we'll go back to this idea of who's willing to sign this today. You have a minute.
We have
it's a challenge, I know.
Yeah.
Show together.
If you want to. I mean, you're very compatible already, so why not?
Okay, this is about sharing risk. That's what you mean when you, and how do you share risk? Well, the industry wants long-term commitment. We did exactly, Charlie, what you talked about in regard to artillery ammunition just a few weeks ago. We announced a big package, but that also means that we're going to challenge competition sometimes, because it means that we're going to direct our procurement to a specific company. But they need to know for the long haul, it's a strategic interest for Sweden to have production and manufacturing of, for example, artillery ammunition in Sweden, in Finland, or in Norway, for example. So I think that's also a case where we work on security supply on a Nordic basis. But it means sharing risk, and it means also that you have to direct your procurement process vis-a-vis specific companies.
We have done those long-term deals, and we are now planning to do much more of those long-term plans. And I think the mode of our governments has to be towards the citizens that this new age of security needs much more spending to defense, and that is taken off from somewhere else, from your wallet or from some other services. And like in Nordic welfare countries, we have a lot of to spend in everywhere. And that's why this is a huge political dilemma, that we have to change the attitude in the elections and everywhere.
Well, to make it brief, what you asked about the grain transports or whatever else, it is not a question which NATO has to answer. It's not a task of NATO. Mm-hmm. It's a task of nations, or even United Nations, by troops gathered by or achieved by member states of United Nations, but not of NATO. Second question, I don't consider your question as a challenging one, because in Germany we really speeded up during the last month. Last week we gave to the committee in the parliament more than 20, Vorlagen, drafts for procurement, which is much more than they got before during 10 months. So we are really speeding up for ammunition of different kinds. We made a contract for helicopters with the government deal with the United States. We made for ships for our Navy, and of course for Leopard tanks, a framework contract with other nations in Europe. So we are really speeding up, so we don't need any more contracts, well, maybe some, but not so much anymore, because that's what you said, Paul, is quite very important. We can't do contracts for 20 years, and the company who gets this contract can print its money on its own by this contract. So we have always to obey the rules for preparing procurements and to make contracts.
Well, that was very German efficiency. You got 2 answers in a minute. Well done. Thank you, sir. Any final thoughts?
I try my very best.
I'll be very brief. I have 2 sort of concluding thoughts. The one is, you have seen very clearly we have commitment from the NATO alliance, from these 3 great nations. The fact that Sweden will be soon amongst us is really important. The defense industrial base across the transatlantic area is a strategic resource, just as all of our military commitments. And so that's one of the things our leaders will be looking at today, is to really send a strong signal that it's not just governments who invest, there is private investment and others into that defense industrial base as one of the assets that we have to ensure that our deterrence and defense is effective.
Well, we could have gone on for 2 more hours, but I know you have an important meeting and you have to go to, obviously, your different delegations, so we appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Round of applause, and also a round of applause for the audience. Thank you very much.
Pasakyk kada. Many thanks to the panelists and the moderator of the latter for the amplification of the defense investment topic. This was a very timely discussion, very much in sync with the current agenda of the NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania. And now we are going to have yet another important part of our program, and that is lunch break. So we will be back here in this room at 14:45 Lithuania time. Enjoy your lunch and use this opportunity to share your impressions.
Good news is that 2014, when the first discussion was on the defence investment pledge, the decision in Wales then was we're going to move towards 2%, yes, and then 20% of the defence budget invested in capabilities, and no more lower budgets in absolute terms. And I think that has been a success in a way that NATO has seen a huge increase in the defence budgets across the board. Some are moving faster than others. And I think part of the discussion here in Vilnius will be, what is the new defence investment pledge? Is 2% the ceiling or is it the floor? And I think we are moving towards 2% as a floor, and that then helps us to actually have the money available for all these investments that are necessary. So I think the decision that will be taken in the coming days are very important again, because they basically assure that there is sufficient money to do the things that are necessary. But we cannot do it alone, because there's another factor that is very important, and that is the defense production capacity. So the defense industries in, let's say, Europe and North America. And we've seen, again, with a war, as we saw with the pandemic, that just in time, just enough, which has been driving our economies for decades, is actually too late and not enough. And therefore, we need to ramp up the production capacity, but it is it's a private sector. So we need to talk to financiers. We need to convince people to really invest more in defense industry, so that the armed forces get the capabilities faster when they order them. And I think that is parallel to all the things we do in NATO. We need to work on that as well.
Absolutely. We obviously heard massive news yesterday that Turkey's President Erdogan would be ready to ratify Sweden's accession into NATO. I'm interested on your perspective of what Sweden will add to to NATO's collective security.
Well, the good news for all of us is that with the accession of Finland and Sweden, of course, we have more territory to defend, which is a concern, might be a concern to some. But the good news is they bring very capable forces to help us and to help themselves and to help us as a collective. So I think we are in a very good position with those two nations, because they have very modern armed forces, because they were working with us already for a long time. So the integration in military terms in our armed force, in the structures, in the military structures, is going to be very easy, as we now see with Finland already.
Yes.
And militarily, there's another advantage, and that is that the defense of the Baltic region will become easier for NATO. Because basically, so the vulnerability for nations like the Baltic states and Poland is going down because of Finland and Sweden to their north and northeast. So I think in many ways it is good news. It is contrary to what Putin wanted. He wanted less NATO. He gets more NATO.
Yeah.
He wanted a less united NATO. He has a more united NATO. So in many ways he made a strategic mistake, not with terrible consequences for Ukraine. But I think in terms of our alliance, it has strengthened the alliance in a way that nobody basically foresaw.
Absolutely. Moving away from Europe and Ukraine for the moment, how do you think that NATO should be responding to Russia and China, to a lesser extent, interest in the Arctic?
The Arctic has always been an important area for NATO. But again, with the accession of Finland and Sweden, 7 out of the 8 nations in the Arctic Council are NATO members.
Yes.
So we are better placed, so to say, to respond to threats from the high north. And if climate change increasingly will lead to an opening of the northern route, there's another threat access, so to say, from the north that can be used by Russia in practical terms and theoretically also by China. But that means that we also already have our regional plans focusing on the high north as well.
Yeah.
So we are looking at this. We are making sure together with the nations that are close to the high north that we have the right capabilities, that we have the plans in place to actually do what is necessary to protect us in that region as well.
And finally, how much attention do you think NATO should be paying in the Indo-Pacific as we head into the future?
Yeah, so NATO will remain a regional alliance, it's not likely that nations from the Indo-Pacific will become a member.
Yes.
So that is not what we're talking about. So we're not looking to enlargement to the Far East, as you sometimes even hear. That is not the situation. But what we see with the security problems in the world, security problems are global. So the consequences of what happens in Ukraine is also felt in the Far East, in the Indo-Pacific. And therefore they are helping Ukraine. Yes. They are helping Ukraine as well with financial help, with weapons and non-lethal aid. So it's 50 nations that help Ukraine, not only NATO nations. And so the consequences of instability and insecurity is felt globally. It has almost immediately global consequences. Therefore, we talk to the Asia-Pacific partners, Australia, New Zealand, Japan and South Korea. And they want to talk to us because what happens in Ukraine can happen in their region as well. Yeah. And then they want to have the contact with us. We don't have plans against China, military plans, because China is not seen as a threat, but as a challenge. And we will have to look what it means for our region if China would become more active. But for now, that is not, militarily, that's not the case. But the discussions with the Asia-Pacific nations especially is about how we cooperate in general terms, how we learn from each other, how we can help each other, both on the political and the military levels.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for your time, Admiral.
Okay.
Thank
Pleasure.
You.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the dinner. Please take your seats. Okay, lunch. And we will continue with the NATO Public Forum here in Vilnius, Lithuania. The next session will be with a group of members of parliaments across different countries, and one of them will be speaking French, so please take your interpretation receivers in case you need them. Shashank Joshi, defense editor at The Economist, will introduce the speakers and will lead the conversation. I now invite panelists on stage.
Please take your seats. Thank you very much for joining us in our afternoon slot. Well done for making it from lunch. Well done for staying awake. Congratulations. We have an excellent panel here. I'm Shashank Joshi, defense editor at The Economist. A lot of the issues we've been discussing for the last several hours, whether that's Sweden, Turkey, defense spending, defense investment, deterrence and defense, these are all intimately connected to popular opinion, popular will. We have 4 elected representatives here who can talk about the role of parliaments and also the role of public opinion and public attitudes in their respective countries and how that affects all of the topics we've been addressing. And please let me briefly introduce all of them. We have the Honourable Victoria Chmielita Nielsen, who's the Speaker of the Lithuanian Parliament.
Hi. Pleasure to be here.
The Honourable Joël Gariod-Meylam, French Senator, who's the President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Yeah.
The Honourable Jean Shaheen, US Senator and co-chair of the US Senate NATO Observers Group. And the Honourable Tom Tillis, Senator, who is co-chair of also the co-chair of the US Senate NATO Observers Group. Just to kick us off, Madam Speaker, could you begin very briefly just by giving us a sense of whether or why parliaments matter in all of this? I mean, a lot of these are issues where the executive branch dominates, decisions are taken by defence ministers, prime ministers. What is the role of parliaments? Are they relevant at all here in what we're doing?
I certainly believe so. And, when today we live in the circumstances with the war in Europe, with Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine, it is obviously not just a regional problem. It is not just something that could be limited to 2 countries or, let's say, this area of the world, but it is an attack of the well-established rule-based international order. Among other things, it is also an assault on parliamentary democracy. And given the fact that parliaments are the ones that ultimately vote on defense budget, parliaments are the ones that make decisions on sending the soldiers overboard to other countries, I believe that, the role of parliaments is as important as ever, and definitely it would be a mistake and it would be impossible to understand if we would just stay behind and not engage more actively than ever. So parliamentary dimension has been very important since the war on Ukraine began. And I believe that this parliamentary diplomacy has also served good purposes and should continue to serve that as long as we find ourselves in very extraordinary circumstances, as we definitely do today.
Thanks very much. Senator Gariod-Meylam, could I turn to you, please? And we'd just like to ask you a question about popular perceptions of NATO, you know, particularly in an era in which the European Union has also been assuming more strategic responsibilities, doing more on strategic autonomy. Can you talk a little bit about how you see those differences and how they manifest in your work?
I mean, obviously, first of all, let me say how much I agree with what Victoria has just said. I mean, the parliamentary dimension is so important, and that's what we do at NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We work with all parliaments, parliamentarians for every country to try to reach a consensus, which we have reached in supporting Ukraine, which is very important, and we've been totally unanimous. And in fact, I presented our decisions to the heads of state just a few minutes ago, because that is so important. Regarding NATO and the European Union, obviously there has been a lot of strategic discussions about that issue within Europe, but there is a really growing support for NATO. As you know, in Europe, we have a history. Unfortunately, this is not my case at all. I love the United States. I studied there. I've lived there. And so it's not my case, but there has been sometimes some resentment coming from the leftist parties, especially. But, you know, more and more, everybody recognizes how NATO is important. But we want to develop our European defense, but within the framework of NATO. There's no other possibility now. We need to work within NATO, but we need as well to spend much more on our defense spending. For instance, our Parliamentary Assembly has recommended that we spend 2% of our GDP on budget, and that it should be the minimum, because it's extremely important to make sure that we have enough security for all our territories, all the member states of NATO. And I'm just realizing that as a matter of principle, I always want to speak in French, because French is the second official language of NATO, and I've switched to English, so I really apologize for that. I apologize to the French speakers who may be listening and who will give me a bad time afterwards. So maybe for your next question, I'll switch back to French, if you allow me.
Thank you for indulging us.
But you know, support is growing, you know, to have a short answer to your question.
And can I ask just a quick follow-up to that before I move on, which is, could you just, I worry we're in a room and on a panel where there's a lot of like-minded thinking, and as you said, you're an Atlanticist and you grew up in the US. Could you just identify the risks to that support? What do you think are the major risks going forward?
Obviously, there are risks. We have all over Europe populist movements which are growing, and that's a big worry for us. And I mean, we've seen it recently in France. You must have seen it on the news. There's been a lot of turmoil, and we have to be very careful about that. And we have to explain over and over again what are the challenges for our common security. We've got to show how important that we are united, you know. We are stronger together, that we always say, but it is something which is so important. And I'm sure we'll manage, I'm sure we'll succeed, because there's no other way, and that people will start thinking. But it's true, we have a little network of very strong supporters of Russia. I mean, they are always the same, you know, the same people who were against vaccinations, the same people who are always against everything, and obviously now they support Russia. But I still do feel the majority of the French people and of all the other countries are realizing how important our unity is, because we cannot not support Ukraine, we cannot not support this common defense, and we've got to increase our defense spending. This is extremely important in every one of our countries.
Thank you, and that's a sensible place for me to go to you, Senator Tillis, because there's no denying, looking at the polls, that there is a partisan divide in attitudes to NATO in the US, and there are greater doubts in your party amongst some. not just over favourability of NATO, but also on support for aid to Ukraine. And certainly from a European perspective, there are jitters looking ahead to the coming months and years where we ask how staunch is that support. Can I ask how you assess that picture and whether you can assuage those concerns or nuance them in some way?
Well, first off, we're all one big happy family in the United States. And like all families, we have our differences. But the fact of the matter is, the support for NATO, even a couple of NATO conferences ago, where the narrative was that the United States was moving away from NATO, they thought it was outdated. Jean and I went to a NATO summit, reaffirmed on a bipartisan basis, we have support. And I would not have done that if I didn't think that my Republican colleagues, my supporters back home, supported NATO, supported our investment. I think that the only headwinds that we really face in the United States is the notion of burden sharing and having everyone recognize this is a historic opportunity for us to build capabilities that the Ukraine invasion have obviated. There are areas that NATO needs to invest more in. There are areas that each member country of NATO must invest more in. And if we can come away from this conference and future conferences demonstrating that we understand what those vulnerabilities are, we understand areas of stress that have come over the last 18 months, that I'm completely convinced that we'll continue to have majority support among Republicans and Democrats. Even amongst the parties, we have our concerns. But I believe that they're all manageable in a democratic country like the United States, and I believe that our support for NATO, our support for the Ukraine effort will continue. But make no mistake about it, the single greatest political risk that we have is not having the member nations of NATO satisfy, not only, it's not a number, it suggests a capability, it suggests a capacity. And we understand, each one of us, what those deficiencies are. And we need to show progress there. With that progress, there's no doubt in my mind that the 75-year alliance will be a 150-year alliance.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sheen, can I also ask you sort of to tackle the same question, but I also want to take up a specific issue where parliaments have played a role, not just in the sort of broad sense, but in a very specific sense. We know that one of Turkey's requests was congressional support for F-16 sales. Given last night's developments, I'm just curious as to how you see the mood in Congress having changed and whether the decisive shift is underway and what that means.
Well, just to reinforce what Senator Tillis said, we have a strong bipartisan delegation here from the Senate, and we are here to show our support for NATO, to show our support for continuing to do everything we can to support the courageous Ukrainians in this unprovoked war against Russia. So that is the reason we're here, and we agree, and I'm really pleased to hear you say that the Parliamentary Assembly agrees that the 2%, what we hope will be a floor, not a ceiling, is important to every country, because we need to make sure that we continue to have the capability that we see is so important. You know, after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the dissolution of the Soviet Empire, I think we had what we called a peace dividend. We thought, well, we don't have to prepare to fight anymore. We don't have to prepare for conflict. And what this Ukrainian war has shown us very starkly is that that is not the case, that we do have to prepare. I was very pleased to hear another breakthrough with Turkey on Sweden's accession into NATO. It's something that I think should have happened much faster, and I think there was sentiment. Senator Tillis and I led a letter in the Senate earlier this year to say that we are very concerned about providing F-16s and other military equipment to Turkey as long as the ratification of Sweden hangs out there. So I think that it would be very problematic. As important a NATO ally as I think Turkey is, and they are important, I think President Erdogan's movement on Sweden, I hope, is the next step in ensuring that Sweden is ratified into NATO in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to, in a moment, turn to the floor, and I'll select questions by hands up in a moment. But so think of your questions. But before I do that, I want to just very quickly address a rather simple question to all of you, and it's the one that is here on my iPad from our virtual audience. But it's also the question that's kind of hung over every panel here, which is, when do you think Ukraine will be able to join NATO? And the question I have is, we don't know the precise language we'll see in the communique, but I think it's fair to say we have a sense it may not go as far as Ukrainians and their sort of advocates would like in terms of extending an invitation and offering a concrete, specific, rapid, credible pathway. And I'm just curious as to your views on whether you think the balance is being struck appropriately right now, or whether mistakes are being made. So, Madam Speaker, perhaps I could start with you and go this way.
Yes, well, it's easy for me to speak as I'm one of those that you refer to as advocates of Ukraine, and as well, of course, the parliament that I represent. So back in April, on April the 6th, Lithuania became the first parliament that voted unanimously on a resolution that stated specific aims of Vilnius NATO summit, and among those was invitation to Ukraine to become a member of alliance. So speaking today, just at the moment when the exact wording is being decided on, I can repeat that I think a very clear commitment to Ukraine on behalf of alliance is something that is necessary today. A very clear commitment not just on invitation and membership, but also on practical support, military support. Ukraine has to win, and the sooner it wins, the better. Better for all of us in the West, better for our alliance. And I think the only only thing that Russia is betting on is a long, difficult war that will put strain on our strategic patience, that will be undeniably affected by changes of our political cycles. And, well, we have a window of opportunity that would really be a pity, well, more than a pity to miss.
Madam Senator.
Totally agree. This is exactly what I told the heads of state earlier. The Parliamentary Assembly is 100% in favor of the accession of NATO, and we want this accession to arrive as soon as possible. We know there are problems. We know that within the NATO framework, we cannot accept a country which is at war. It is a principle. So that's why also we need to win this war as soon as possible, and we need to have all the efforts we can put on the table to help Ukraine to win that war as soon as possible. But I've also demanded, and obviously I'm talking in the name of my assembly, that a very clear path is put forward to say how we are going to achieve that. Obviously, it's impossible to say when it will happen, but what's important is that clear path is being drafted, and that also we afford security guarantees to Ukraine, and not only to Ukraine, because we've got to consider the other countries of the region, and I'm thinking of Moldova. I mean, you know, there are other threats. We talk about Ukraine, but there's also Belarus. I mean, there's a huge worry regarding the whole geographical situation in that area, but we want to really press, and that's what we're doing in our parliaments. We've adopted resolutions in order to do just that, to push our governments to try to go as quickly as we can for Ukraine to become a member. This is so important. But Ukraine has got to win the war, and two, we've got to be able to help it. And I want to thank all the governments and all the states who have been very united. I know it's difficult, I know we have that problem in France. We weren't able to give as many munitions as we wanted to because there was just a practical problem. We never ever thought that a war with Ukraine would happen. Never thought about it. I must thank our Lithuanian and Baltic states colleagues. We were the only ones to say, be careful, you're being naive. And yes, we were naive. We never ever thought a war could happen on the European soil. We never thought that Russia would do such a stupid thing as invading Ukraine. But now we've got to do everything we can.
Thank you. Senator Sheen.
Well, I basically agree with that sentiment that it's in NATO's interest to do everything it can to support Ukraine in ending the war. It's in democracies around the world and all of our interests that Ukraine is able to win this war. And so a clear path for joining NATO is important. A piece of that, though, also is the democratic reforms that are part of NATO. And I think Ukraine has continued to move along that path in a way that's very important. We need to continue to support them. We need to continue to support not just humanitarian aid, all of the military equipment that we've talked about, but also the potential to rebuild Ukraine after this war is over. And that's been part of these discussions here at NATO.
Are there any specific democratic reforms you have in mind?
Well, I think corruption is one of the worst challenges that so many countries are facing, and we need to make sure that we've addressed that corruption wherever it exists, whether it's in a new democracy or an older democracy. So that's one. Certainly making sure that human rights are addressed in the country is another important issue.
Thank you. Senator Tillis.
I would just add to what Senator Sheen, and I agree with what my colleagues have said. I think we should also keep in mind, think about your country being under attack. You could easily and rightfully focus on those challenges. Hello? Hello?
Ah, we have a backup. We have a backup here.
Oh. Excellent. I felt like Madonna. For those of you who serve or follow legislative politics, think about having the pressure of a country that is committing war crimes, occupying you illegally, and yet your parliaments meet to focus on the very reforms that we're talking about. We're talking about the rule of law. We're talking about corruption. We're talking about separate, co-equal branches of government, the sorts of norms that we all expect. The fact that they're taking up that legislation when they're under the threat of being attacked demonstrates to me Ukraine's commitment to achieving exactly what they need to be a member of NATO. There's work to be done, but in spite of the fact, for a year and a half they've been occupied, and in spite of all that we know that's gone on there, it suggests to me that we have government leaders who are committed to the very reforms. So here we have to continue to sustain the effort. We have to beat Putin. We have to support Ukraine. We have to sustain that, and we have to make it very clear to Vladimir Putin that NATO and the family of countries, nearly 50, that are supporting the effort now are here for the long term. And that's not a proposition Putin can win.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will now take questions. I'll do them in 3 at a time. So there's one at the back over there, one over there, please. If you could make your way to the microphones. And was there any from over this side of the hall? Yeah, over there, please. Domitilla, I think that's you over there. Thanks. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed, Shashank. Benjamin Tallis, German Council on Foreign Relations. It seems as though there's a large spread agreement in the room about what is the right solution for European security, ultimately. But how do we actually get there? In a time of constrained budgets, why are we choosing the most expensive path? In a time of heightened insecurity, why are we choosing the most insecure path to get there? What are the obstacles that we therefore have to overcome, and where do they lie? In Washington, in Berlin, and elsewhere? Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Taking into account environmental threats. Watch at Kakhovka Dam, awful catastrophe, nuclear threats from Russia. I think that formula that NATO will defend every inch of its territory looks a little bit outdated. It's possible to do it just from NATO territory. So taking into account that Russia is deploying nuclear weaponry just several kilometers from here in Belarus, isn't it the time for the United States to deploy nuclear weaponry in Eastern Europe, including Ukraine? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria. I'm the Managing Director of Young Professionals in Foreign Policy. And I'm going to bring this back a little bit to the grassroots support and ask you about young people's involvement. And it's a two-part question. One part is, do you think young people are doing enough, engaged enough in security and defense topics, and especially in NATO topics? And the second part is NATO and local governments, parliaments doing enough to engage young people and listen to young people when it comes to these topics? Because we are the future who is going to be leading the countries, leading NATO. So is enough being done to listen to young people right now?
And let's have that last question too, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Domitila Sagramosa. I'm from the Department of War Studies at King's College in London. And I have a question which relates very much to public support for our actions in Ukraine. And as parliamentarians, I think this is one of the key issues. I mean, how do we ensure that publics in Europe and in North America sort of continue with a sort of unwavering support of our efforts in Ukraine? I think that we face serious challenges. Politicians are exploiting the issue. There is sometimes politicians which exploit sort of anti-Americanism, as was mentioned. And, you know, I mean, one of our biggest worries is if this war continues, that there is going to be a loss of support. So what kind of arguments can we bring? What kind of narratives and arguments can we put forward to convince those elements in the publics in NATO countries which you know, need some kind of reassurance that their efforts, their sacrifices are really worth it. For many, this is very clear, but for others, you know, it's a real challenge that we are constantly having to explain, you know, myself included. And I think that it's very important that we try to develop a sort of a line of argument, a narrative that really penetrates and explains in a very powerful way why this effort, this support of Ukraine is essential for our security.
Thank you. Thank you for all those excellent questions. I'll go this way. Senator Tillis, I'll begin with you. And we don't all have to tackle all the questions, but I think it would be good if you started with perhaps the punchiest of all of those, which was, is it time to deploy nuclear weapons to Eastern Europe? I realise it's not up to the Senate to decide such a thing on its own, but this is the question of Europe's NATO nuclear posture is a live one. We have a very good panel on this coming up later in the afternoon, so we'd love to hear your views on that to begin with.
I'm not sure I'm there yet, and I'm glad to see my friend. We saw each other. He's from Ukraine parliamentarian, and I think he's making the right sort of request. I'm not really sure that I'm there yet, and the reason is Ukraine is doing such an extraordinary job fighting a war that Russia thought was going to be over in 2 weeks. I think that we could easily create distractions away from continuing to sustain what has been an extraordinary performance on Ukraine's part. So I think that, in my opinion, with all due respect to my friend, that's a discussion for another day. But I think we run the risk of taking our attention off of a strategy that's working. And then also potentially even dividing parliaments over an issue that I don't believe is material to our success strategy in Ukraine.
Senator Sheen.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think it's one of the things that I think the world is very concerned about is the potential to use nuclear weapons. And I don't think we help that debate by putting nuclear weapons in Eastern Europe. And I would hope that we would do everything we can to try and get Vladimir Putin to stop using rhetoric around tactical nuclear weapons. And the best way to do that is to continue to support Ukraine in this unjust, unprovoked war. And I would agree with the last questioner who talked about, how do we continue to build support in a democracy for this kind of an effort? Well, I would argue that it's going to be a lot cheaper to defeat Vladimir Putin in Ukraine than if he comes into Lithuania or the Baltics or Poland or other parts of Eastern Europe. And I'm concerned that if he wins in Ukraine, he is not going to stop. And that's going to cost us a lot more money than supporting Ukraine. I had a meeting with a number of women of the Ukrainian military last fall, and one of the things one of them said to me that has resonated so much that I say to my constituents, she said, give us the weapons in Ukraine so we can fight the Russians so that you don't have to. And when I say that to my constituents in New Hampshire, they understand that. They know that it's important for us as a democracy to support this effort. And there isn't a one-size-fits-all answer for everybody. This is a debate that we've got to continue to have with our constituents on a regular basis. And as leaders and parliamentarians, it's up to us to continue to make this case and to do it until Ukraine has won this war.
Senator.
Here again, I totally agree. But first of all, about nuclear weapons, that I would totally disagree at that stage, for the reasons you said, but also because we've got already nuclear deterrence in Europe. Britain and France do have this nuclear deterrence, and, this is a very strong dissuasion force. And, Putin is very aware of that, obviously, and I really don't think he would do such a stupid thing, but he's done other stupid things, obviously, before with Ukraine. But I don't think we should go further, and we should concentrate, as you both said, on, the winning strategy and helping Ukraine the best way. Regarding the other questions, yes, young people should be much more informed about the issues of defense and the risk for our democracy. And that's what we have to fight for. There's a lot of fake news, disinformation coming from the Russian side, which is gaining territory. In fact, I'm present very soon a report on fake news and Russian disinformation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. It's incredible to see how good they are at it, and we need to be even better to promote the democracy, because the risk is enormous. As you said, if we lose Ukraine, all the other countries in the area are at risk, but it will go even further. Obviously, we know that China is looking extremely carefully at what's happening with Ukraine. As you know, there's a very strong question with Taiwan, and, we've got to be very careful about what's happening in that area of the world as well. And that's why we've got to win this war. I'm sorry, I feel I'm repeating myself all the time, but this is so important, and we've got to do it now and make as many efforts as we can to win it now. And that's why we are working within NATO Parliamentary Assembly with all our parliamentarians. And I know there are some members of the Bureau who are somewhere here coming from different countries, and obviously we all agree on that. And really the message is democracy. Democracy is so important. It's a word which has been losing some of its appeal for many young people due as well to all this disinformation. But it's very easy to compare the situation within all countries in Europe and in North America and what's happening in the countries where there's an autocratic regime. And the difference is just so obvious. We don't have these 3,000 Belarus prisoners just because they dared to say they didn't agree with what their autocratic President Lukashenko was doing and saying. This is unacceptable. And I think that all young people can understand that, and they will help us. they will understand and they will help us put forward that idea. Because yes, in Africa as well, we see China and Russia at work, trying to present some ideas which are wrong and using all of fragilities, because that's the problem of the democracies as well. It's an intrinsic problem. We are fragile because we respect everybody and we want to work together, and that's what it's all about. But there's a lot of work to be done and discussions to be held. But, you know, we parliamentarians are doing it as much as we can.
Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Yes, well, on a slightly provocative but also a very logical question on nuclear weapons. I think, well, it's a good point that it is supposed and was supposed to work as a deterrent. But, well, we cannot fail to see that Russia has been using a nuclear weapon with impunity. And it is logical that the more countries will want to acquire it as a means of defense if we continue giving in to blackmail of Russia. I think it's, well, there is no other way to put a stop to it than to say very clearly, very loudly, without any doubt of any shadow of doubt, that nuclear blackmail does not work on us, because else we open up the whole new sort of alley of debate that, well, it sounds like we would rather not have. On the engagement of youth, I think, you know, there is a very good saying that probably rings as true as ever now, that every generation has to win democracy. So for the young generation right now, well, there is no better example, also no more emotionally compelling example than seeing their counterparts in Ukraine go to defend their motherland, their country, their freedom, their democratic future on the front, or, well, even unfortunately dying in completely brutal and also senseless terroristic attacks of Russia. Well, if that cannot bring this urgency, then really nothing can. And I believe, looking at least to the youth in our country, in our region, that the support for NATO being record high, the support for transatlantic bond being record high, I think that, well, there is this understanding, and that we have every reason to look at our young people with a lot of hope that they will continue, and perhaps continue in a more efficient, effective way and emotionally engaged way than than we did for a while, when it looked like we were almost at the, well, so-called end of history. And speaking of the engagement of people in the course of supporting Ukraine, in the course of being on the side of NATO, about the skepticism, well, I believe if there is any kind of silver lining to the brutal attack of Russia, is that newly founded reinvigorated bond we have with our transatlantic partners. I think the understanding that the project, the security architecture that has been created after Second World War, which is very much a common project, and that the United States of America has invested so much in, is actually under threat. And that we are all in, and our citizens, our constituents can hear this from us, parliamentarians. And I think that, well, spreading this message is perhaps a single most important thing that we can do right now.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a little bit more time for questions. Anyone else would like to ask one? Just at the front over there, and at the back over there, please, if you two could make your way to the microphones.
Thank you very much for...
We can hear you.
It's okay?
I think we can hear. Can we, everyone hear? Yes, I think so.
I listen very, very carefully what honourable parliamentarians have said, and I see their support, parliamentarian support for NATO, and grassroots support for NATO. Is exactly what the honourable senator from New Hampshire say, that we need to explain to the people. You need to explain to your people, because the people provide the legitimacy of your efforts and your decision. And I'd like to put another dimension of another organization that maybe you know.
Could we have a brief question, please, because we've got such little time. I want to make sure we have enough time for answers.
Okay, very quick. I'd like to mention the Atlantic Treaty Association. Many of the participants here come from the Atlantic Councils of their respective country, of the Association Française pour la Communauté Atlantique, of the Greek Association, and is exactly we support is the citizen society that support and give the legitimacy to your efforts and to NATO.
Sergei Sidorenko, European Pravda, Ukraine. I heard an idea of our French colleagues that there is a kind of proposal to have security guarantees not only to Ukraine but also to Moldova, as far as I understand. Could you please elaborate more, because I have never heard of that idea. So do you see that Moldova have to be a kind of supplied by weaponry like Ukraine is, or maybe some other form of security guarantees, given that they also have occupied territory? Thank you.
Okay, Madam Senator, why don't I start with you, please, and I'll change the order around.
Obviously, we're worried about Moldova. It's enough to look at a map of the region to see that Moldova is at risk, because obviously, you know, it's an access to the maritime area, and there is also this Transnistria region, which is under Russian, you know, leadership. And this is a fragile area. That's why we are doing a lot to support Moldova. I've been there several times. I mean, we're really trying to help as much as we can the country, because we've got a democratic president who is being attacked by the Russian-minded and, you know, Russian supporters. And we have to be very, very strong about it and, you know, put as much as we can in order to help Moldova as well. But it's not the only country at risk. But Moldova, in my mind, in our minds, would be the first one at risk. I'm not sure I totally understood your question, and so I'm not sure I've answered fully to your question, but
that's fine.
Was that,
with
yeah?
such little time, we'll be fine. Sorry,
Which kind of security guarantees concretely to Moldova?
Well, first of all,
sorry, we have to be very brief, I'm afraid.
Yes.
We have such
first
little
of
time
all,
left.
we've got to help from an economic point of view, because a country which is fragile from an economic point of view is fragile from a security point of view. And then obviously we've got to reinforce our forces, our NATO forces on the eastern flank, especially with troops in Romania, in the eastern part of Romania, and it's also with Moldova in mind. But obviously we support NATO countries. NATO can only be in NATO countries, but we have reinforced the security of that area. And believe you me, it's an important security we've been doing.
Speaker, in less than a minute.
Just a few words on Moldova. Of course, it is a very important country, well on its European way, and I think the main task is to actually help it to become the full-fledged member of the European Union. It makes a great effort, and of course, well, here speaking in the NATO forum, it's a parallel track, but it's very closely interconnected. Well, when looking back some 20 years ago, well, I am very happy that back then Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia became members of both EU and members of NATO, because else imagine that we would have another grey zone here when we have flourishing democracies sharing the same principles and values with our Euro-Atlantic alliance and community. Same goes for Moldova, which is well underway. And of course, we cannot overlook or forget Belarus, who is under Lukashenko's regime, but which is also a European country that belongs in the future to Europe. So, of course, victory in Ukraine will also mean a change in Belarus, and we have to not forget that.
Senators, rather than ask you to repeat some of these themes, I just want to end by asking you something we really should address, not leave without addressing, which is the subject of Asia and NATO's engagement with Asian partners. I want to ask you both, are you satisfied, content with what you've heard from European partners on their approach to Asia and particularly the challenges posed by China, given the language last year? Or do you think this falls short, given lingering opposition we still have to a Tokyo office, for instance? Senator Tillis.
I think that the outcome of the Madrid conference and the strategic concept and the collective recognition of China's emerging threat was a great start. I think the fact that we have 4 countries here from the Indo-Pacific region is also another indication that the world is small, and that we have to take all of these threats seriously, and we all have I think we're sharing a mutual interest. So I think we made progress last year. I think we're making continuous progress. When you have countries in Indo-Pacific wanting to open, potentially open offices, I know that that may take some time, but start thinking about how that area of responsibility has shared interest with Europe and with the United States is a very good start. I think it's a good trend, and it will continue to build.
Thank you. Senator Sheen, can you offer us some concluding thoughts on that subject?
Well, I think the threats are connected. So make no mistake, our adversaries, whether it's China, North Korea, Iran, they are watching what happens to Ukraine. They're watching what happens to the transatlantic alliance and whether we can stay together to support our ally. And so we need to recognize that it's all connected and we've got to work together. And that's, I think, what NATO is looking at, not just in terms of the strategic concept that mentioned China, but also in looking at cyber threats, looking at environmental, climate threats, all of that, because it's not just the threats that we can see next door, but there are other threats, and NATO is looking at how we can work together to address those.
Thank you so much. We've covered an enormous number of topics, everything from NATO's defence posture to winning the argument with publics, to the extended neighbourhood, Moldova, to the Asia-Pacific region. And all that's left is for me to ask you to please join me in thanking our panellists today.
Welcome to our next afternoon session. My name is Christine Bedzinga, and I'm a Managing Director for Geostrategy North at the German Marshall Fund. We are talking in this session about an issue that is at the core of conversations around the summit and on the top of NATO society minds since February 24th of last year. We have looked at Ukraine's incredible valor, bravery, skills on the battlefield, at home, on social media, and there is admiration across the alliance. There's also a widespread sense that the success and troubles of Ukraine are the success and troubles of the communities across the NATO allies. What is the potential for Ukraine? This is a question we started looking at in the morning's panel on Defending Forward, with Heather Conley mentioning the question of, well, what can Ukraine do for NATO itself? This is a broader question. And how do we unlock the potential for Ukraine once we define it? What are the areas that will be so important here? The military element, the potential for Ukraine to help the rest of NATO in whatever happens next. But also this concept of Ukrainian society, of resilience, of civil society, of the lessons and the incredible practices that Ukraine has developed, and more broadly, the whole of society approach. What could Ukraine be after the war? Economically, what is that contribution that Ukraine might play? To tease apart this question, we have an incredible panel for you. Our panel has David Kattler. David is the Assistant Secretary General for Intelligence and Security at NATO. And we have civil society to talk about what it's actually like and the agency that civil society has. Hanna Shelest is the Director of the Security Studies Program at PRISM in Ukraine, and we have Sławomir Debski, who is the Director for the Polish Institute for International Affairs. To get us start a bit on the lay of the land, what is Ukraine, and what is Ukraine in the context of this NATO summit and for NATO allies? We're going to turn to you, David. Can you explain what this has meant? I mean, we all have our personal vision, but in the context of NATO, what is that?
Yeah, look, thanks for the opportunity to come here and speak as part of this great panel, and also to this audience, both here in the room and online. Ukraine has tremendous potential. Ukraine has had tremendous potential and will in the future when the war concludes as well. That I have no doubt. I've been in this post now almost 4 years. I have visited Ukraine at least once a year, every year I've been in this role. I was in Kyiv right before the war, late in 2021, and then also early March of this year. And I can tell you, I have been so proud that Ukraine is a NATO partner, that we have been able to come to Ukraine's aid as a group of allies before this war and certainly during it. And that's why I can say with personal conviction from personal experience that Ukraine really does belong in the NATO family, and that Ukraine has this tremendous potential. So I'm going to give sort of two sets of remarks, or at least from two directions. One, a bit about how we see Ukraine as a people, and then a bit about how we see Ukraine as well within the context of the alliance. Look, the Ukrainian resistance has been a crash course in the heroic. Certainly as we watch Ukrainians risk and sometimes lose their lives to defend their country, their homes, their principles, their rights, and their future. President Zelensky has been very much admired for refusing to leave Kyiv as the Russian army pressed on the capital, marched within it. But ordinary people have also demonstrated great courage, defiance, commitment, and determination to remain free and sovereign and independent. The Russian invasion has really rallied Ukraine's vibrant, inclusive civic nation and has strengthened an associated sense of duty and commitment to democracy. People have studied first aid, made Molotov cocktails, joined the resistance, help neighbors, and even help strangers. While millions have fled the country, the great majority of Ukrainians remain and participate in that resistance. And polls show that approximately 80% of Ukraine's civilian population, including the refugees all across Europe, are very involved in the war through volunteering, protest action, or giving financial support. Others are also uniting in support of the reforms that will be required by EU accession. The war seems to have strengthened Ukrainians' commitment to liberalism and also to the inclusive ideas of the Ukrainian nation. This rise of civic national identity in Ukraine, an identity that places civic duty and attachment to the country above all else, is one of the greatest achievements of Ukrainian independence. And I think, frankly, it's one of the most amazing things to see when you look at how the Ukrainian civil society has rallied around the nation over the course of the war. This identity, as I say, has been elevated and nurtured by Zelensky and consolidated by the war as it's proceeded. Ukrainians remind us of who human beings can be, what it looks like to stand on principle, why it's worth fighting, whether or not you believe you can win at any given time, because this fight for Ukraine is existential. It's a gift, really, that Ukrainian civil society has given to the world in this, to remind us of who we can be in facing other crises of our time, who we need to be, what our values are, and which of those we're willing to stand and fight for. Now let me talk about NATO's work with Ukraine. Thanks, but sincerely. I mean, that's a fair appreciation of the situation and how the civil society has stood. NATO's reinforced its support for capability development and capacity building in Ukraine since 2014, and some allies within the alliance even longer than that. We're now working with Ukraine to transition from Soviet-era equipment, doctrines and standards to NATO doctrines and standards, to make the Ukrainian armed forces even more interoperable with NATO forces, and to help them further reform and modernize their defense and security structures. This will strengthen Ukrainian institutions and help Ukraine move to modern standards. I'd also point out it certainly helps, I think, as well with preparation for EU accession and NATO accession. I'd also highlight that a number of nations appear ready to forge bilateral or multilateral mutual defense pacts with Ukraine, something that no doubt will be discussed in earnest here now during this summit, and are committed to even longer-term plans to build Ukraine's military capabilities. So this will ensure that's a very expensive proposition for Russia to reinvade Ukraine in the future. All NATO allies agree that Ukraine will become a member of the alliance. And as I said in the very beginning, Ukraine's rightful place is in the Euro-Atlantic family, in that NATO family. And even just in December of last year, NATO foreign ministers reaffirmed the Bucharest commitment that was made during the summit in 2008 in that communique, essentially saying that it's not a question of if, it's just a matter of when Ukraine joins the NATO alliance. So you see that that commitment remains and NATO's door remains open. But today, the most important and urgent task still is to ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent, democratic nation in Europe. And that's exactly what the NATO alliance and all of its members, and even more nations outside the alliance through the Ramstein format, are committed to doing, mobilizing as much as nations can when it comes to military, economic, financial, and humanitarian support. And allies have made clear at the Defense Contact Group meetings this year that they need to and will sustain the support for the long haul. So hopefully I've given you an idea of how we see Ukraine as Ukraine and what we see now of the ongoing discussion about where we will take commitments during the summit. So thanks again.
Thank you. Hanna, from your perspective, what does Ukraine need to unlock its potential? You've heard David's view and NATO's assessment. What is needed and what is that potential?
Ukraine don't need its potential to be unlocked. Ukraine needs its potential not to be locked. And that is one of the most serious issues. And here the question is that to lock this potential, we have two reasons. One is Russian aggression, because de facto their actions are locking potential in terms of the development, from the simple things as blocking of the Black Sea ports, so blocking our economic activities and maritime security, to blocking developing of the countries, both military, civilian, in all spheres that is possible. But another thing, unfortunately, and I don't want definitely to put the equal between these, but not inviting Ukraine or not making statements that are very clear, not the open door policy, but something more clear, less obscure about Ukrainian membership, that's also locking. That's what locked us in Bucharest in 2008, de facto locked that potential. And we should be aware of this, because that's so nice to hear since the morning, but if to be honest, the whole year, all this, we are supporting you, but sometimes you feel like it is the whole stadium that is watching the football game. We are supporting you, but this stadium will never play in that football team. Or as watching the big blockbuster Hollywood movie, when you're finally starting your counter-offense, and everybody is asking the questions. I really would like this we that I heard so many times, even the previous session, to become a real we. We in terms of understanding the responsibility of the potential and understanding that we are speaking about our joint potential, how the European security can be unlocked and guaranteed in case it is together, Ukraine and NATO, how Ukraine inside of NATO can help with the NATO capabilities and capacities, but definitely for what we are so many years talking is how NATO can help Ukraine. Because here we definitely understand that there have been a lot of reforms done from 2014, even not speaking about earlier reforms that help a lot, but from 2014 till 2022, we didn't spoke that much about this, but there were a lot of small things done that helped at the very first months of the war. That's why, for me, that was so pity to hear the communications from the NATO side in spring last year, each time what we cannot do. I mean, as a NATO, we cannot do this. And I was shocked, like, why do you diminish your role as you already did? You helped with command control, you had with logistics, you had with cyber. That's what allowed the Ukrainian armed forces to fight absolutely different compared to the Russian forces. The Western support now in terms of ammunition, of everything, that is what is helping. That's why when we speak about the potential, I would like to speak about the amplification, about the joint potential, about these joint perspectives. Otherwise, it is still will be you and us, but not some, and everybody is discussing Ukraine as something of the nice doll, how to make it better, but not speaking about the real actions that we can make. And then the potential can be huge. Everybody is speaking about the Ukrainian knowledge of the combat, how to fight Russia. Everybody is speaking about Ukrainian cyber. Everybody is speaking about Ukrainian development industries for now, aviation, Salis program that we used to have together. We're speaking about the agriculture in Ukraine, but we are not speaking about other spheres that are in the priority of the NATO strategic concept. The Ukrainian experience in resilience from what you started, and we can speak about this, the joint things that we can do in climate change, for example, in maritime security, in many other spheres. So it seems to me that it's definitely the main problem from what I started, is not unlocking, but not to lock our minds, first of all, about what we can do if we speak really about we.
And Hannah, quick follow-up, and you're talking a lot about the speaking and the words, but there are actions as well. There's so much civil society cooperation there. You're saying NATO has done, well, NATO allies have done so much on the ground in order to make the Ukrainian army as it is today. Do you see a difference between the way we speak about Ukraine and what we do with Ukraine, or is there a problem on both?
You know, the question is that sometimes our fears limit our actions, and a lot of the fears are very, how to say it, they're irrational. We made in Ukrainian Prism a big research about the main fears in the NATO countries about inviting Ukraine, and some of them were about the real things, but some were really weird. Like, for example, if Ukraine joined NATO, Ukraine will be hating Russia that much that it will push NATO to the war with Russia, or some other stuff about this. That's why these actions and words sometimes go in parallel. You know, you can have the same personality, the same politician that one day is really understanding what should be done, signing the decrees how to give the support to Ukraine, millions of dollars, this ammunition, and then suddenly is becoming afraid of his or her own actions, because I don't want to blame one country, we saw it in many partner countries, as being afraid what they did, and the statements are coming that, oh, no, that's probably worth too much, or no, we can give you HIMARS, but we cannot give it for 100 kilometers, the rockets that it. So, and that's why it's sometimes very difficult to say what is the biggest problem for our partners to act, or even to start naming the things, what they are, and through these changes of the rhetoric to come to the changes of actions. Because sometimes the decisions are made quicker for actions than the months we experience before the wording is changing. As a very simple example, you said about the actions of something. Everybody is supporting Ukraine military. We have Rammstein, everything. How many politicians in your countries use the word Russian aggression or Russian invasion instead of Ukrainian conflict? Or better to say, how many times per day you hear Ukrainian war and Ukrainian conflict? That is wording that really matters because it influences the action. Because when you don't name Russia, you exclude Russia. It's like Russia is not guilty. And Ukrainian war, Ukrainian conflict, for me, it means that something is happening just in Ukraine. And nobody is guilty, or Ukrainians is guilty. That it is, and that is also will come for the potential in this way, because in this way we're speaking about locking or unlocking, looking only inside of Ukraine. What Ukrainians can do, what civil society, what these can do, and not looking what demands we have towards Russia, for example. That's all these peace initiatives from African countries, from China, where Russia is excluded. Ukraine needs to stop the war. Okay, we are ready. What about Russia? Should Russia stop the war or not? But when you read, and okay, I can understand when it is somebody from the countries that are not Ukrainian allies, but when I hear the same statements from the NATO member states, I'm becoming a little bit confused and can't understand that. So why do you provide us with the weapons if it is only us who is guilty that the war is not over yet?
Yes, it is a very interesting conundrum there, with words and actions not necessarily being on the same page. But there's so much agency, right? So I think Ukraine's agency has been the excellent example, agency in every way. How is that received, Sławomir, in Poland, in civil society, across NATO allies? What is Ukraine's potential? What has Ukraine brought to the table, and what can it bring to the table in the future?
Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm coming from the country which doesn't have problem with vocabulary. If we are talking about Russian aggression on Ukraine. I think it's, with the time, every organization adopts a kind of the thinking which actually leads to focusing on itself. So existing organization explains its very existence. So, and I think that with NATO in such context, during the summit, we tend to fall into this trap. So let me start from reminding all of us the famous words of first Secretary of General of NATO, Lord Ismay, when he was asked what NATO is for, and it was at the time when NATO was created. So he said to the European public that NATO is for peace. NATO is for peace by common collective defense. So now we can ask ourselves, what about Ukraine? And I think we all can easily agree that Ukraine is also for peace. Ukraine is fighting for peace. So NATO and Ukraine are already allies in defending peace in Europe. Peace which is challenged by Russian aggression, peace and international system which is challenged by Russian aggression. Ukraine defends what NATO is for. The Ukraine defends international law, including United Nations Charter. Ukraine proves that every nation has a right for self-defense, and Ukraine proves that every nation has the right to call the allies and call the other members of United Nations Charter for assistance if it's attacked. So here we are. I mean, we are creating a community interested in defending peace in Europe. Now we can go a step further. What is required to re-establish peace in Europe, because Russia brought war to the European continent, brought instability, to European societies and uncertainty. So if we are talking about unlocking potential, it's not only about unlocking Ukraine's potential, it's about unlocking Europe's potential, or even transatlantic potential. And here we can cooperate. What I believe is absolutely required to unlock transatlantic potential, to re-establish peace in Europe, is defeating Russia. Russia defined its war aims against Ukraine as an existential identity thing. Putin said, and he confirmed it publicly a number of times, that the very existence of Ukraine is challenging Russia, is undermining Russia's identity, that Russia without Ukraine cannot exist. So, if Putin defined this war in such terms, the only solution, the only response we can give is to deny Russia this war aim. I mean, we have to do all we can to prove to Putin and his acolytes and his cronies that Ukraine can exist, can flourish, can develop, and can be part of every organization it wants to become a member. And coming back to this unlocking potential, I would like to see the message coming from this Vilnius summit to Russia and to the outside world, outside of NATO and Ukraine, that this war is about a future of Europe, that Ukraine's victory would unlock potential of Europe, would unlock potential of transatlantic relations, and would bring peace to all Europeans. Thank you.
So, unsurprisingly, at the NATO summit, we have a very militarily focused approach. But are there other who's in terms of who can unlock or who can prevent the locking of that we're not talking to properly? The tremendous, I think, surprise in many ways was the depth of commitment for Ukraine's cause across societies. And this is really what is fueling the fact that there are defense support mechanisms. So we have that. How do we keep that going? How do we get more civil society on? Who else needs to be in the picture, or who do we need to add or not lose? And is there someone we're not talking to enough about this? Global South, Hannah, you talked about there are countries that don't necessarily agree. Is there someone in our own societies that doesn't get it, that we should be talking to more?
I would probably start, we have several groups that, let's say, we still haven't engaged sufficiently. First of all, for example, for me, it was a shock that environmental groups are totally out of the conversation about this war. I haven't seen any strong statement from any of the big environment protection organizations. Even Greta Thunberg managed to tweet something several days after the Kakhovka Dam destruction. The Kakhovka Dam destruction made our tremendous, it's not just a tragedy for the people's lives of those, but that is just consequences that we will have for the food security, for the environment, for the Black Sea, for everything. That is, in terms of environment, a catastrophe close to the nuclear explosion by the years of consequences we will have. None of the organizations made statements. Then you have plenty of organizations that are in charge of children's rights around the globe. Few of them made statements about thousands and thousands of kidnapped Ukrainian kids that are currently in the Russian Federation, and none of them helping de facto of returning them back. Sometimes it is still the problem with the human rights organizations that are becoming aware of the not those issues that they really need to look on the ground what is happening. They are just like blind, they're ignoring. They would like to speak about cluster ammunition, but they don't want to speak that Russia been using this cluster ammunition for 9 years against Ukrainian cities. But they suddenly woke up a week ago when the United States said that they will give this cluster ammunition to us. For me, that is the examples that we were not talking enough probably with these groups who were speaking with the politicians, who were speaking with political science or military experts, but not with these groups. Then it is still the question for me sometimes for the feminist groups. And here quite an interesting thing, because a lot in the those of the I would say radical feminist camp, because I cannot put it to all of them, that thinks that supplying of weapons should be prohibited for Ukraine. And we have these groups that are working because that is in general of this pacifistic, and in general the pacifistic movements, they just would like the war to be over. And they don't explain how this war should be over. The war should be over. And most of them decided in the logic of these statements that the war should be over only by not supplying weapons to Ukraine. Not by Russian forces getting out of the Ukrainian territories, but of not supplying weapons to Ukraine. So that's also give me a certain signals that we made something wrong, probably not reaching them with the proper argument, or just not reaching them. Or they are so ignorant if they can't understand what is there. And then the big group, that is the so-called Global South. I don't like this wording. And even in the Global South, we have definitely a lot of countries that are supporting Ukraine. We have Japan changing their military doctrine to support Ukraine. But we still have problems of communications there. And for example, most of the African countries are blaming Ukraine in food security issues and food crisis, not Russia. They are thinking that it is us, because we are continuing fighting, we have this problem. I haven't heard any statements for Russians targeting the ports. This night, Odessa region was targeted, and one of the Shaheeds made a fire at the grain terminal in the port. The port that is included in the grain deal. So they openly violated the grain deal that they signed. Any statement from the African leaders who just traveled a few weeks ago to Ukraine, pushing us for the peace or appeasement with Moscow? So that is the question still of, is it just Ukraine that is not speaking? Or that is probably all of us inside of Europe that we spoke with ourselves, and there are other groups that maybe we need to find the wording that are good for them, as coming and speaking about the rule-based order. If they are not ready to speak about liberal order or something like this, but at least to speak in this way about the rules-based order that is currently totally violated.
So some to-dos, both for ourselves, but across our societies and abroad. David, you wanted to come in on this.
Yeah, look, I'll just pick up a couple points.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we have dialogue with more groups that have, I mean, if you take the British term, that are pressure groups that have various interests that are relevant, to the situation. But we're kind of talking to ourselves when we have that discussion. And I feel it more here in this role. Certainly I felt it in Washington. We talk about the Beltway effect, where we kind of talk to ourselves in this national security process with think tanks. You go to various events. And it's important, but it's not as important as it is for our leaders to speak with our societies and for our societies to understand what's happening and why it's important. So, I mean, Greta Thunberg's interesting to me, but not as much as my president speaking to the American people to explain why it is so important, why it is in the United States' national interest to support Ukraine directly through NATO, etc. That's what's most important. There will be no return to a February 22nd security environment. It's just not going to happen. This is a real war. It's not a crisis that we can just turn our eyes away from and think it's going to disappear. Our societies are also paying a price. It certainly pales in comparison to the price that the Ukrainian society pays. But it is a price nonetheless that's being paid by many nations around the world. And I think fundamentally, the thing that I find most convincing when I speak to a public audience, a purely public audience, not an audience that's of the think tank world or fellow people involved in national security processes, they understand what matters here. It's an illegal war that is completely unjust. They see the violence, the murder, the rape, the torture, the theft, the kidnapping, the forced deportation, and they are right to be deeply shocked and offended by that. And they understand at a human level how deeply wrong that is. And I think that's a core part of the reason why so many societies provide the strong support that they do. We see it in polling, but what I'm trying to emphasize to you is that there's a human factor here at the civil society level that leaders are wise to appreciate and understand. And in some cases, that civil society impetus to wish to respond and assist has actually led the political decision-making and inspired the political decision-making in certain directions.
It is very inspiring. Slavomir.
There is a quite interesting aspect of relationship between decision makers, NATO, and general public, civil society, if you want, in which you can now realize here in Vilnius. NATO is and has always been seen as a American alliance. I mean, the very first alliance in which United States committed itself to defend peace in Europe. So that's, Congress is on board, President is on board, U.S. armed forces and military potential is on board. So naturally, President of the United States was seen as a leader of the free world on every summit, except this one. Here in Vilnius, we have President Zelensky, who is seen now as a leader of the free world. He's coming here as a representative of the country aspiring to become a member of NATO and influencing the agenda of the alliance. And President Zelensky is, we have to give him the credit. He's doing his public policy, public diplomacy in an excellent way. Now there is a conversation, not far from here, about communique, about invitations, about the wording, how we can embrace Ukraine, how we can meet Ukrainians' expectations to become a member of NATO in future. And what President Zelensky is doing, he's unable to negotiate the text because it's up to the members to decide what kind of the message we'll send to Ukraine. But he tries to bring on board to address the public behind the leaders. Because public wants wants NATO to help Ukraine. So that's the way how, it's yet another proof that we are here for common cause. Ukraine and NATO. And we need to find the ways to collectively restore peace in Europe. That's our main goal. That should be our main goal for both the leaders of the alliance and Ukraine. And we will find a way. I'm 100% convinced that we will find a way to restore peace in Europe.
Yes. We have questions on the hows and the whats, but if there's a question in the audience as well, if we have, it's a bit hard to see in the glare. Okay, so we have one question there. As you line up, I'll ask from here. Will there be timely security guarantees for Ukraine is coming through the Slido system? Sitting here, David, do you think that there will be meat for Ukraine?
There is always meat at a summit. This is my fourth summit. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that I can't presuppose what any of the outcomes will be. But this certainly is in discussion.
Yes, question from the floor.
Thank you. Benjamin Tallis, German Council on Foreign Relations. David, you alluded to some of this in your talk, but I think the key here is to not understand that we're just unlocking Ukraine's potential, but that Ukraine has shown us how to unlock our own potential. This is about reviving and renewing the liberal democratic world as well as defending it and spreading it. And I'd be interested to hear from the panel, what do you think is our homework in democratic societies in the West to make good on that and to actually realize that potential, not only for Ukraine as the frontier state of our better future, but for all of us in actually creating a better future for our populations to ensure that democracies can deliver materially as well as morally on their promise to be a superior system. Thank you.
I think each of that could be an essay in response, but if you could have 2 points on that answer, maybe starting with Slavomir, what are the 2 points that get to that?
I think we need to do all possible to help Ukraine to win this war, repel Russian aggression. So that's absolutely fundamental, I think, and we can do that. We can do that. It's up to us to make the decision. And second, we have to send the message not only to Russia, but all adversaries, all those who are toying with the idea that aggression on neighbors can be a good way of doing business in contemporary world. We have to send this message together that no, you are not going to succeed, you are not going to prosper, and your attempts and your country will be defeated.
I think we could borrow some of Ukraine's excellent digital media experts to figure out how to land those messages with memes, because that has been impressive. What is your homework for the others in 2 quick points?
Are 2 things first. That is definitely to remember that values should be protected, and explanation to your societies that sometimes they needed to be not only protected but also defended, because unfortunately in Europe we used to think that human rights, the values of democracy and everything, that's something that we already had and they're inevitable. They can be reversed, both politically with the populists or some political parties, or military with the actions of adversaries. So a little bit refreshing ourselves, waking up and explaining, yeah, the threat still can be. And the second, to stop being afraid of their own potential. It seems to me that during this year we saw more self-restrictions inside of the European political circles, inside of the European societies, than the actual threats were from the Russian Federation. And that's something like, that definitely only psychologically we can change. Finally, to understand that you have the deterrence potential, you have a stronger armed forces than the Russian Federation, you have the nuclear weapons. That's why I never could understand, for example, why French being afraid of the Putin statements about use of the nuclear. Come on, you had the nuclear for 60 years. You should have all the deterrence plans. Why you were not afraid 20 years ago, why you started to be now. So just stop to be afraid of their own potential.
David, your 2 points.
Okay, very briefly, I think first, Ukraine must prevail. Ukraine must win. It matters not just for Ukraine, but it matters for the security architecture in Europe and the security architecture that NATO cares the most about. So it's important. Really important to see that all the way through. And I think the related point I would make is that while I don't think anyone knows when the war will end, I think everyone can easily understand that the way the war ends matters a great deal. That if there is an unjust peace that does not ensure that Ukraine is free and whole, I don't know how long that peace lasts. And that's why I think it's so important that we have to be very, very clear with ourselves and with our nations about what this means and why we do the things that we do to support Ukraine.
There are any additional questions from the floor? Yes, right there.
Hi, Susan Markham from the Halifax International Security Forum. I think we can all agree that no country can reach its full potential unless all citizens are involved. So I was just wondering how NATO and civil society in Ukraine is working to engage women leaders and integrating the issue of gender equality into the war and rebuilding efforts.
We just had this morning first wonderful meeting with the NATO WPS talking about how to incorporate as much as possible. There are several issues. First, Ukraine is definitely up to the 1325 and have the national plan just adopted. We see more women in the military and security services, and the last year increased the numbers dramatically. So the bigger numbers will lead to the changes to of some of the policies as well. That is a natural process because it is pushing already from the ground. You have, because men cannot travel, more and more women who became the advocates and the lobbyists of Ukraine abroad. So you also, those women who before probably were not sure can they be a good speaker or not, they started traveling because they understand that that is the only chance and that is a necessity. So a lot of these grassroots initiatives, they are leading also to the political levels. I cannot say that it is are all rose and nice. No, unfortunately, we hear the statements from some of the top politicians about reconstruction. I have 2 deputies that are female. Why you think that we have problems with females? So that just demonstrates the misunderstanding of some of these. But we initiated these discussions. We're putting these, we have the advisors at each of them, from military groups and sections to the ministries, that are now raising these questions, and through raising proper questions, we expect to have better changes in the policies as well.
I think that's a wonderful note to end on. And I think what is clear is that we have so many tasks to either not lock or to unlock Ukraine's potential militarily. The need to ensure victory is paramount, and to have this future with NATO that there is so much commitment to. But that requires also the societies to be fully on board. And clearly there are parts of society that could use a lot more engagement on this as we move forward. So on hopeful notes, and with our homework out for us, I'm happy to turn you over to the next session. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Congratulations for those who are still here. I think that I'm sure that it's a big effort to stay alive and still being able to ask the questions and participate in the discussion. I will be your moderator for the next panel, which is called The Nexus of Stability and Deterrence, Reducing Risks in the Nuclear Age. Just a couple of days ago, our neighbor, Alexander Lukashenko, during his conversation with Steve Rosenberg, mused, "God forbid if I have to take a decision to use nuclear weapons." And then he added, "Nuclear weapons are just the weapons." This situation, as many other situations during the recent year, are making us to reflect on the stability of our security and pose some questions related to validity of nuclear taboo, related to nuclear proliferation, and also functioning of the arms control regimes. What is the impact of the war in Ukraine on the nuclear stability? And what role NATO has to play in the situation? Does it have any role to play in the situation? So these are the questions which will be discussed in this panel, and probably some more. And we have the most knowledgeable and diverse panel to answer these questions and to reflect upon these questions. So first of all, let me introduce to you Mr. Angus Lapsley, who is Assistant Secretary General for Defense Policy and Planning from NATO. Nicholas Tenzer, I hope I pronounced it in a right way, and he is Senior Fellow at CEPA, Center of European Policy Analysis. And last but not least, Julia Berghofer, who is a Senior Policy Fellow at European Leadership Network. So without further ado, I'd like to turn to my wonderful panelists and to pose the first question. And my first question goes to Angus. So what is your take? What is the impact of war in Ukraine and Putin's constant saber-rattling on the nuclear taboo? Is it being weakened or strengthened?
Well, thank you, Margarita, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm pretty certain that actually the nuclear taboo is as strong today as it's ever been. I also think deterrence works as well today as it has ever done. There is a reason why Russia has not attacked NATO at any point in this war, and there's a reason why NATO is very clear that it doesn't itself want to get into a conflict with Russia. But I think what we have seen is that Russia has tried to intimidate not just NATO, but Ukraine itself and the international community more broadly. You could argue they've tried to coerce us with the threat of nuclear use. And I would argue it hasn't really worked. And one of the reasons it hasn't really worked is that that taboo is still so strong. It's deeply irresponsible even to threaten the use of nuclear weapons or to make all sorts of wild claims about changing your posture. And I think what Russia is now doing, making such a public show of saying it's going to move nuclear weapons into Belarus, I think that is part of that intimidation and coercion. But I would argue it's not working. And using nuclear weapons would still be a huge step that I think Russia wouldn't take lightly. And I think we understand that, they understand it, and that's why that coercion is not working the way that perhaps they intend.
But should NATO just disregard those threats, or should we rethink our nuclear posture, reacting to what's happening on the ground, probably not only in Europe, but further away? So what NATO should do in this situation?
So look, nuclear is one of those areas where you should never be complacent and you should take everything seriously, and we do. Because even if the likelihood of an event is low, the impact would be horrific. So we do take this really seriously, and NATO has spent a lot of time over the last 18 months, and indeed going back further than that, reflecting on our own nuclear posture and making sure that it is predictable, stable, but also credible. And that means exercising, it means demonstrating our capability, it means the kind of investments that lots of allies are making at the moment, whether that's the US and France and the UK, all putting considerable investment in the moment into modernizing their nuclear forces so that they are credible for the future. But also, allies who participate in the nuclear sharing arrangements in NATO, like Germany and others, who are investing heavily in the capabilities they need for that mission to be credible well into the 21st century. So I think being credible on our own deterrence, communicating that, so that any potential adversary knows that it's there, it's unchanging, and it's serious. I think that is ultimately the best way of reducing the risks.
You've touched upon the issue of nuclear sharing. Do you think that it could be expanded, or NATO-Russia Founding Act is still limiting us?
Well, look, our nuclear sharing arrangements go back to the 1960s, and they have been very stable throughout that period. Now, we keep posture under review all the time. There are also lots of different ways in which allies can contribute to our nuclear sharing arrangements. It's not just allies that have nuclear weapons, American nuclear weapons stationed in their country. It's also the contribution you can make, for example, to the wider air mission, to suppression of enemy air defenses. There are all sorts of important roles, and that's exactly what we keep under review. And we will always be driven by the threat. and what is the best, most credible military way to respond to that threat. That's what's driving us.
But you didn't answer my question regarding NATO-Russia Founding Act. Is it still limiting us? Because when it comes to nuclear, everyone brings it to the table. We don't believe that it's functioning because Russia has breached it on numerous times. But when the nuclear issue is being raised, it's brought back to the table.
Yeah.
So is it still functioning?
We've been very clear that we will take the sovereign decisions as an alliance that we need to take to maintain our deterrence and our defence. That's what we'll do. That isn't constrained.
Thank you. And I'll turn to Nicola, and I'll ask the similar question, but a bit in a different way, from a different angle. Back to Putin's nuclear saber rattling. Does it make impression in national capitals? How does it impact our decision making? For instance, with respect to the military aid for Ukraine, or potentially also giving the membership to Ukraine. So does it have an impact on our national decision makers?
Absolutely. I think I fully agree with, I will say, the sense of your questions, because if we look back to the last 2 decades, or more precisely the last 22 years, in fact, I will say that the Russian blackmail worked, and it allows Putin, in fact, to win all its wars. In Georgia, before in Chechnya, of course, in Syria, in a way, of course, in Ukraine during the period at least 2014-2022. And in fact, you had always, I mean, this fear coming from the West that this threat was credible. And I think that as a response to the threat, the world leaders were not able to say, well, we are not a threat. And in fact, still now, in fact, we are not giving Ukraine all the weapons it needs. Basically, in my view, because of this threat. And I just welcome, my President Emmanuel Macron's decision today to provide Ukraine with Scalp long-range missiles. And I hope that it will have some effects also on Washington, D.C. But having said that, I still consider that we are too much buying the alleged red lines put by Russia on this because of basically these threats. And always, for instance, I was advocating since the first day of the war, February 24th, 2022, the fact that we should take actions according to the Article 51 of the UN Charter. Because not only we know Ukraine could retaliate to the attack, but we in the West, we are legitimate to help Ukraine just to counter the threats and the attack. We didn't. And in my view, you have this kind of nuclear blackmail still functioning right now. Of course, and I fully agree with what everything Angus said just at the moment. We have to take, any kind of nuclear threats seriously. It means that we have to monitor. We must have very clear intelligence assessment on what Russia and other nuclear power are doing. Certainly we must absolutely do that. And we have also to be very clear and to assess, I know how difficult it is, the chain of command in Russia. We know that we are 3 persons that are needed to push on the button: Putin, Shoigu, the Minister of Defense, and Gerasimov, the Chief of Staff of the Army. And there will be other people, certainly, who will be very needed to take concretely action. So we have to assess everything. But the idea is that there are still red lines, and there are some things that we cannot do, is completely, in my view, a blunder. Let me adjust a thing. If we had taken actions more decisively at the beginning of the war, not only we would have saved thousands, I would say dozens of thousands of lives, of Ukrainian lives. But certainly we could have basically prevented at the earliest possible stage any kind of risk of war. And the more, we are hesitating, I will say the more, even if, in my view, at very, very, very low level, the risk is increasing.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, okay, in academia, at the decision-making level, it is clear your recipe is to monitor but not to overreact. But how to calm down the societies? Because they see those terrible headlines and they react, and politicians have to react to their reaction. So that is the first question. And the second one, which is related, why nuclear saber rattling is more effective in the Western societies, in the countries which are further away from Russia, than in the countries which can feel immediate threat from Russia. Why is this happening?
I think that I will, if you allow me, just to answer your second points before. First of all, we must not underestimate the depths of the Russian propaganda in the Western societies. I remember, in many TV shows, not only in my country, in France, but also, in the UK, in Germany, in some other country, in the US as well, you had, hidden Russian propagandists saying, well, we must not deliver weapons to Ukraine because otherwise Russia will nuke them and us. And you had those propagandists saying, okay, we want to save Ukrainian lives, but because of that, we don't have to send weapons to them, because of the nuclear threats. So, we must not underestimate this hidden propaganda. And then, of course, it had effects on the average people. And because the average people, of course, could fear, and that's a legitimate fear, the use of nuclear weapons that must remain something absolutely unacceptable. I think that we certainly, were, I will say, insufficiently dealt with this kind of issue, just to offer the counter-arguments to those propagandists coming not only, I would say, from the government and the senior officials, but also for the media who studied very clearly, this kind of issue. And then on your first questions, first of all, I think we have to send the right signal. First of all, if we have, and we had some, world democratic leaders saying, well, there is a true risk, that's the best, very bad message to the public opinion. Second, and we did so, we must make very clear that we have sent some messages to Russia. Third thing, we must not accredit the idea of a kind of World War III, because immediately, and that's part of the Russian propaganda, use of nuclear weapons means, of course, the annihilation of the Earth and World War III. No, it's not the case, because for a very one reason that, all the specialists perfectly know, we can answer to nuclear threats through conventional means. And I think that there was the idea, especially because we in Europe also haven't devoted enough means to the reinforcements or conventional army, that, it was only the questions of, rivalry between the great powers was only a question of nuclear threats. And the fact is not. The fact is that was fully predictable. No, we have a conventional war waged by Russia in Europe, and we are able to answer conventionally. And even if there is a nuclear threat, we can also answer conventionally. And I think that's a very important message, also to reassure the public opinion.
So, potential of answering nuclear threats with conventional weapons is key also in reassuring the society.
Absolutely.
And my last question takes me a bit further away from Ukraine, but what's happening in Ukraine is used as a test ground or as a simulation for countries which are a bit further away. And what we do there, how we as collective West react and what's happening in Ukraine is considered and taken as a certain, lessons learned by those countries in their projection of how to behave, what to do themselves. And I mean China. China is looking very precisely at what's happening in Ukraine, conventionally, how we are reacting to what's happening in Ukraine, but also in terms of our nuclear messaging and our nuclear posture. And my question is, Lithuania just 2 weeks ago has adopted the Indo-Pacific strategy. Does NATO have to have something similar, to have an Indo-Pacific strategy, also including a very clear stance, nuclear posture vis-à-vis China?
Absolutely, and I think that first of all, I think what we are doing in Ukraine is certainly a message that we send to people of the Republic of China, obviously. And the fact is that if we let, a nuclear power, namely Russia, deter us and limit, and I will also self-deter ourselves and limit our willingness to take action in Ukraine, it will be certainly the wrong channel sent to Beijing. That's absolutely true. And I think that, of course, Beijing is watching that very carefully, because if you are a nuclear power and you say, oh, okay, you can dictate your conditions to the planet, to everyone, you can invade the neighboring country, they can shatter, the world order, then, there will be absolutely no peace. And that's true for China, but that could be also true for some minor nuclear powers. In regional conflicts especially, and we have many other examples. Then the second thing is the real issue. Some analysts are still talking about red lines. I said before that we don't have to buy, the red lines from China, and from Russia, for both countries, in fact. But I think we have also to be credible on all red lines. And then two issues. First of all, we have, the worst examples, during the last decade was the examples of Obama's so-called red lines, in Syria in 2013, that were never enforced after the chemical attack on the Rutte. And I think that everything that comes after that, in Syria, where the war is still ongoing, and Russia is still shelling the civilians there, and of course in Ukraine, also is coming from, the lack of credibility. And I remember had that period of time of just 1 year after trips to Japan and South Korea and discussed with senior officials, and they said, well, what's about the credibility? And that was the questions. And the second point is that, well, we are talking about nuclear threats, but the nuclear threat coming from Russia is exactly the same towards NATO country that it is towards Ukraine. So that makes the difference. And I think that if we want to be credible, that's my argument in 1.5 years, if you want to be credible, in our deterrence for NATO country, we must be also credible in facing the war waged by Russia against Ukraine.
Thank you. Julia, I'd like to ask a bit different question. Although nuclear disasters happening in nuclear power plants usually are put in the same basket as the nuclear warfare, and the risks are evaluated pretty much on the same level, but it's a sort of a different problem. So my question is, what is your take, what is your assessment on the potential of the nuclear disaster in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, how we should reduce these risks, and is there any role for NATO in the scenario?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to mention that I don't see a particular NATO responsibility for solving the issue, because the main responsibility lies with Russia, and Moscow has deliberately created that situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and it's continuing to do so. That doesn't mean that there is no role for NATO or NATO member states at all. But maybe let me start by saying something about different risks, nuclear-related risks, because as you correctly said, these types of risks, different types of risks related to nuclear weapons or nuclear radiation are very often, or military risks are very often mixed together. And that creates something like, it contributes to Russian efforts of creating this fog of war. So first of all, we have military risks. So risks in the conventional field, for example, hazardous military encounters, for example, in the Black Sea, in the Baltic Sea, especially in congested areas, smaller areas. You could say now with NATO enlargement, the Baltic Sea becomes a NATO lake. So you can see when tensions are on the rise, especially between nuclear weapon states or between a nuclear weapon state and countries that are members of a nuclear alliance, you have a greater risk for escalation. And that could always, in the worst case, go to a nuclear area, also even if the risk is rather low. And then you have risks typically related to nuclear weapons that are risks related to doctrinal use, to escalatory use. And for both of these baskets, so you can put both of these risks into different baskets, and you have risk reduction measures that you can apply in both areas. So, for example, managing dangerous encounters of the high seas or between military aircraft and military vessels, or even between civilian aircraft and military aircraft, something like this. And in the nuclear field, nuclear weapons field, you can apply risk reduction measures like talking about doctrines, trying to decrease ambiguity, creating more transparency. There are different types of approaches, and it's important to say that NATO itself is not doing any agreements. So NATO is a platform for discussing risk reduction and arms control. NATO is not signing any arms control agreements or risk reduction agreements. And now, that was a bit of an introduction. Now I come to the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, because that's quite different. It's not related to nuclear weapons, although in the public perceptions, it's almost mixed together. Risks around nuclear power plants and potential incidents are very, very different from the use of a strategic or tactical nuclear weapon. And what we see there is more related to these threat scenarios about around CBRN issues, around issues related to chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear issues. So that's a whole different basket. And right now we see that the IAEA is doing a great job in being there on the ground, having a mission there. And what they are doing is mostly observing the situation and doing myth busting, because that's quite important to inform the public, to inform decision makers what's going on there. And quite often that differs a lot from public perception. And what I think is important also in a NATO context to consider is that I think the situation around Zaporizhzhia is something that you can put into the basket of hybrid threats rather than classical nuclear threats, because it plays into that game of creating disinformation, of like creating a dangerous situation over a long period of time while pursuing other activities in parallel. It's also about influencing the public. You've raised the issue of public perception. So when we think back to Fukushima in 2011, that had a huge impact on public perception about nuclear power plants. So this is, for the Russian side, a very good issue of just trying to influence public perception. So I think the least thing that NATO could do would consider these kinds of threats as part of the broader Russian hybrid strategy and not consider this as an isolated event, but rather as something that it could inform our risk assessments in the future.
But are there any measures that we can take to prevent situations like that? I'm just pondering upon one situation. There was in the recent news a message that the Wagner troops have been approaching one of the nuclear plants in Russia, and also Russian armed forces are, well, mining the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So it's definitely not the matter for International Atomic Agency, but do we have any measures to prevent that?
Well, unfortunately, you don't have something like the creation of a security zone around nuclear power plants. Ideally, you would have that on a global scale, like something like a norm or an agreement that you must not interfere with nuclear power plants when there is a conflict or crisis whatsoever. Unfortunately, something like this doesn't exist, even not on a unilateral level. For example, states could unilaterally declare that they will not attack nuclear power plants whatsoever. Unfortunately, something like this doesn't exist. It's a bit like, I would compare that dilemma with the cybersphere, where it would be great to have norms, especially norms that you could apply to critical infrastructure, but you don't have them. And I don't want to be overly pessimistic, but realistically, I don't see that happening, because it's just going back to the Russian side and to Zaporizhzhia, it's just a very practical issue to create a threat scenario without actually doing something. Like it's still under the level of military activity. Well, apart from the shelling that has happened, especially and is still ongoing, but on the basis it's below back to the Russian side and to Zaporizhzhia. It's just a very practical issue to create a threat scenario without actually doing something. Like it's still under the level of military activity. Well, apart from the shelling that has happened, especially and is still ongoing, but on the basis it's below the level of military activity. So it's a very practical tool. And then the question is, why should you subscribe to such a norm if it serves your interests and if you don't have like an immediate motivation to just not do that?
I think that in general, and in particular in the nuclear field, we are facing this dilemma. Norms and agreements are usually the ones who are creating trust, reducing uncertainty, ensuring stability. But at the moment, there is no appetite for arms control because we have to deter. So what is the future of the arms control in nuclear fields? What's your take? I know it's a very difficult and broad question. But.
Well, it's a question that many people are asking right now, and rightly so, because a common saying is you don't do arms control with your friends, and maybe you don't do risk reduction with your friends, but you do that in a crisis. And when we look back at the Cold War, we can see that the initial impulse to do risk reduction and arms control started after the Cuban Missile Crisis, because the actors just realized we don't do arms control because we want to please others, but we want to be safe ourselves. The problem right now is arms control treaties, as we all know, have eroded. We don't have that basis anymore, so we have to go back to the very basics, and the basics are risk reduction. So how can we avoid nuclear war? And that is a very technical question for the Western part and for the NATO side. For Russia and China, it's a very political question. So they want issues like Ukraine to be solved, like for Russia, to be solved before they enter into a conversation about risk reduction measures. Something I mentioned that in the beginning about transparency, understanding each other's doctrine, trying to make a bit clearer what are the scenarios of nuclear use on each of the sides, something like this. But it's hard to start a conversation with the other side if the other side doesn't want to do that. So quite recently, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan just re-emphasized that you could, in fact, discuss about risk reduction issues as a matter of compartmentalization. So you keep that separate from the overall situation. And that was put on the table, and those of you who read the statement by Deputy Foreign Minister Ryabkov know that this was kind of politicized by the Russian side. So, in fact, compartmentalization is not something that the US invented or NATO invented, but something that served the interests of both sides during the Cold War, and right now it's being politicized and framed as something that serves US interests. But maybe to give it a slightly, well, I wouldn't say optimistic turn, but something that NATO can do is looking at all the matters that might be applicable once the hot phase or the fighting in Ukraine is over, something that could be done in the future, especially on the very technical level of risk reduction. And also maybe one thing, if I may add that, it's also very important to consider how all the activities that the West is pursuing with regards to nuclear weapons, with regards to Russia, are informing or maybe even shaping Chinese behavior in the future. So, as you said, China is looking very carefully what's happening in Ukraine, and how we shape deterrence, how we act, will inform Chinese nuclear buildup or the way China is engaging in arms control and risk reduction in the future.
Maybe this compartmentalization also the strategy to engage China to get it on board. So on this positive, optimistic note, I'm opening the floor for the questions from the audience. And I'll take the questions from your seats, but then I'll ask you to go to the fixed microphone in the middle. So start from there, and yeah. Okay.
Hello, Tomasz Szmura, Kazimierz Płaski Foundation, Warsaw Security Forum. I've got a question to Assistant Secretary General Lapsley on the nuclear sharing, of course. Probably you might hear that advisor to the President of Poland today informed that Poland will be willing to contribute more to nuclear sharing as we in the process of the procurement of F-35, still having a significant fleet of F-16. You are working, on the daily basis with the allies, nuclear sharing participants. So what are the moods in NATO HQ in this particular topic? Do you think that this approach is welcome or not really? And if such kind of contribution, it's welcome and expected. Thank you.
We'll take another question and one from the Slido, and then I'll let you answer, and then we'll have a second round. So there was a gentleman who just went there. So could you please? Okay, no, not you. Yeah, the one who is closer to me. Yeah, right. Sorry.
Absolutely. Erwan Lagadek from the Atlantic Council and George Washington University. A couple of quick things. Is it your view that the US and the UK especially have been true to the Budapest Memorandum in terms of its deterrence value vis-à-vis the Ukrainian decision to get rid of their post-Soviet nuclear weapons? And number two, we are seeing an increasing number of media pieces about the influence of the Orthodox establishment vis-à-vis the doctrine of nuclear weapons use. In fact, there's a new book about the way in which the far right in Russia is increasingly influenced by Orthodox millenarian thinking about using nukes. Do you think there's value to that, or should we in fact be on the lookout for Russia planting stories about the Orthodox Church pushing for a much more aggressive doctrine on nuclear weapons as a way to use the madman theory of nuclear doctrine? Thanks.
And this question goes to whom? To all the panelists. Okay. And the last question comes from Slido regarding nuclear weapons in Belarus. Does NATO perceive this as imbalance in deterrence, which consequently requires the deployment of nuclear weapons to Eastern Europe? So we'll start probably with Angus and then Nicola.
Well, on the question on Poland, I mean, actually, I thought your question had all the elements of the answer in it. Poland is part of the nuclear planning group, which is the body of NATO ministers minus France, which has a special status, which decides nuclear posture and nuclear policy, and it's a very active member of that group. Poland is deciding what the future should be. As you brought out, as Poland develops an F-35 force, along with many other countries in Northern Europe, it becomes a very potent contributor to how we maintain not just nuclear deterrence, but conventional deterrence. And I would strongly agree with what Nicola said earlier, that actually the best way to avoid ever getting into the situation where we need nuclear deterrence is to have strong conventional deterrence in the first place. And on Belarus, I would say we are very confident that our own nuclear deterrence vis-a-vis Russia is holding and is right for the threat that we face. And moving nuclear weapons into Belarus would be an irresponsible step. There's no justification for it, but it would not weaken our ability to deter an attack on NATO. We're very clear about that.
Thank you, Nicola.
Yes, I think there are two things. First of all, about the violations of the memorandum of Budapest by Russia. It's absolutely true that it was absolutely not acceptable, but that was part of the weak responses of the West that are already described after, all the massacres committed by Russia, in Georgia, mostly in Syria, and in Ukraine. And I think the lack of response was certainly the bad signal, because, as in Syria, at that time, I think that the questions of the nuclear blackmail was not, real, this one. It was not a nuclear blackmail at that time. And in fact, the fact is that basically we were as weak because we feared, I don't know what exactly. Coming about, very interesting questions about the so-called Orthodox Church of Russia. So-called, because that has nothing to do with the church, in my view, and with the values of the Bible or anything like this. But which is absolutely true is that we are witnessing, a kind of mood since more than 30 years, in fact, in Russia, of this kind of millenarist narratives. The cult of the death is something very frequent. We have, of course, some priests who were basically praising, all the massacres and the war crimes against humanity of the Russian soldiers, in Ukraine. And you have, sorry, I wrote a long piece about that, so I won't be long now. There is, this very ideology of Putin, which is based on destructions. Not only the destructions of the Chechens, the Syrians, the Georgians, the Ukrainians, etc., but the destructions of its own people. And I think we have certainly to pay a great deal of attention to ideology, because also mafia guys could have an ideology for their own purposes, and we must not forget that. Just a very quick word on Belarus. I think we have also to remind, first of all, that it is another violation of the Budapest Memorandum. And the second thing is a true violation as well of the constitutions of Belarus and Declaration of Independence.
Thank you. Julia, what's your take?
I will probably skip the question about the Orthodox Church because I don't know enough about it. Maybe also on nuclear weapons in Belarus or nuclear weapons eastwards, broadening the DCA mission. First of all, I don't think nuclear weapons in Belarus are changing the calculus or changing the overall strategic thinking. We've already discussed that NATO nuclear deterrence works. So I think that's the baseline. And then two things that I would like to add. First of all, I don't think we should fall into the trap of tit-for-tat strategy. So what Russia is doing, and starting with, again, with Zaporizhzhia, with very vague or explicit threats around the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, to allegations against Ukraine of using a dirty bomb. Russia is trying to create a very confusing, very fog of war-like nuclear scenario. And I think the best choice for NATO is to stick to the very strong and effective strategy, nuclear strategy that it has, which is based on coherence, it is based on consistency. So I would really warn anyone to fall into that tit-for-tat strategy. And then last point, maybe looking a bit at the broader picture, if we talk about additional deployment countries for NATO nuclear weapons, we will certainly, the West will certainly have to answer questions in the Non-Proliferation Treaty conferences that might not sound very relevant for this forum, but I can tell you why it is relevant. Because as West, we are not, in terms of population, the majority of the global population. So there are many countries on the brink, and our interest is that Russia doesn't gain supporters over the longer term. We don't want Russia to be surrounded by states in the global south. So we should be very careful how we behave in different formats because they are all connected. So if there are questions in the NPT regarding that issue, I think we risk that basis of support for Ukraine. That's very much looking at the broader picture, but and I know we're running out of time, but I think it makes sense to think about the wider implications.
Thank you very much. So I think that major takeaways is that nuclear is very dangerous, so we have to be careful with nuclear, and first of all, we have to be careful and not get involved in this tit-for-tat strategy, because it might lead us on very dangerous path. But it is important to be prepared and not to be too complacent, to adapt, to rethink our posture, but not also to succumb to nuclear saber rattling and be resilient vis-à-vis nuclear saber rattling, monitor but not overreact, and also reassure the societies, which also react in a very sometimes hysteric way, because nuclear is dangerous and very toxic. And although there is no probably room today for arms control negotiations, but we will have to come back to these negotiations when the war is over. And as Julia suggested, probably these conversations have to be compartmentalized, and it's not only taking Russia on board, but also China and potentially other players. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me close this panel and thank our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much.
Now, a short announcement that the session we were supposed to have at 16:40 may be moved to tomorrow. And the second one, we are going to have a coffee break, long-awaited coffee break, 20 minutes. After that, we will go live with Washington, D.C. Please be back in 20 minutes.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Maria Yefrosinina. I'm the Ukrainian journalist, and I'm now standing in Vilnius, Lithuania, actually in the YouTube studio, which is streaming from the public forum of NATO. And I'm very, very happy and honored to welcome here in the studio the Prime Minister of Latvia, Mr. Krišjānis Kariņš. Am I right?
Perfect.
Perfect, it's very good. And let me start with thank you from all the Ukrainian people to you in your help and support to Ukrainians. And you know that the whole people of our country is keeping eyes now on what's going on here in Vilnius. And could you please, I know that we have only a couple of minutes, could you please tell me all your personal expectations from this forum for Ukraine?
Within NATO, it's no secret there are various approaches in thinking about Ukraine and NATO. Good news is, in terms of support for Ukraine with weapons, ammunition, money, humanitarian aid, etc., there is complete universality. Everyone is fully committed and will continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes. There's no question about that. This is actually very, very good news. That is, the longer the war goes on, the more committed everyone is to helping Ukraine. So it does not become weaker, it actually becomes stronger. So the will among NATO members is very clear. Then is the question of when and how does Ukraine become a member of NATO? Mm-hmm. And there are countries such as mine that thinks it's very simple and obvious. Ukraine must become part of NATO in order for there to be peace, not only in Ukraine but in Europe, because fighting a war costs lives, it costs damage, it costs money, and supporting a peace is completely different. And NATO is the only credible guarantor of peace in Europe, and Russia knows this. So the only question is what kind of decision we will have, what the actual wording will be. The sentiment is actually quite universal. Of course, it was said many years ago that Ukraine must be or should be in NATO. But now it's coming down to, okay, now how do we actually move in that direction? We've been saying it for many years, but how do we actually move in that direction? So there will be still some discussions about that. But to me, it's almost, I could say, it's not almost, it is actually black and white.
I heard your position on the panel. It's one of the most exact and very straight. And actually what is Latvia showing us is that since the beginning of war, your country has spent 1.3% of ITS GDP to help Ukraine. How can we persuade, for example, all the European countries to make such a great support to us? You did it, you managed.
We're still doing it. And what the interesting thing is in our country, when the government, and almost every week in government, we're making new decisions on what kind of aid is going to Ukraine. It comes from the military, it comes from the health ministry, it comes from the interior ministry. After the exploding of the dam, then there were generators, and our services are in contact with your services. What do you need? What do we have? What can we get? But civil society in Latvia is doing the same. And as the government is making decisions, I'm looking, we have all the time convoys of lorries going to Ukraine with everything under the sun. The civilians are not sending weapons. Yeah. That's what the government is doing. But the civilians are doing everything else. So our society is fully mobilized in this support, because in Latvia, we understand that Ukraine is fighting our war. It could have been us, but if it would have been us, the outcome would be very different. You're a large country. All the three Baltic countries were small geographically. We don't have as many people. And we understand this wholly. So our support for you it's coming
huge.
from the
Yeah.
inside. It's completely sincere. And when I speak, and also here at the summit with my friends and colleagues, the heads of other governments around the NATO community, I am and have been all the time conveying the message: Russia is the threat. The Ukrainians are right now taking the brunt of all of Russia's aggression. No one else is having to fight right now, and that it is our responsibility not only to help you now win the war, but to ensure your stability and peace afterwards. And I'm saying that even if, I don't know any such government, but theoretically only thinking about yourself, well, then that kind of government would want Ukraine in NATO as well, because that will mean peace. And peace means growth and stability.
For sure. Yeah.
And so I don't accept the argument that you have to be wealthy to aid Ukraine. My country is not the wealthiest in Europe, but everyone is helping in their own way. People are taking Ukrainian refugees into their houses.
I know.
And the Ukrainian refugees, they're now entering our workforce and actually helping our economy grow.
Of course, we can lose much more if this monster wins.
Yes.
I have a last question, because we have a YouTube audience. I know that for the last couple of days you're combining two positions, like Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense.
Yes.
Do you sleep? How do you feel yourself? And how long will it take in your life?
It's just for a few weeks. Our foreign minister became our president, so the post is vacant. I need to propose a candidate for Parliament to vote. I'm looking at maybe making a few other changes in government. I don't want to have 2 or 3 votes. I want to have 1 vote. So for the next few weeks, I'll be the foreign minister. But I'm still getting some sleep. And I'm fortunate as the foreign minister. We have an excellent ministry and excellent ambassadors all over the world. So things are moving along. I could say as the head of the government, that's part of the machine which is actually oiled quite well.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Thank you for finding time for us. Thank you. See you later.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take back your seats. The discussions will continue here in Vilnius, Lithuania at the NATO Public Forum at the location of NATO Summit. We are bringing on stage high-level officials present at the summit to unpack the summit deliverables through public debates and discussions. This afternoon, we are also joined online by an audience located in the Washington, D.C. studio at the premises of our co-organizer, the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Paige Ennis, Senior Vice President of Strategic Engagement at German Marshall Fund, is online now, is supposed to be online. Hello, Paige, can you hear me?
Hello, Vilnius. Hello, Reuters. Yes, we can hear you clearly. Can you hear us?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
Welcome. Welcome. Greetings from the headquarters of the German Marshall Fund. We are delighted to be with you today, and our special guests to my left, Rear Admiral Tim Henry of NATO, and to my right, Jessica Cox. We just had a very interesting conversation with them, and we're delighted they're here. Also in our live audience, we have members of the Diplomatic Corps, U.S. administration, members of the private sector, and most importantly, graduate students who will be asking some questions later. We're delighted to be part of this conversation, and with that, let me throw it back to Vilnius. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Please stay online, and we will reconnect for the upcoming session. And the session will be moderated by Linas Kojala, Director of Eastern European Studies Center. The session is due to begin in a very short time. Please be patient.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we'll start discussion. We have an honorable guest on our stage, Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Mark Rutte.
Yes, good to be here.
We're going to be very sharp. We have 15 minutes, so let's start off with a question. Prime Minister, it's been almost 1.5 years since the full-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine. How would you evaluate the Western response to this, and are we on the right path in terms of supporting Ukraine further on?
Unity. Word number one, since the start, and has always been there. And secondly, acceleration. So we have been able to accelerate our support for Ukraine against the Russian aggression in terms of weapon systems from different European countries. We were very much involved in all the decisions around the Panzer howitzers and the Leopards 2, obviously Germany in the lead, but also later on with the Patriot system, and now with the training for the F-16. So we have really accelerated, I would say, the weapons delivery. But from day one, unity, 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 because this is about values and about our collective security.
Do you sense this unity here in Vilnius when you meet other NATO leaders and you talk about the final declaration of the summit?
Yes, absolutely. There is total... We are completely in agreement that what happened here, you do not recolonize another country in the world of 2022, 2023. This is something we did in the 19th century, not in the 21st century. And the full-scale onslaught of Russia against Ukraine is unacceptable, was unprovoked. So there is complete unity, because if we accept this and Russia will be successful, what will be next? Who will be next? We will all be threatened, so we have to win this.
Do you already have a sense of what could be proposed to Ukraine, in a sense that NATO obviously goes another level up in terms of its relationship with Ukraine?
This is all about words. I mean, everybody here agrees that there is a future path for Ukraine into NATO. But this is all about the intermediate steps. And I understand that this is extremely important for Ukraine, because it is a signal for them and for Ukrainian people that there is a future NATO orientation for Ukraine. But at the same time, it is also tedious work to find the right wording, because But I would say what is much more important is that there is an agreement on this Ukraine NATO Council. There is an agreement on making sure that the Ukrainian military systems will be upgraded to NATO standards. And thirdly, to skip this MAP, this Membership Action Plan thing, skip it out of the procedure, which will speed up future accession of Ukraine into NATO. So these three things already have been achieved. Now it's all about language. And now NATO looks more and more like the European Union, where we can bigger endlessly about sentences which do not change reality. Here I understand that a sentence can be important for Ukraine because it is also a signal which has its own meaning. But at the end you cannot fire a bullet from a sentence. You fire bullets from let's say Leopards 2, etc.
Do you expect some late-night negotiations with regards to those final touches and sentences and the wording?
I certainly don't hope so. And in the end, even if it happens, it's not a big deal. We will get to something. But the main message has to be unity.
It's also important to have the civic society support in European countries and the Western countries in general. Do you sense that there is still strong support coming from society, from the populations, even though they obviously feel the consequences of the war as well?
Speaking of my own country, yes. We measure it now and then, and it's still at a very high level, because people really sense here in stomach and heart that it is about values, and they understand that it's also about our safety and our security. However, there will be days when Ukraine is not successful. Inevitably, there will be setbacks at the front. And particularly then, we have to make sure that we all stick with them. So now it's a bit easier because Zelensky is a fantastic leader who is communicating in a charismatic way. The Ukrainian military is step by step making advancements. And of course, we all want them to be faster, but they are not governed by the 24-hour news cycle. So they take their own logistical and also their own, let's say, professional decisions on this. But in the end, there might be days upcoming in the coming months where things don't move in the right direction. And then we have to make sure that we stick with them, that our populations stick with them, and that we don't get bored. Of course, we won't get bored because this is so big, it won't happen, but we have to really be aware of that.
We also have, obviously, partner countries here joining NATO countries and talking about common security challenges. But it's not necessarily always easy to get other countries into this coalition, which stands for sanctions against Russia, which supports Ukraine, and etc. How do you see that effort extending in the future?
Well, obviously, 140 countries have signed up to the UN General Assembly resolution, so that is good news. And the 140, it was 142, 141, but basically that group stick together. But we all know there is a soft underbelly in the 140 who has said yes to the resolution, but not with as much enthusiasm as the core group. And here it is about reaching out. So I was in Africa visiting Namibia, South Africa, Morocco a couple of weeks ago. Two of these countries together with Mette Frederiksen of Denmark. I was in Brazil 1.5 months ago. We have to reach out, and don't forget that till a couple of years ago we didn't pick up the phone always if an African leader called us asking for something when he or she was in need. We have to pick up the phone. We have to have that regular dialogue. We have to make sure that we stand auf Augenhöhe, as the Germans say, that we look them in the eye and realize that we need each other in this world. And but for them, the impact is huge. Economy, the food supply, it has a huge impact on many African countries. We have to realize that. But it is not a regional war. This is really a global conflict which is happening here. And therefore, you need to have those discussions. And you know, when you want to convince somebody, it is 90% listening and only 10% talking. And that's what I try to do with my colleagues. And so we are learning. And I hope we can stick to this after this war, that we will never let go of Africa and of Latin America.
Do you see that this effort brings some results already? Is it?
I think so, yes, step by step. Of course, we have a new leader in Brazil, President Lula, who clearly has huge experience and is really trying to navigate his country in terms of its response to what is happening now in Europe and this aggression war of Russia against Ukraine. So I think step by step we are making advancements.
Great. I'll give a floor for questions from the audience, but just one more from my side. Mr. Prime Minister, it's also obviously very important that Russia is punished for what it did. And international law plays an enormous role in this. And the Netherlands take the lead in this. Could you explain us what kind of steps you anticipate in the nearest future in this regard?
Yes, I was just discussing with the Prime Minister of Iceland because they're a staunch ally on this, and of course many others are. And The Hague is the international capital of peace and justice, and one of the 3 UN capitals next to Geneva and New York. So we are proud of this tradition of hosting all these institutions. And it means that the crime of aggression, making sure that we collect all the evidence, all these issues. And they, in total, you have 4 or 5 work streams. It is line item 7 from the Zelensky 10-point peace plan. We feel very much the owner of that, but of course owning it together with all the others. But really trying to push the envelope on accountability is crucial.
Stronger together. Okay, a couple of questions, please, Madam.
I'm Daria Kaleniuk, Ukraine International Center for Ukrainian Victory. Prime Minister, thank you very much for your position in the European Coalition for F-16s. Also, I've been in Washington 2 weeks ago, and they told that neither Denmark nor Netherlands didn't send request for the third-party transfer of F-16s to Ukraine. And also we are hearing that the training, actual training of Ukrainian experienced pilots for F-16s will be significantly delayed and might start the earliest in January 2024. And one of the reasons is that apparently Americans are not taking any position in training Ukrainian pilots. Is that true? And when do you anticipate F-16s from Netherlands and from Denmark will be in Ukraine? Thank you.
For F-16s to really be used by Ukrainians, we need another yes of the Americans. So we had the American yes on training. The next step, of course, has to be an American yes on also actually making use of the F-16s in combat by Ukrainian fighter pilots. So that's the next step. Of course, when you take the first step, the next step is not completely unlogical, but this has to be a step-by-step approach. We are working with the Danes, also with the Romanians, who are setting up training centers and many others to make sure that we, as quickly as possible, get the F-16 training going. And there was just a meeting here in the fringes of the NATO summit with the defense and foreign affairs ministers, led by Keizer Ollongren and Wopke Hoekstra of the Netherlands, and colleagues from Denmark and others, to really report on the progress being made. And we really want to have a much more ambitious timeline than you just mentioned.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll pick one more question from the audience here, and then we'll have live teleconnection with Washington, D.C.
Washington.
Yes, Washington.
The President is here, so why do we need...
Any questions from the audience here? Okay, please.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, maybe I'm the first Dutchman.
Please introduce yourself. If you
yeah. I am Alexander Moens from Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, and I'm the director of the NATO Field School program. But I'm also an old Dutchman who's been away for 43 years, and maybe I'm the first one to say to you, thank you for your faithful service for more than 10 years as Dutch Prime Minister. I have enjoyed it greatly watching from far away. And I'm hoping that you will still have a very prosperous European future in you because you're young and strong and very experienced. And
I give you the 10 euros later.
And this is a great audience, Prime Minister.
Yeah, that's much appreciated. It's quite expensive all the way from Vancouver. But so one of those areas of great opportunity, of course, might come up next year when the current Secretary General may retire. And I wonder if you have any thoughts.
No, I have news for you. He will not retire because he is now in Hotel California, which is of his own making. He is really now eating his own success. No, I think Jens will be here for the next 40 years. I have no doubt.
And we'll have you on stage as an expert then maybe if you're out of politics. Okay, please, let's join our studio in Washington, D.C. Paige Ennis, Senior Vice President of Strategic Engagement, GMF. Hello, guys. I know you have a question. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Prime Minister. My name is Hotaka Nakamura. I recently graduated from Georgetown University's Security Studies program. I'm originally from Japan, which is sort of my impetus for my question, which is what can U.S. and NATO allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific learn from NATO countries and their response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine when or if they're confronted with Chinese aggression against Taiwan, and especially since you emphasize unity so much when it comes to fostering and maintaining unity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I was in Georgetown in January at the university. It's a fantastic place, and what a great institution. Of course, we have here the leaders of, as you know, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. They're all here, and we will have a meeting tomorrow. But I've had already a lunch with the Korean president, and I bumped into the Australian Prime Minister, whom I will meet tonight. So it's great that these leaders are here. And for the Netherlands, we are very active in the Indo-Pacific. With our Navy, with our Air Force. So we really try to help there and work closely with our partners in the Indo-Pacific. And the fact that NATO now has this structured dialogue with Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand is really a big step forward compared to, let's say, when I started in 2010 in this job. And we did not have, at least not at this level, that structured dialogue. It's difficult for me really to advise Asia how to organize itself in terms of its collective defense. I would say what is working in NATO, of course, at the end is the Article 5, that an attack on one is an attack on all. But this has its history, obviously, in post-war Europe and the post-war geopolitical situation where Canada, the US and European countries were confronted with a big Soviet, Russia and communist system. And so it is difficult to replicate those models. But if there would be one advice, and it is to have these regular meetings, to build the personal relationships, to make sure that these leaders meet regularly. The fact that on a first-name basis, in a very informal setting, okay, it's not so informal, but at least informal-ish. Here now in Vilnius, but and last time in Madrid, it really helps to make sure that that alliance is working and sticking together. And then from that basis you can strategize. But again, difficult for me to come up with a non-paid advice on how to organize yourselves.
And just very quickly, in the end, is it going to be a very successful NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania, and also a very successful public forum as well?
Yes, well, this public forum, of course, is a huge success. But
it's not me telling that. So.
No, but on this summit, yes. First of all, because there is now big progress on Sweden. There is now a clear pathway for Sweden to join the alliance, which is not only politically important, but also strategically and militarily. Because Sweden will really, because of its place on the map, but also because of its military tradition, will be a huge addition to NATO. So I'm happy for that. I think on Ukraine, the fact that we agreed on the 3 things I pointed out earlier, we will no doubt agree in the end also on the language in terms of the future NATO orientation of Ukraine. I'm very optimistic, and I think in Moscow they will think again we have not been able to divide them. They have so far been able to get Finland to join NATO, and Putin has been able to get Sweden now almost in NATO. So he is making progress, but it can be faster.
Prime Minister, it was an honor to have you here.
An honor to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NATO Public Forum here on the sidelines of the Vilnius Summit. I am Rachel Rizzo, a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Europe Center, and I am thrilled to have with me today the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama. We're going to talk about NATO, the Balkans, and some specific security issues facing Albania today, but we don't have that much time, so I'd like to get right into it.
You were expecting small people in these chairs, right?
Exactly. We should have changed the chairs before you got on stage.
Oh, it's okay.
I'll let them know in the back for next time.
Rishi Sunak, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a good way to start, okay? So, Mr. Prime Minister, we can sit back like this. Make it a little comfortable. There you go.
Like in the beach.
Exactly. This is just like the beach. Yeah. You know, nice in Vilnius. Sir, you've been an outspoken champion of the transatlantic alliance and NATO in particular. You've also talked about tasking your Ministry of Defense to reach 2% GDP defense spending by next year. You also tweeted a couple days ago, basically saying that only together can we prevail in this very defining moment. So we saw a moment of unity yesterday with Turkey finally dropping its opposition to Sweden's membership in the alliance. Are we going to see unity on display in terms of the language that comes out of this summit for Ukraine, or is the alliance going to look disunified? Your thoughts on that?
No, first of all, let me say that being a champion when you don't have to take the big decisions is easy, right? Albania is a proud, small member of NATO, and it's a place where we feel very good for many reasons, but I also feel good for one reason, that it's not up to me to make the terrible bad decisions, big decisions, sorry. So, on the other hand, yes, I think there is a full intention to continue and support Ukraine without wavering, and everyone seems to be committed to invest more on defense, which is a direct effect also of what's happening in Ukraine. And for us, it comes very natural, because we learned in the hardest way the value of freedom and democracy in the life of a country. We were deprived of them for so many years, and in the most brutal method ever seen within the communist empire. And Albania is a country where Vladimir Putin's popularity fluctuates from 0.7% to 1.2%. So we don't have anything else but full understanding and full support by the whole public opinion in Albania. And the big question is always how democracies can stand a dictator or a dictatorial regime in a conflict, because democracies have to fight and at the same time have to listen to the people, while Vladimir Putin has no one to listen to.
Yeah. On Ukraine, though, specifically, we don't have the communique out yet. Oh, it is out. Thank you, Carmen. So it's.
I didn't read it, but I agreed already.
It seems like the language, says about Ukraine's membership when allies agree, when conditions allow.
Look like how they laugh. They should be Romanian, because they also didn't read it, but they agreed, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Does this sound like a repeat of Bucharest, or have we gone farther? Are we?
No, I didn't mention Romania because of that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that there are many countries in this alliance that are happy to be here and are very keen to approve everything they are told to approve.
All right. Let's shift to the Western Balkans a little bit. You've said that Albania is ready to commit additional troops to strengthen NATO's forward presence. You've also emphasized the importance of NATO's commitment to promoting stability and cooperation across the Western Balkans. We've obviously been watching what's going on between Serbia and Kosovo lately, also in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What concrete steps do you think NATO has to take to strengthen the security situation in the Western Balkans? And do you see a risk of contagion, given the fact that North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania are all members of the NATO alliance?
I'm quite comforted by the fact that President Biden, in his address to the Council, touched upon this point, because the Western Balkan problem nowadays of security may be not in the same magnitude of the Ukraine huge problem, but is not as small as to be treated like it's irrelevant. And what's happening is really disturbing, especially lately, with northern Kosovo becoming really a hotspot, and with the threat of conflict becoming more and more obvious. And while the EU facilitated dialogue is dealing with two sides, Belgrade and Pristina, there is a third side that is in making, the extreme groups in northern Kosovo, where it has been created in years a safe haven for criminal activities, drugs, traffic of weapons, cryptocurrency, illegal production, and where the mix of politicians, local politicians with criminals, and the mix of mafia interests with national and human rights concerns can be really very, very explosive. And that's why I think it's time to combine this EU-facilitated dialogue and the path of diplomacy with much more firm stance of NATO through KFOR.
Okay. So kind of looking at Albania specifically, your country has recently been the victim of widespread cyber attacks on your national infrastructure attributed to Iran. So looking at that for a second, what do you think, what more could or should NATO allies do to both protect critical infrastructure and enhance their cyber defenses?
This is a big challenge, and it'll become every day bigger. Also, with the introduction in our lives of the AI in full force, and that's for Albania and Albania's example. I must say that we, as I said, we are a small country, and we are, we are not in a position to change the destiny of any war, of any conflict, of any battle. But when we are asked to help, we are more than happy to help, because it's not every day that you can be useful being so small. And it's not every day that big allies can ask you to help. So practically, we were asked to help with this Iranian opposition group, MEKs, that are some really tough cookies, I must say. And they were being massacred in Iraq by the Iranian Secret Service. And so we were asked to get them in and to save their lives. And in saving lives, Albania has a history, as a DNA propensity, I must say. We were the only country in Europe with more Jews after the Second World War than before. because all Jews felt safe in Albania, and instead of leaving the country, they were coming in the country. And there is no one single Jew on record that has been delivered to the Nazis. We were very keen to welcome 500,000 refugees escaping Slobodan Milosevic ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. We opened immediately the doors to the Afghans after the mass in Kabul, and thousands of them came and were saved in Albania. So we did the same with these guys, and of course it's not the same in the sense of the risk, because they are opposition people, and although the agreement was very clear that they had to be in Albania to be safe and not to turn Albania in a political platform against the regime, things happened, and so we were under attack, big attack, cyber. Being very advanced in digital services, we practically rank among top countries in Europe for offering service online to citizens. We were vulnerable, and yeah, to strengthen our cyber defense, we need more money from the Congress and the Senate. But, you know, when it's not anymore in the news, it's not anymore a problem sometimes. So the problem remains with us. We are trying to do everything to strengthen our cyber defense, but it's not very easy.
Do you see meaningful steps being made in that direction, though?
From U.S. side, you mean?
Yeah. You said you needed money from Congress, support from Congress. Is that happening?
It depends what you call meaningful, but I would say we are on record, right?
Yeah.
We are being watched, right?
Yes.
No, they are not being fully supportive in that as much as we would wish. Let's say it, and then they can do whatever they want.
Okay, that's a good answer for on the record.
Yeah. I mean, they can do whatever they want to me.
Okay, well, fair. Before, we have an audience in Washington, actually, that's tuning into this, and we're going to beam over to them in a couple of minutes, add a little razzle-dazzle to the question and answer session. But before we do that, we have a couple minutes, and I want to talk about something that is also on the docket here at the NATO summit that has been a little bit overshadowed by the discussion on Ukraine and Turkey and Sweden. But there's also been a lot of discussion about the relationship with NATO and the Indo-Pacific and NATO's partners in the Indo-Pacific. You have Fumio Kishida here from Japan, other leaders from the Indo-Pacific region. At the same time, you have China, I think, who's spending about 7.2% of its GDP on defense as the world's largest standing army, the world's largest navy. Do you see NATO's relationship with the Indo-Pacific deepening? Do you see that as a distraction, or how do you think that those relationships should develop going forward?
I think first and foremost we should be very very careful in how we define others, and approaches that are not clear can then bring problems. So not having clearly defined Russia for a long time, what Russia was about, was an enemy, was an adversary, was a competitor, or was a friend, has created a lot of room for confusion and frustration. And I think that it's time to be very clear on China. What is China? Who is China for us? It's not an enemy, of course. It's not an adversary. It's a competitor that, based on what we do, can become more ruthless or less. So, in the meantime, of course, we need to be well prepared, and we need to do whatever we have to do to get much more understanding and much more forces that join us to confront the future.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm trusting in technology right now. I see our friends from Washington on this screen right here. And you can see them too.
It's a controlled debate, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to turn it to you, my friend. I don't know your name, but please go ahead and ask your question. We should be able to hear you.
Sure. Thank you, Prime Minister Rama, for being here today. My name is Anna Matilde Bassoli, and I'm a first-year student at Georgetown, originally from Italy. And my question is actually on China, and specifically on Chinese assertiveness in the Mediterranean. Albania has invested in its port infrastructure, but is also surrounded by many countries that have accepted Chinese investments in their port infrastructure. What do you think NATO should do to counter Chinese penetration and assertiveness in Southern Europe and Balkan infrastructure and in the Mediterranean too? Thank you.
Listen, I'm not in a good position to give advice or suggestion or let alone lecture others because of history. We don't have these problems because we had China and Russia when everyone decided to give them up. And so if in this country where we are or in other Soviet countries, Stalin monuments were removed long ago, we had Mr. Josip Vissarionovich until 1990 in our main boulevard. So because we abandoned the whole communist bloc, we walked out of the Warsaw Treaty in 1960. And the reason was that we wanted to remain loyal to Stalin. And for us, all the others were traitors. And then we went to China and we got the worst China possible with the Cultural Revolution, which came to us in the form of first declaring God illegal in the country, like an illegal immigrant, and blowing up 2,450-something churches and temples with dynamite and burning 300,000 religious artworks in the streets. And then second, the ban of art and culture of 20th century completely in the beginning of 70s. So both China and Russia are old marriages we don't want to go back to. Mm-hmm. For the others is different history, different attitude, different thing. And with China, we had with Russia, we never had really a relation. Just imagine that since 1990, when we got free, it never occurred an official visit of high level from Albania to Moscow or vice versa. Never. And with China is different. We have a friendly relation, but it's not a country, ours, where we have much of Chinese investments, and we don't really look to have more Chinese investments. It's just like, you know, yeah. As I think I said it, old marriages you don't want to review, okay. Right? So.
All right. Is there another question from Washington, or should I go to the audience? I don't see any hands up there, so I might. We have about 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
Because it's an orchestrated debate, you had only one to make a question. The others were not supposed to ask.
This is what happens.
Now you have more time and they are not ready to ask.
When you go off the cuff, this is what happens. Ma'am, please go ahead and step to the microphone, please. We'll give the last word to you. We've got about 1.5 minutes, so please make it quick.
Thank you. I'm Eugenia from the Atlantic Council of Albania. So my question is regarding your Balkan tour, Prime Minister, that you have made these recent days, and it's about whether or not you are confident on the answer or the attitude of the European Union toward Western Balkan countries' membership in the EU.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. The 16th of October, Berlin.
Yeah. Forum. It was a follow-up question, what we can expect from the Berlin Initiative meeting that will take place in Tirana about the accession of the Western Balkans to the European Union, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Listen, we suffered a lot, and we had a neurotic breakdown for some time because of not having the opening of accession talks. So we were, based on the Commission reports, we were ready to start talks, and then based on the Council, European Council, we were not ready to start talks. And we were like being told all the time that they wanted to marry us, but they didn't want to talk to us. And I don't know how this can happen. When the accession talks started, for us, that was it. Why? Because we wanted the accession talks very much as the unique know-how transfer of state building that you can find. If there is a difference between our country or our countries in Western Balkans that have a very poor tradition of institutions, that have been cursed by history in a very harsh way and have never had the possibility to build states, credible states, with countries that are, let's say, Iraq or let's say wherever. The difference is that we are blessed to be in the middle of Europe and to have the European Union, because European Union, as terrifying as it is in making you wanting to die from boredom, it helps you with a method of building institutions. And of course, this is not something that comes with excitement, right? You have to make homework. And this homework has to be done. So I always advocated that accession talks had to be open as soon as possible, and then membership has to come when it has to come. So no rush, no hurry. We need to learn to drive the car with all different speeds and not cry to have a driving license before we know how to drive, because then we crash, and then we crash others, and then there is frustration and so on. In the meantime, I think that the time we live in needs a different approach from the European Union in terms of doing more to get the Balkans integrated. First of all, doing more financially. What happened during this crisis, practically has widened the gap, the convergence gap between us, the Western Balkans, and the European Union. And guess what? Based on a very simple calculation of the money that have been distributed among the members, our neighboring countries that are part of the EU have got, with all these packages and all these contributions, to overcome pandemic, to overcome the energy crisis, to overcome this and that, something like 4,718 euros per capita. We have got 132 euros per capita. So this cannot go on anymore like this. So some pre-accession funds should be structured. Some more political participation should be structured. And then this has to be combined with the reform in the European Union, because the decision-making in the European Union is already a mess. So they are already not able to make all decisions with 27, right? Adding 6 from the Balkans, who are bringing a lot of enthusiasm and joy, but not a lot of patience, will not make the decision-making process more easy, I assume. So it should be a combined thing. But to conclude, you know, we can say whatever we want about the European Union, but one thing is sure. Without the European Union, we would not be able to do 90% of the things we have done in the last 30 years. And without the United States, that also have their own problems, of course, and we can also say whatever we want, we would not be able to survive as Albanian nation. So if we are today so well placed that we have so much progress tangible, not only in Albania, but free, independent Kosovo, full participation of Albanians in the North Macedonia political and social life, Albanians in Montenegro being well represented, And by the way, 6 Balkan countries, 3 Albanian prime ministers, of course something might be wrong, but it's good. So I think that we should really never forget that we are blessed to be in the heart of Europe and to have these 2 big strategic allies, United States and European Union. And of course, after making the homework during the day, in the evening we can make fun of them. Because without the fun, Western Balkans would have been dead long ago.
It's a good note to end on. Prime Minister Rama, thank you for being with us.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to have the Foreign Minister of Spain here. In parallel, we just have the Secretary General of NATO proclaim the results of the summit. It's 1 year from Madrid. How happy are you after a very successful summit in Madrid? How happy are you with progress made until today and with the result of the present summit?
I'm very happy because the Madrid, the main objective, everything was around unity and giving the right response to Russia's aggression to Ukraine. And what I've seen today in the room is that unity continues. We are all united around Ukraine and around our values. And there is also a clear answer to Russia and also a clear signal to the future of Ukraine within the Euro-Atlantic family. So I think this has been a very successful summit so far, and it falls right into the path of what was open in Madrid.
Very good. Now, there are some reports from the Ukrainian president who apparently is not happy with the result. What will you answer him tomorrow when he asks you the question on the outcome with regard to Ukraine?
First of all, we will be very happy to see President Zelensky and his team here in Vilnius tomorrow. The President of Spain inaugurated the presidency of the EU precisely on July the 1st, going to Kiev to put that stronger signal. These are very complicated and complex times for Europe, and especially complicated for Ukraine, so I can understand the mood. But I think that so far from what is getting out of the summit, there are several steps forward, that we are doing the homework to welcome one day into the Euro-Atlantic family Ukraine. There is going to be the help to make a transition from, if I can call it that way, a Soviet-type army to a NATO-type army. There is the avoidance of the action plans, which makes shorter, faster the integration of Ukraine in NATO. And there is, of course, the political support that we will be doing. And there is the clear, in the final statement, there is the clear word of extending an invitation when the day will come.
Okay, we'll have President Zelensky here, and you will listen to what he has to say. And but what is very important is this, of course, is this unity. Now, in Madrid, again here, even back in 2014, at the NATO summit in Wales, members of NATO agreed that they would increase defense spending, that they would reach 2% by 2024. Now, neither Spain nor Germany, my country, has achieved that. And what is your explanation for this? How do you count on achieving actually that goal and increasing the budget also in Spain so that you meet what you committed to?
The commitment is clear, 2%, and the target of the timetable is clear as well. It will be in 2029. And we are moving forward. We have increased this year our budget on defense more than 25%. So what we are doing is we have put a timetable with a clear date at the end, and we are moving year after year. But we have also taken into consideration that what we do in NATO is not only cash, there is also the commitment. Spain is very committed to the security of the eastern flank. Here in the Baltic countries, they know it very well for the air patrolling that we are doing. We are increasing our presence in Romania. We are going to try to lead in Slovakia. And also, there is the capacities of what we do, what type of material we are putting, and we are putting the state of art of what we have in Spain. So, on the one hand, it's very important to create a clear path towards 2%. We are doing it, but we have to also take into consideration that NATO is not only about money, although this is very important.
Yeah, it's not only about money, it's about capacities, of course, and there, I think Spain is, am I correct, at 1.26% right now on defense?
Exactly, but we are increasing, and we are increasing very quickly year after year.
Okay, good luck on that. You have, and you mentioned it, you have assumed the presidency of the European Union on the 1st of July. Now, we have seen during the last month really an approachement that the European Union and NATO became closer. What are your plans with regard to the European security and defense policy, with regard to trying to get EU and NATO working closer together?
During Madrid summit, there was the first Euro-Atlantic dinner ever in the history of NATO, in which all EU members attended the dinner. That's a little bit the philosophy which we are approaching our presidency. I think that probably since the fall of the Berlin Wall, European partners, we have never been so united among ourselves, and European Union with its natural allies from the other side of the Atlantic, started by the United States. We want to strengthen that dialogue between European Union and the United States, and we will keep also within the European Union that sense of unity that we are finding here today in NATO. And at the end, it's so important. For us, NATO and EU are not two opposite things, but are complementary. And that's how we are going to work during our presidency.
What is your vision on this, on the European security? We never know who will be in Washington at the helm of the administration, and there can be, we can imagine that there is somebody who will say now for European security, it's up to the Europeans to look after their security. And there may be cases where actually the Americans will say, no, we will not engage. I mean, right now they are in the lead in Ukraine, they have been in the Balkan wars, so they have been always very important in preserving European security. If one day they say, okay, this is now a problem for you Europeans to resolve. Are we ready for this? Are you in favor of building, you know, kind of a European headquarter? And how do you see the future of European defense?
right now, I think the Euro-Atlantic security is guaranteed by NATO, and there is no substitution to NATO. And I don't wish to find a substitution to NATO. But at the same time, the Spanish government really believes in European defense, being a strong pillar of NATO, and at the same time being capable of acting autonomously if need be. Today, this goes, and during our presidency, this will be an important part of what we will do in our working program. We have to have a better integration of our defense industries. And I don't know what will happen in the United States elections, but definitely the Spanish government feels very comfortable with an administration such as the Biden administration. We have worked very well, bilateral at a European level.
Well, this doesn't fully respond to my question, but I see your point, and one has to admit, I think with President Biden, we have somebody who is extremely close in cooperation with Europe, and we are very lucky that we have him as a president. Now, can I ask you something which is very dear to Spain, has always been dear also within NATO, and that is this 360-degree angle that you have, 360-degree approach that you have to foreign policy, to NATO, foreign policy as well. We have been concentrating on the eastern flank, but there's also a lot of fragility in the south. Is this something you're concerned about? Are you happy about what the alliance is doing in this respect?
We are very concerned, of course, about that, because we are southern flank, part of the southern flank of NATO, and of course the security concerns of all the allies must be taken into consideration. We were very happy, and we were leading the efforts to introduce a strong southern flank paragraphs into the strategic concept of Madrid. We are very happy that they are there. We acknowledge that the main threat, the most important one, the first threat today is coming from the eastern flank, and the Russian aggression to Ukraine puts a lot of pressure. But nothing indicates that tomorrow that couldn't happen in the southern flank, although today we don't have such a present threat. But things such as terrorism, or the hybrid use of irregular migration, or of gas, as we have seen in the eastern flank, could very well happen tomorrow in the southern flank. So for all those reasons, it's very important, first, to be ready for that within NATO, and second, to reach out and to find partners in the southern flank so we can have a political dialogue and also a better understanding.
And how would you, seen from Spain, when you look at the southern flank, how do you describe the situation, and where are we with regard to identifying partners and working with partners on the south?
We have to turn the Mediterranean into really a bridge. At the end, we must acknowledge that both sides of the Mediterranean, the northern side and the southern side, we must work together if we really want to tackle the main challenges. It's only working communally that we can do it. We have already good partners. We have Mauritania was invited to Madrid. Jordan on the other side of southern flank was also there. The Sahel. It's a real zone of concern. There is a lack of development. We have seen how democracy is rolling back in the last 10 years. We have crises. The last one is Sudan that are really worrying. And beyond, there is sub-Saharan Africa, and with a very young population, irregular migration, and many challenges. So that's how we should work. And so far, we have, of course, Mauritania and Jordan. We must continue working on with both of them, but try to find also new partners in the Sahel and try to make the Mediterranean really a common area and not an area of opposition.
20 years ago, I think you were still in kindergarten, we had the Barcelona process. Is anything left of that? Do you remember what that was?
20 years ago, I was already on business, but I look very young, I know. Of course, I remember how that was. And we are going to take advantage of our EU presidency to renew that process. I mean, we cannot just fold our arms and seeing every summer the Mediterranean being the grave of hundreds and hundreds of people that are just looking for a better future. We cannot tackle climate change or the pollution in the Mediterranean or economic development if we don't work together. So it makes more sense even today than 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, it was already something very important. We have to focus on really people-to-people and business-to-business program. That's what will work at the end.
Yes, wish you good luck. It's very important. Now, since we are among friends here, nobody listens outside, can you tell us just a bit about all the ingredients that at the Council was of the deal you did with President Erdogan on allowing finally the ratification of Sweden's membership to NATO. So what are the ingredients there? We heard something about also accession talks with the EU. So what likely is going to happen on these different issues?
There has been a bilateral dialogue between Sweden and Turkey for many, many months. So, and of course, I don't know the details about that bilateral dialogue, but it looks to me that it has been very fruitful. And I think that at the end, there has never been a staunch opposition, a veto for Sweden to be part of the NATO family. It has never been the problem. And at the same time, all the security concerns of all the allies had to be met to allow a new member in. And I think that that balance has been found through this bilateral dialogue. And we are very, very happy to see soon Sweden in the family, as we have seen Finland.
Yeah, no, I think this is really one of the big messages out of Vilnius, that this has been completed. This is extremely important. I look at the time, and we have 5 more minutes, and we see that our friends in Washington are still there. And if you want to ask a question, this is the moment.
My name is Jan Gerber. I'm a student at Georgetown University, and I'm originally from Poland. And as you mentioned, Spain recently assumed the presidency of the Council of the European Union. And among the priorities are reindustrialization and climate change, and also strategic autonomy. So my question for you is, what is your vision for European strategic autonomy? And how can it be complementary to NATO and to Euro-Atlantic defense?
Very easy question.
All Europeans, after the crisis of COVID and also the social and economic consequences of the Russian aggression, we have rediscovered 2 things. One is the value of unity and solidarity, and the other one are our vulnerabilities. And we have to cover those vulnerabilities, because they are very close to things that are really important in the lives of our citizens: foodstuffs, energy, health. So the reindustrialization comes in order to do that. That doesn't mean that Europe is going to be a fortress. We don't want that. We don't wish that. Europe is an open society, and it must remain, above all, being an open society. But we must have a certain control on that. It's the same for the industry of defense. We have discovered, trying to help Ukraine, that we need a better integration of our industries. And when we talk about strategic autonomy, in Spain, we always talk about open strategic autonomy, because we don't want to give the idea that this is about autarky, Europe closing on itself. On the contrary, we need a certain control of our own production, a certain percentage, if we can put it in that way, but we want open societies all over the world. And with NATO, that fits perfectly well. Once again, in order to have a strong NATO, we need a strong Europe. That's how we see it.
We have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Any question from Washington? If that is not the case, I look into the public here. Who would like to ask a question to the Spanish Foreign Minister? Over there, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes.
I'm Pau, also Spanish. My question would be about addressing basically the economic dimension of what we're talking about today, essentially, and about our complex interdependencies. And basically, in the fifth presidency of the Council in Spain, there are 2 pillars out of 3, which are green and digital, the twin transitions often called. But to make it possible, the strategic imports that we use to make them possible usually come from the big elephant in the room, or should I say the big panda, which is China. Lithium, hydrogen-enabled technologies, or the sexy word of the moment, semiconductors. So my question would be, now with the presidency, which perspective should the Council have on the risking from China, and which are the challenges that we may face? Thank you.
We have to reach an agreement among Europeans how to relate to China. China, it's a big power. It's a military big power because of its population, because of the economic side. It's impossible to tackle global challenges that are absolutely existential, such as climate change, if we don't involve China. But at the same time, we ask China what we ask to all our partners, and it's a level playing field when it comes to trade. So that's how we want to relate to them, within a level playing field.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We have time for one more question. I think this has been the most efficient and effective conversation all day here. We outlast you. No more question here. So we'll stop here. We'll thank you very much. Maybe since we have some time, can you tell us who will win the next Spanish election?
Pedro Sánchez for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I guess this panel is already a success because we have more people in the audience than on the stage, which is great for a panel this late. And on this note, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to the China panel. And please let me introduce our speakers today. We have Benedetta Berti, who is head of policy planning in the office of the pardon me, it's been a long day. So head of policy planning, you all know her for her work at the Office of the Secretary General at NATO, and a person that I personally enjoy very much talking China topics to. This is not the first time. We also have Sarah Kirchberger, who's director at the Institute for Security Policy, Kiel, and also non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Right. Welcome, Sarah. And we have Louise Simon, who is the director of the Elcano Brussels office, and also an excellent colleague. And my name is Una Berzin-Cherenkova. I run a China Studies Center in Riga at Riga Stradiņš University. Bernadette, I'm going to start with you. Let me quote a little bit of Xi Jinping to you.
Okay.
So on February 21st, 2023, a document came out, a document called the Global Security Initiative Concept Paper. And here's what it says. February 21, right? So also the date is quite important, not that long before a year of Russia's invasion. The essence of this new vision of security is to advocate a concept of common security, respecting and safeguarding the security of every country, a holistic approach, maintaining security in both traditional and non-traditional domains, and enhancing security governance in a coordinated way. So this means that China is thinking about security architecture outside of its borders. And this also means that China is responding to someone, right? And I think it's not a stretch to say that China is responding to the US, China is responding to the collective West, like-minded actors, and of course it is responding to us at NATO. So let me ask you, where are we on China? As an alliance and as individual allies?
All right. Well, thank you very much for that question. And it's really great to be here at the end of what is, I'm sure, a very long and fruitful day of discussions. I think the question of China is really, really important because, well, for many years, NATO didn't deal with China, right? And the first time you have a transatlantic expression of where we are on the systemic challenge that China poses to Euro-Atlantic security is really a year ago with the adoption of the 2022 strategic concept. So maybe I'll start with that. I'll use that as a starting point in terms of articulating where are we in terms of both the diagnosis, so how the alliance sees the PRC, but also the prognosis, what we're thinking to do together as allies through NATO. So on part one, the diagnosis, I would say that I think we've come there's been a step change in terms of how allies have come together in understanding what are the parameters of this, let's call it, systemic challenge posed by China, right? And if you look at the strategic concept, I think the context is articulated very clearly. We talk about the most important trend shaping the world being the rise of strategic competition. And of course, that's really strongly related to China's rise in the world, its stated ambition, its coercive policies. And that challenge is articulated in very different forms. One is, of course, the fact that we see more and more assertive authoritarian actors, and this is a pushing back against the rules-based international order. And we see Russia and China very much at the forefront of that authoritarian pushback, whether it's about hollowing in existing institutions from within, creating parallel institutions from without. But I think the broader trend is one of proposing an alternative model to the liberal democratic rules-based order, and that is an authoritarian model of governance. As NATO in the strategic concept, we recognize that, and we also recognize that that matters to us because, well, NATO is a bulwark of the international rules-based order, and I think the transatlantic community as a whole, its security, its prosperity has been underpinned by that order. So threats to that order, challenges to that order, also a challenge to our security. So that's the mega trend, right? But the strategic concept also says it's not just about the PRCs and together with Russia pushing back against the rules-based international order, it's also about competition across domains and across multiple tactics. So from the kinetic to the non-kinetic, and we need to look more closely at cyber operations, other hybrid tools, economic coercion, disinformation. When you put it all together, it's also something that profoundly affects our security. And the strategic concept says security values and our democracies. And then, of course, there's also this, I think, growing understanding that in a world of strategic competition, really threats are global and security is global. And that's one of the reasons why, and I'm sure we'll talk about this more in the panel, why we're looking more closely at security developments in the Indo-Pacific and saying, well, actually what matters in that theater really directly affects the Euro-Atlantic theater and vice versa. So that's a little bit about the prognosis. I'm sure we'll talk more about what we're doing about it, but just in a nutshell, well, first of all, the role of NATO has been over the last few years since we started this work in 2019, has been to get to a closer point of transatlantic convergence, because to have shared policies, we need to have shared assessments. So NATO is a political platform to really discuss what the China challenge is in depth and understand its implications. Another really important area of work has been how do we build resilience in our physical infrastructure, in our digital infrastructure, but really more and more broadly thinking about the resilience of our societies, and more thinking through economic security and what does it mean to mitigate strategic vulnerability and lower one-sided dependencies. And finally, in terms of standing up and supporting the rules-based international order, we're also strengthening both political dialogue and practical cooperation with our Indo-Pacific partners. I know that you have a lot of questions, and I'm really looking forward to hear to the real China experts, so I'm going to stop here.
No, certainly, this was very comprehensive, and let me take the liberty of picking out certain keywords from what you said in regard to Sarah's research. And I'm going to zoom in on the Russia-China relationship. Now, something that you mentioned as well as a worrisome trend. Right now, yesterday, basically, Russian top politician Valentina Matviyenko visited Xi Jinping in Beijing. He reiterated again I have a quote for you too, Sarah, of course. The development of China-Russia relations is a strategic choice made by the two countries. You have a book out that you edited that has been, I think, downloaded hundreds of thousands of times by now on Russia-China, I checked. Okay. What should NATO prepare for, regarding this relationship? And of course, where does, China's position on Russia's aggression come into our reckoning?
Thank you, Una. It's a fantastic question, because what we're seeing is a very interesting case study, basically, how this proposed quasi-alliance of Russia and China has now been impacted by the war on Ukraine that Russia started in February 2022. And a lot of people have been wondering about China's behavior in that situation. Some have been arguing they are not really supporting Russia, so this so-called alliance is really nothing. Others have been pointing out how China has really been enabling the aggression in the first place by giving basically Russia the assurance right before, I think it was on 4th of February, when they gave this joint declaration of their limitless friendship, that basically China assured Russia that its market would be able to absorb all the exports, for instance, of energy, but also of grain and so on, that might come under sanctions. So Russia would not have been, you could say, economically viable anymore if Russia had not had this alternative to turn to China. So there are different perceptions on that. And I believe it's important in this particular question how to assess China's role in this war and its behavior towards Russia. One thing people tend to completely overlook is China's own relationship with Ukraine, which is a very decisive factor in this whole equation. It tends to be completely overlooked by many people. The fact is, China and Ukraine have also a very long-standing and also highly strategic relationship, particularly until the Maidan revolution. 2014 changed things a little bit, you could say, also the Crimea annexation. But before that time, Ukraine was a very, very decisive partner for China, delivering, for instance, highly sophisticated military technologies to China that Russia was not willing to give to China, including, for instance, an aircraft carrier, and helping China finish it. Just the tip of the iceberg. So there were a lot of things that came from Ukraine to China. So China actually owes Ukraine a huge debt of gratitude. It would, in fact, not actually have a blue water navy to field today if not for these systems. So let me just list: gas turbines for large warships, license produced from Ukraine in China. Then they have phased array radar systems for large warships. You need them to defend against air threats. Also, that came from Ukraine. The jet that flies from the carrier, the J-15, is a copy of a prototype that was delivered by Ukraine, and so on. So it's not just this one thing, the carrier. It's a lot of things. If you take away all of that, China would still be trying to develop probably an aircraft carrier capability. Just to illustrate how important this strategic relationship really was. And there's actually a treaty that was signed by Xi Jinping himself. On 5th of December 2013, Xi Jinping signed this treaty with Ukraine. It's a friendship and cooperation treaty. It contains actually something like a security guarantee. It's more strongly worded than the Budapest Memorandum. And it also has a clause that says that both governments have to immediately hold consultations in the event of a threat to either country's territorial integrity. So Xi Jinping not holding any talks with President Zelensky for over a year is already a clear breach of Article 7 of that treaty. So you have to take this part of the equation into consideration to say, okay, China has actually been supporting, in my view, Russia as much as it possibly could without damaging its own interests and its own position in the world too much. Because had it thrown Ukraine completely under the bus, what kind of example would China have basically been giving to other partners, for instance, in Africa and other countries in the world? So this is the one thing. Now we have the war developing in a quite unexpected way from the point of view of both, I think, Russia and China. So China has been looking at this and has probably been very confused by this Russian inability to score a quick win against Ukraine. And this has, of course, led to some reassessment. So we can only guess what exactly that means for China, but they are going to study the failures, the military problems that Russia has encountered, also deducing what China needs to change, to adapt. And also they've probably been studying the way the Western world reacted. And one thing that worries me in particular, and that will be my last point, our reaction in terms of self-deterrence, how we reacted to the nuclear threats by Russia. I think that is something we tend to forget, the signals that we send to China, how effective it can be to use a nuclear threat to deter outside intervention in such a conflict. This is one thing that we also need to consider.
We will definitely return to the lessons learned on all sides, because that's a fascinating topic. But I just can't pass up on the opportunity. Now, Luis, you were behind, you were organizing the NATO summit in Madrid. So, given that this new wording is rooted in the documents coming out of Madrid, how would you, as a think tanker, as a researcher, answer the question that I posed to Benedetta there? How can you react on where are we on China as an alliance and as allies?
Thanks, Una. It's a pleasure to be here. I think Benedetta did a fantastic job in terms of laying out the sort of locating China in the NATO conversation. So building on what she said, I would perhaps try and unpack some of the things that she said. I think I would distinguish between sort of three levels of analysis when you're looking at the NATO's conversation on China. The first would be the global one. You know, this whole notion of China as the only country, in certainly in U.S. national security language, but also in NATO language, to compose a sustained, multidimensional, systemic, you pick your attribute, challenge to the international order. You call it rules-based, liberal order, but the bottom line is that it's an international order that still by and large reflects transatlantic interests and values. Then the second element of the China conversation, I think, relates to the fact that China challenges also Euro-Atlantic security, which is, of course, NATO's core business, in a number of ways. Some of them are sort of more direct. I mean, think, for instance, of the fact that China has global reach, naval, ICBM, cyber, space capabilities that are not sort of geographically bounded. And also the fact that there's that we see Chinese vessels and military assets in the Med, in the Baltic, by way of exercises, visits, and so on. And then there's also a component that is also quite present in NATO language, which has to do with Chinese holdings of critical infrastructure in Europe. So all of this happens in the European area of responsibility and therefore must be monitored by NATO. Then there's China affecting European Euro-Atlantic security in more indirect ways, and Sarah alluded to that, by way of its tacit support, again, however, whichever label we want to put on it, of Russia's assault on the European security order. So again, that's indirect, but perhaps just as meaningful, if not more. And then there's a third level of analysis, which is perhaps the less direct in terms of affecting NATO, but in my view, probably the most important one, and has to do with China's challenge to the Indo-Pacific security architecture, to go back to what Benedetta was saying, right? And I understand that NATO is a Euro-Atlantic security organization, that its mandate focuses on the Euro-Atlantic primarily, but China's challenge to the Indo-Pacific security architecture is not just a big deal in itself, given the Indo-Pacific's technological, geopolitical, military importance in global politics. It's also a big deal for the United States. And it so happens that the United States is the center of gravity of Euro-Atlantic security as well. So if we consider that US military resources are limited and that Indo-Pacific developments can have a significant, even critical impact on US resource planning, military planning, and so on and so forth, then we should come to the realization that Indo-Pacific developments can have, yes, an indirect, but nonetheless a huge impact on Euro-Atlantic security, right? So in my view, this is far more consequential than the fact that Chinese ICBMs can reach Europe, or the fact that you have Chinese vessels popping up in the Baltic or in the Med every now and then. It's far more consequential for Euro-Atlantic security. So now that doesn't mean that NATO, I mean, insofar as NATO is not going to directly underwrite security, let alone deterrence in the Indo-Pacific, and I get that because there are political limitations and so on, that doesn't mean that, that means that NATO may not need permanent military headquarters or military assets in the Indo-Pacific. I get that, but it means I think NATO and allied countries need more eyes and ears in the Indo-Pacific, and that means more liaison teams and units at the political and the military level, and perhaps also certainly some sort of concept or plan to think about how an Indo-Pacific contingency may affect NATO. And I think that there are two elements to that reflection. One is how to fill gaps in terms of US force planning in Europe. And the second as well is how NATO can assist politically or in other ways a US engagement in the Indo-Pacific.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for bringing the ever-present two-theater problem, right? And maybe one of you would like to react to this. How do we go about? Because, of course, it's not just that we are getting closer to the Indo-Pacific, it's also that Indo-Pacific is present in this room today, right, with our colleagues from those countries, which is also a very huge symbol, of course. So which one would you like to pull on this thread?
Maybe I can just say something very quick on this point. First of all, I completely agree with the analysis that we need to understand those linkages between the two theaters, whether they are geopolitical, geoeconomic, military, security-wise. I think that's a really important conversation, and one that I think we are having at the political and strategic level at NATO. Then I would also completely agree with the second point, that in order for us to understand those linkages better, we need to strengthen those relationships with our partners in the Indo-Pacific region. And that's exactly what we're doing with Australia, Japan, Korea, and New Zealand. And of course, it's not a coincidence that this is the second year in a row where the heads of state and government, those four Indo-Pacific partners, have been invited to join the NATO allies here in Vilnius. But I think that conversation about what does it mean to have effective deterrence and defense across two theaters in a world of strategic competition would be a policy conversation that will continue for the foreseeable future. And I think intuitively we already understand those connections. And I give you an example. It's not a coincidence that all our Indo-Pacific partners have stood in staunch support of Ukraine. have called out on Russia for its unprovoked war of aggression, have agreed with us on imposing sanctions, are displaying solidarity, are providing assistance, because intuitively we understand that our security is global and is interconnected. And I think we understand that a situation in which aggression is rewarded, Putin's new imperialist vision is rewarded in Ukraine, that would be a failure of deterrence at the global level. That, I mean, quite frankly, what type of lesson would Beijing learn? And so I think we intuitively understand that as like-minded countries, as democracies, as those who have a vested interest in preserving a rules-based international order, we have a vested interest in preserving free and open sea lanes of communications, freedom of navigation. We understand that when we work together, we might have different prioritizations. Working together doesn't necessarily mean that we will bring all our assets in both theaters, but I think there is an understanding that there is a relationship. And from our European side and from the transatlantic community side, I think we understand very well that the Indo-Pacific is incredibly important. It's the epicenter of development, of growth, of competition. So of course what matters there affects us, and any type of security contingency that would, a serious security contingency in the Indo-Pacific, I mean, of course, would have devastated implications from an economic security level also on the Euro-Atlantic. So those connections are really there, and we need to, I think, better understand them.
Absolutely, and thank you for kind of building that bridge in terms of these interconnections and also into the lessons learned, because of course it's not just us who see these connections, it's also other players globally. And this is where I want to again turn to Sarah's expertise. What do you think are the lessons that the Chinese Communist Party is learning, has learned during the course of this year, almost year and a half now? And are there, do you think, some specific applications in terms of these lessons? Are these lessons in keeping cool, and so they could be a deterrent, or are they an accelerant in some way? And of course, the key word that I'm not saying, but the one that I'm about to say, is Taiwan.
Actually, it's pretty hard to say what exactly will be the bottom line that China is going to learn from this, because the war is not yet concluded. It will depend to some degree on the final outcome. Whether Putin gets some sort of reward after all, keeping some occupied territories, for instance, or whether there's an actual Russian defeat. So that would send a pretty strong signal of deterrence to any risky affair in terms of warfare. But we do not know what the PLA exactly is learning. I think my guess is, from looking at the signals coming from China, there is now more hesitancy probably for going rogue and trying something rash. So there were a couple of analysts in China arguing even before the war that a quick surprise action might be successful. I think this has maybe is now met with some skepticism. There were some signals that some hawkish thinkers in China have become a little bit more cautious in terms of maybe let's not overplay our hand and go down that road that we can't turn back from. But on the other hand, I think they are also learning about some vulnerabilities on our side. And looking at the different geographical setups that we're facing, with Taiwan as an island versus Ukraine as a huge country in the middle of Europe that has land borders, supplying Taiwan in the event of a blockade would be very, very difficult, if not impossible, actually. So what we're doing with Ukraine right now, bringing in supplies, arms, through, basically the railways, that's just not possible with Taiwan. So whatever weapons you want to bring to Taiwan, they had better be there and ammunition before anything starts. So this is just one key difference. There's more, of course. And then there's also the question, if looking at basically also the military strategic thinking in China that has developed over the last couple of decades, they have always looked at non-kinetic scenarios very intensely. It's like things that stay below the threshold of an actual war that's easy to classify as a breach of the UN Charter. So learning maybe from Ukraine could also mean they say, oh, maybe create a situation that is harder to classify, harder to actually attribute maybe stage an uprising in Taiwan or whatever, cut some cables, attack internet connections, whatever. And that could make it much harder for an international coalition of like-minded countries to form and to agree what this even is and how it needs to be dealt with. So Ukraine was relatively easy, right, to interpret. Besides very few countries, everyone can agree that this is a blatant breach of the UN Charter. But with Taiwan, given also the fact that Taiwan is not diplomatically recognized by the majority of countries in the world, is not a member of the United Nations, might make it much harder. So I believe this is probably one of the lessons that China is going to learn. Maybe not risk the full-out aggression scenario, which is in any case difficult to really, be sure that they could win it because of deterrence, of course, because of the American security guarantee in particular, and also the Japanese signals that they would be involved. But what about any other scenario that is harder to counter? I have one question that I would love to ask Benedetta, if I may. Is it possible?
I graciously agree.
Thank
you. Go ahead, Sarah.
So we all know that, in particular, France is super skeptical of...
I don't agree.
I promise.
See, we promised we'd keep it interesting.
It's fine. It's genuine question. So France, in particular, has been very critical of this liaison idea that Louis also mentioned, like having a liaison bureau. In Japan, they have basically blocked that idea and saying NATO is an Atlantic alliance and not a Pacific alliance. However, what I do not understand genuinely, and I hope you can help, Benedetta, at least two allies have extensive territories in the Pacific, the United States and also France. So in case there were an armed aggression against, for instance, New Caledonia, would France not consider this an Article 5 case because it happens in the Pacific?
Okay, now I can breathe, because this is one I can easily answer, because the North Atlantic Treaty, as an article, as of course our Article 5, but also an Article 6, where it delimits the boundaries. So, so yes. So the answer to that would be that it wouldn't be covered by the parameters of the North Atlantic Treaty. So
but would France also agree with that?
For a second, yes, that is the treaty interpretation. For a second, I got nervous about the question, but I think that is, but I think the broader discussion is how would different security contingencies in the Indo-Pacific affect your Atlantic security, and what type of role could NATO play at the political, at the strategic level, as at the intelligence sharing level? That is a different question. But strictly speaking, the North Atlantic Treaty gives us geographical boundaries for.
So the rest of NATO would say, "Oh, France, too bad that you got bombed there." But
Sarah, I'm taking back taking back my duties from you. But this was. Thank you very much for the question. You'd think sharing a panel with someone makes you immune to their questions. You'd be wrong. So thank you, Sarah. I wanted to touch upon something that, Sarah, you also kind of outlined, and this, I think it's a particularly important point, and those are hybrid threats, something that we don't know how to always react to, even though our capabilities have grown immensely, because we've been talking about this forever. Louis, I'm going to, but since we have actually a lot of questions online, which is great, I guess it's an interesting topic, I'm going to pack it together and ask you about hybrid threats if you want to talk about them. In this context, and also a very interesting question here. With the growing presence of China and Russia in Africa, particularly in the sub-Saharan region, do you think that the energy security of Europe is at risk? Because that is also hybrid threaty, quote unquote.
Yeah. No, I think that's a very good question, and I think just as it's important that we start looking at China and the Indo-Pacific in a NATO context as they relate to NATO's top priority right now, which is strategic competition. And I think it's important that we also think about the South, and in particular Africa, from a sort of strategic competition frame, right? And we've seen Russia active in the Sahel, in other parts of Africa, and some of them operationally, in others diplomatically, like Northern Africa. So I think it's important that we look at the South, and in previous panels we talked about this, right? We talked about the different plans and how they relate to two threats that sort of intersect in many different ways. No, so I think it's important that we talk about that we think about the South from a strategic competition viewpoint.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have more questions here, and that is a rare earth question. Who would like to take a rare earth question? The dominance of on rare earth elements in Africa by China would deprive NATO members from important raw materials required for its defense industry. What is being done about this? Is this being thought of?
I can, well, basically I can pick up from where Louis left off, because it's the same, it's the same question, right? I mean, we are talking about energy security, and I think I will start by maybe identifying, let's start by identifying, I think there's so many lessons that we have learned over this past year after Russia began its war this war of aggression against Ukraine, and one of them is certainly about the dangers of one-sided strategic dependencies, and how those can be weaponized or used for blackmail. And of course, I'm thinking about how our one-sided dependency of Russian oil and gas became weaponized against us, right? And that has led to a very swift and unprecedented, and I think by many not expected, quick set of decisions to ultimately decouple us from Russian oil and gas for the long-term future. I'm saying all of that because I think one lesson that we can take from this experience is that when it comes to the future of our energy security, we need to be extremely careful not to go from one set of strategic dependencies on Russia to another set of strategic dependencies, and this time on the PRC, and this times when it comes to rare earth minerals and all the other essential components for our energy transition. And we know we have very important climate goals to meet, and even as NATO, we have very much identified climate change as a defining challenge over time. So we know we have to meet our climate goals, but of course there is a important tension policy-wise in terms of how to meet our climate goals, wean ourselves off Russian oil and gas, do not import new dependencies, and that's really much a policy conversation that is occurring at the security level within the NATO platform for those allies who are also members of the European Union at the EU level, and you see multilateral, bilateral initiatives exactly to do that, to diversify, to invest in our own productions, to really think through our entire supply chain so that we can understand and mitigate those vulnerabilities. But let's be honest, they're there, and there's a lot of homework we have ahead.
Thank you. And actually, I think we have a very engaging audience today, because a lot of these comments are not questions, but these are comments. These are the people debating with you. But sadly, the format doesn't allow for a debate. However, I'd like to ask the audience to join in. And we have two hands. Sir, right there. And then sir, right there. And there's more people by the microphone. That's not how it was meant. Yes, please. And you would be next. Sir, with, yes.
There's someone waving.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we actually have a couple of minutes. So, please.
Colleagues, thank you so much. Carlos Bukovskis, Latvian Institute of National Affairs. It was a very, very informative and intriguing discussion. Thank you so much for this. So I'm actually have a question which is more of a curiosity. Because you started discussing warships, Chinese warships in the Baltic Sea in the beginning of the panel. So I was wondering, now when Baltic Sea is about to become the internal sea of NATO, does that mean that we will never see Chinese warships in the Baltic Sea anymore?
I'm going to direct this to Sarah, because Sarah has very good naval knowledge.
As someone who has been aboard a Chinese warship in the Baltic, I qualify to answer, I think. So we believe in the freedom of navigation, which means that, of course, also China enjoys the freedom of navigation. It will certainly make use of it. So they went through the Baltic to take part, actually, in a naval exercise with Russia in the Baltic and visiting St. Petersburg. And as long as Russia has a coastline in the Baltic with Kaliningrad and also, of course, St. Petersburg and the area around it, I don't see why Chinese warships would not go to visit, and nobody would actually hinder them, because as long as they conduct innocent passage and just pass through the territory and then do whatever they want to do there. It would be hypocritical, of course, to inhibit that and at the same time say we can go anywhere and, transit whatever territories we like. So I would say we will probably in the future also see it, but we have actually seen it only rarely. So there were not a lot of these Chinese visits to the Baltic Sea. I recall personally only 2, actually. And I don't know exactly why. It's maybe not so important or interesting from a Chinese point of view. They have other sea areas that are in fact more interesting to them.
Well, the phrase NATO's lake has been popping up in the Chinese media lately. So, all right, please, sir. Next question.
Thank you. Nico Segers from the Euro-Atlantic Association of Belgium. I'm also an alumnus of the Geneva Center for Security Policy. I'd like to pick your brain on subversive activities, 2 of them. I've had 3 in mind, I'll bog them down to 2. With relations to cognitive warfare. The first one, and also intellectual warfare in a way. We know the Confucian, the Confucius Institutes in Europe are, sorry. Thank you, must be the air conditioning. So with regards to the Confucius Institutes, we know they're around, but with regards to the effect on, let's say, the cognitive aspect of our citizens and how this might affect the viewpoints on China and China's global policy, what is the risk assessment there? Is it clear enough? Second aspect, a topic that is actually, I don't hear too much around it. It's also a very sensitive subject. It's the siphoning away of experts, let's say military knowledge through, maybe you've read in the cases of 4 of our allied nations, they're actually fighter jet pilots that have been lured away in a way and are actually providing lip service and training to the Chinese PLA Air Force. In the magnitude of, say, risks, I don't know how it's assessed, and if there is a collective allied response to it right now, and how that is viewed from the point of intelligence, lawmaking, but also policy. Is there a policy? I mean, is there thinking on the policy? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hear policy, I look at Benedetta.
You do. Well, very quickly, those are 2 separate but also incredibly interesting questions. Starting from point 1, I think that at NATO we've been doing quite extensive work exactly on mapping out what exactly does it mean when we talk about China as a strategic competitor or when we talk about Russia as a direct threat. What does it mean when we want to understand exactly how do they employ non-military instruments of power or they engage in activities below the threshold of armed conflict that either way we consider to be potentially harmful to our security. And that's a work that NATO has been doing for years, but especially this year there was, I think, a very substantial work on sharing intelligence and really looking at what is the array of tools that China uses in the hybrid sphere. And it's very, very broad. And of course, in terms of responses, depending on which tool, they're a different one, but it's from countering disinformation, and I'm sure this will be discussed throughout the forum, to really understanding and mapping what are our vulnerabilities in terms of our critical infrastructure. So there is a lot of work being done. Of course, a lot of the competencies in terms of the implementation of this work will have to be national responses or for those countries that are member of the EU at the EU level, but the NATO added value, I go back to that, is to have that platform where you can have the 31, soon to be 32 allies, share those assessments, understand those risks collectively, share those those intelligence assessments that put together, give us a comprehensive picture that allows us to really unpick what are the main trends when it comes to those actors. Of course, we're talking about the PRC today, but by no means PRC engaging in hybrid activities in our countries. So we're doing that work. I think that's as specific as I can get looking at the time.
Thank you so much. And we had one more question very quickly. We have 1 minute, and I had another plan for the panel. Maybe, Luis, if you could take...
A question to any of Marcin Terlikowski, Polish Institute of International Affairs. A question to anybody who would like to react. If I said that in 3 or 4 years there will be debate in NATO about its reaction in a situation in which some allies will be sending military assets in a situation of crisis, escalating crisis in Indo-Pacific, and NATO will be debating what to do in the sense how to react, how to help allies, how to react in different areas adjacent to, close to the Indo-Pacific region. Would you say that it's political fiction or a scenario to which think tankers should have a closer look at? Thank you.
Well, yeah, I can take. No, I don't think it would be political fiction. It's very likely. The United States, as I was saying, it's a treaty ally. So any contingency in the Indo-Pacific will have massive economic, political, and security implications for Europe. Not only because it impacts the international order and the rules and the norms that underpin international order, but also because it will affect massively the United States. And we've seen, I mean, the United States, if you look at U.S. strategic documents, I mean, there's been a debate, and we were talking about this earlier, and I see that we're running out of time, that it's some people saying that it's a bit of a false choice between the Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific, and I think I would say that it's certainly not a zero-sum game for the United States, because upholding norms and rules, that's a global commodity, and it can affect, even if you uphold them in Europe, it can affect China's cost-benefit calculation vis-a-vis Taiwan, but there are also zero-sum dynamics. So it's not a zero-sum game, but there are zero-sum dynamics. That's why, and we were talking about this with Sarah earlier and in other occasions, I think the concept of one theater, to me, is a bit problematic because it sort of sidesteps a very important discussion about trade-offs and prioritizing. So I think we're talking about two distinct theaters, but that are connected. So I would rather than have a one theater approach, have an inter-theater approach, and think about how what happens in the Indo-Pacific can affect, even if indirectly, but massively, potentially, the Euro-Atlantic. So I think NATO, not only think tanks, but actually NATO should and hopefully will be thinking about how this affects Euro-Atlantic security.
Thank you. We're running on negative time. A yes and no question, a more or less question. Out of this summit, the language that's going to come out, there's going to be more China mentions or less than last year. It's a bet. You can be wrong.
It's not a bet because I've seen it.
That's right.
I'll go with what Benedict.
Wrong question to me. I think the trajectory is very clear, and it is and it goes back to my first point that there is a clear recognition of the trend and of the systemic challenge posed by China to Euro-Atlantic security.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Yeah, well, I think you've answered it. You've answered it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Thank you very much for sticking it out with us, and thank you for your attention. And a round of applause to the speakers.
Yes, and to unpack our day one, and for essential takeaways, I would like to invite on this stage Robert Vash. He is founder and president of GlobeSec, and Patricia Deinhardt. She is integrated researcher of Portuguese Institute of International Relations. Thank you very much. And this is probably the last point of today's great day. So let me start with congratulations to the organizers, because they've done a tremendous job in pulling together this conference. And I think this first day was really, they had a great lineup, great discussion, great speeches. So this is full of new thoughts and experience. And it will be very difficult for us to wrap up the first day, but let us try. Let us try. I will have a few points of my key takeaways from this first day, although I cannot mention everything because we would stay here for another day. But for me, I would say 5 key points that are the outcomes of today's discussion. First of all, I would start with what the Secretary General said at the very beginning, that this summit has already become a historic summit even before it started. The unlocking of the membership of Sweden to NATO is really historic, and it's a great news. It strengthened the alliance. We see Finland and Sweden at the table. This is really historic. Vladimir Putin a year ago wanted to divide us, and he wanted less NATO. He got more NATO, and he got more unity. And this is clear also from today's discussion. Number 2 for me is on the Ukraine. There was some progress made on Ukraine membership, but also on the military assistance. And I think that Ukrainians deserve to become the members of NATO in the future, definitely, because they are paying by blood for something that we have taken for granted in Europe. And I think some progress has been made concerning dropping the membership action plan, concerning some practical military support. Germans have pledged tanks, French long-range missiles, but also on the political level, the NATO-Ukraine Council. So this sends a very strong signal for Ukraine, but also for the future membership. The number 3, I would say, is the deterrence. We see that what we see in Ukraine is the consequence of failed deterrence, because Vladimir Putin has miscalculated that we will not be strong enough to react on his actions. Well, he has miscalculated. But we have talked all day about strengthening the deterrence of eastern flank, and there were some very clear commitments made also in this room. We've heard Justin Trudeau saying that they want to double the presence in Latvia and eventually to bring it up to a brigade level. Boris Pistorius was saying about increased defense spending, talking about 2% as a baseline for spending. Admiral Bauer was talking about ready plans for the future threats, and now is the implementation phase for it. So deterrence definitely a very important point that we've talked about today. But the deterrence is not only in the physical space, but also in the digital space. And I think we need also more discussions on how do we increase the deterrence in the digital space. There are a lot of discussions, and this is number 4 for me, that this war that's going on in Ukraine is not limited to the physical space and is not limited to Ukraine only. Because what we have seen a year ago was not only an attack on Ukraine, but on an attack on the very basic principles of European order. And Vladimir Putin has made a frontal attack on the very basic principles. And this war that he raged against Ukraine and Europe is going on physically in Ukraine, is going on in the disinformation and the information space, in energy space, in economy. And it is clear that we have to win at home in our countries in order to win in Ukraine. So this is very interconnected, and we are in front of a very complex challenge that we are facing. The 5th point for me, which is very important, is peace. There were talks about peace. And Garry Kasparov said that the peace has to have 3 elements: liberation, reparation,
and justice. And I think there will not be a sustainable peace without justice, and if the war crimes will not be punished. This is a very strong message also from today. My final 2 points would be that this war that's going on our eastern borders is about the future of the West, because how we perform in the East will define the future of the international order. Either we send a signal to aggressors that they can get along with the aggression, or we send a clear signal that they need to play by rules. And so far, we have been very strong in sending the right signal, and we have to keep this unity for the future. And the last point from my side that I want to mention is what Boris Pistorius said earlier today, that the recovery of Ukraine is directly dependent on embedding Ukraine in the alliance in the future, because there is no better security guarantee than the Article 5. He even said that no business will come to Ukraine if they don't get in the future these very clear security guarantees. So for me, that was a very clear language. So I don't want to take much more time because I took even more. It's very difficult to wrap up in a few minutes. But Patricia, what did we forget?
Thank you very much, Robert. First of all, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm especially glad to see that so many of you stayed to hear Robert and my takeaways. I had originally 7 takeaways, which I've reduced to 5. Inevitably, I'll pick on 1 or 2 of your points, because first of all, I would say it's been an historic alliance already since yesterday, with the welcoming, with the enabling and the green lighting by Turkey that Sweden would become a member. That's absolutely decisive to make NATO stronger, to make it, to enlarge it, and to change and enlarge the geography to the Baltic Sea and make NATO overall more secure. So that's the first important message which was discussed here today, and which is an acknowledgement of the strength and also of the unity of NATO. Secondly, and as you've mentioned it as well, that NATO adopted new regional defense plans. This is crucial, and it's been, in fact, the most comprehensive defense plan since the Cold War. So in that, the resoluteness of NATO to engage in strengthening NATO's defense and deterrence posture will lead it to military modernization with plans to assign specific number of forces to these new plans. And overall, it will help to increase what is so necessary, the interoperability, but very crucially, military mobility, which is something which was raised here today as well. And we all know that that needs to be increased to make defense more effective. Linked to that, the new defense plan pledge in terms of increasing at least to the base, the 2% GDP defense pledge to have 2% as a minimum floor, or as the German defense minister Boris Pistorius said, to have it as a base, not necessarily as a ceiling, but this agreement that now the pledge that was already given in 2014, that it will be turned into practice, and this will help to strengthen the cooperation also in terms of, and this was also raised by many panelists, the need to increase the defense industrial base of NATO, and together with that to increase, of course, the production capabilities, and also with that, or interlinked with that, the need to strengthen European defense cooperation, which is absolutely crucial, because I think there's a growing awareness not only within the European NATO member states, but also within the European and North American publics and public opinion, that we all have to do more for defense. And so there is, I would say, a willingness to accept that this is necessary. Thirdly, Ukraine, of course. Ukraine and the increased support for the acknowledgement that Ukraine needs to win this war, that Ukraine needs to be continuously supported. The announcement of a comprehensive assistance package to Ukraine is absolutely one of the key points of a multi-year assistance program. The creation of the NATO-Ukraine Council, which will meet tomorrow, I guess, and the end of the membership action plan, which paves the way for something which all member states agree on, which is the need for Ukraine to integrate NATO, to become part of the NATO family, and when all allies agree and when the conditions are met. This is still something which raised doubts and which has been discussed, but I think this is a strong signal to Ukraine and also to European security. Fourthly, very briefly, the inclusion of China in the debate that NATO has, the discussion that NATO has, the inclusion of China since last year, since 2019, and the raised awareness of the interconnectedness between the Euro-Atlantic theater and the Indo-Pacific theater. It's absolutely impossible to think only of our own security, even if we don't say that NATO needs to go global, but we need to acknowledge that the Indo-Pacific theater needs to be included. And fifthly, and I'm looking at the watch, so I'll make it very, very briefly, the point of transatlantic unity. Transatlantic unity, which I think our public opinions are increasingly aware of, not only of the need for us Europeans to do more, but also to make sure that we remain a transatlantic alliance, a Euro-Atlantic alliance, where we make sure that the Americans remain as engaged in European security as we want and need them to be. And in that sense, I think what we've all witnessed here today was this reaffirmation of the need to ensure transatlantic unity, while at the same time making NATO stronger and safer. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thanks for the essential takeaways. And you'll be disappointed, but this is the end of our day one. So I have to do the credits. I would like to thank the NATO Public Diplomacy Division and our partner think tanks that put together this event: Eastern European Studies Center, German Marshall Fund, Munich Security Conference, and Atlantic Council. A special thanks to our institutional partners, 23 organizations that have amplified the event online across different NATO members and partner countries. Albania, People in Focus; Belgium, Egmont; Canada, Simon Fraser University, NATO Field School and Simulation Program; Czechia, Association for International Affairs; Estonia, International Center for Defense and Security; Finland, Finnish Institute of International Affairs; France, Fondation Méditerranée d'études stratégiques; Greek, Delphi Forum; Hungary, the Political Capital Institute; Italy, Formiche; Latvia, Latvian Institute of International Affairs; North Macedonia, Nexus Civil Concept; Poland, the Kazimir Pulaski Foundation; Romania, Aspen Institute Romania; Slovakia, Adapt Institute; Spain, Elcano; Turkey, Adam; UK, Russi; ATA International, YATA International; Youth, Young Professionals in Foreign Policy; Sweden, Free World Forum; and Ukraine, New Europe Center. See you tomorrow at 9:30 local time here in Vilnius, Lithuania, for the program and discussions around our NATO summit. Until then, have a good rest.